Vale. Héctor, para adentro. Vale. Ya estamos aquí.
Vale, ya está.
¿Se me escucha?
Sí. ¿A mí se me escucha?
Sí,
Sí, también.
pero no
Vale.
te vemos.
Sí, claro, porque estoy en la otra, espérate. Ahora debería funcionar. A ver. Ya está. Es que estaba con el otro vídeo. Vale, de hecho, os he hecho co-host. No quiero decir nada, ¿vale? Pero lo que sucederá es que a medida no me puedes ayudar. A medida que vaya entrando gente, os sigue dando acceso. ¿De acuerdo? Entonces, bueno, para que lo sepáis. Ha llegado ya el project manager, o sea que voy a darle entrada. Y yo creo que ya
Y
estamos.
los otros los aceptamos.
Hay media.
Hay media.
Hay 28 y 29.
Vale. Tú, si quieres, nos dices simplemente que podemos empezar a aceptarlos y vamos.
Vale, eso es.
Haciéndolo.
Eso, lo único que cuando veáis que entre alguien, por ejemplo, entra alguien a las 9:50, ¿sabes? Yo estoy dando la presentación y no voy a darme cuenta, a lo mejor, o me doy cuenta.
Claro.
¿No? Vosotros le
lo
dais
tenemos.
a aceptar, a ver que está
Vale.
en la waiting room. Luego, si veis que alguien está haciendo ruido,
Los iremos.
identificarlo rápidamente y darle botón derecho, silenciar.
Perfecto.
Bueno, no he ido a dar el botón derecho, ponerlo encima del nombre y darle a mute. ¿Vale? Para que no moleste. Yo estaré atento también cuando lo presente yo, ¿vale? Pero bueno, cuando haya alguien que le toque por lo que sea, pues que lo sepáis y que lo tengáis en cuenta y que le esté botón atento.
Vale.
Vale. Está aquí Marco, creo que voy a admitirle y luego pues, cuando llegue el vicerrector a él y así vamos con tiempo. Voy a admitir a Marco. Se está conectando, parece. Good morning, Marco.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, yourself?
Okay.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you
We are waiting now for the Vice Chancellor, who hasn't arrived to the waiting room. Once he's here, I'm going to accept him as well to the meeting. Well, that's basically it. So as you know, we are going to start with the presentations of the two of you. First, it will be his turn, 15 minutes, and then yours, another 15 minutes. I'm going to do a very brief introduction, circa 1-2 minutes, just to make sure everyone, have some time between until all the people join from the waiting room, etc., to make sure that you pay attention. Then you do the two welcome addresses. And after that, I'm going to come back and make another intervention in which I'm going to explain the instructions, well, that's how to work with the Zoom platform for all the others, so that they don't talk while they are mute, or that they don't know how to share the screen, and all these things that unfortunately happen very often. So, in your case, I know that, you know probably how to use this platform much better than I do. But
yeah, we are using it a lot lately.
Perfect. So that's it. So you know how to share your screen, and well, you are muted now because by default we have selected the option that everyone joins and is mute. And that's it. Basically, then we have a technical assistant room, but you're not going to need it because you're already here. And I think that's it. There's not much. The Vice Chancellor also here. Is also here. I don't know if you have any questions, Marco, before we start.
No, not really.
Okay, that's really good. That's really good. And oh, the Vice Chancellor is also here. Hello, Professor. Now that's it. Good morning, Professor. Do you hear us?
I am José Miguel Mateos Rocco, the Vice Rector of Research of the University of Salamanca.
Good morning. Thank you for being
morning.
here. I'm Dionisio Perez. I'm the coordinator of the project. We also have here Mark Orlando. He's the project officer from PRIMA. So the two of you are going to deliver the two welcome addresses. First is going to be your turn as Vice Chancellor of the Universidad de Salamanca. You're going to have 15 minutes. I don't know if you need to share your screen or it's going to be something like an informal address just talking. If you need to share your screen, the bottom is to the bottom of your screen. It's in green color, but I don't know if you need it, just in case you need it. And that's it. Well, I'm also here with Hector and Francesco. They work in my research group. They're going to be the co-hosts. So they are going to mute everyone who's talking while you are talking. Hopefully it doesn't happen. And that's it. We are waiting now for 9:30. So we have 10 minutes. At 9:28, 27, we are going to accept all people into the room for a 9:30 start. And as I was telling Marco, I'm going to do a brief speech of about 2-3 minutes in which I'm going to explain what the rules of the meeting and so on. And that's it. Creo que Marco se ha quitado, o sea que podemos seguir en español quizá. No sé si tiene alguna pregunta, vicerrector.
No,
para...
Bueno, entonces empiezo yo y doy la palabra después doy la bienvenida y después doy la palabra a quién se la doy
A Marco Orlando, si quieres lo puedo hacer yo directamente, esa parte, bueno, como prefieras.
Vale, no, si es por seguir un orden, no es por nada.
Sí, no, si prefiere dar usted la palabra a Marco Orlando, perfecto.
No hay ningún problema. Vale.
O sea, esto al final es también un poco informal, es formal, pero vamos, que también esto...
Y
pues,
las intervenciones son Marco, las doy, ¿y quién más hay después? O ya nadie más.
Y luego ya empezamos la parte científica, es decir, se cierra lo que es la bienvenida, que la daría la Universidad de Salamanca como organizadora y PRIMA como ente financiador. Y luego ya iría yo dando la entrada al mitin científico. O sea, que sería pues yo dando la entrada pues al proyecto en sí, diciendo cómo va a ser la estructura de la reunión y ya pues la parte, digamos, más técnica. Empezaría ahí. O sea, que digamos que la parte vuestra son dos bloques, dos introducciones y ya saltaríamos a lo que es la conferencia en sí. Vale,
perfecto. Entonces, ¿cuánto dura más o menos por hacerme? Porque tengo una comisión después.
No, a ver, usted puede marcharse cuando quiera, no se preocupe. Su presentación son 15 minutos, Marco son 15 minutos y luego esto dura todo el día, pero vamos, que en cuanto esté ya la agenda entiendo que es muy... es muy densa y cuando usted tenga que marcharse no hace falta ni que lo diga, o sea, ya lo tenemos en cuenta. Ya lo diré yo también cuando intervenga, diré, bueno, os daré las gracias y diré, bueno, que tiene que marcharse y que Marco también va a estar solamente por la mañana, por ejemplo, que si tienen alguna pregunta, pues que la hagan antes, pero que no hay ninguna pregunta, ya que esto... Vale, perfecto, vamos muy bien de tiempo, qué bien. Marco, do you speak Spanish? You're fluent with Spanish, aren't you?
Sí.
Perdona, es que como he visto que te marchaba, digo, bueno, seguimos en español. Pero...
No, bueno, es que normalmente en la oficina no tenemos mucha oportunidad de hablar español porque, bueno, se habla inglés por ser gente de todos lados. El inglés es el idioma oficial. Entonces estoy más acostumbrado a hablar español cuando salgo y cuando voy a la panera. Y digamos que me siento más cómodo si estoy en el trabajo. Quizás usar inglés me he acostumbrado a ese idioma, pero bueno, da igual.
Sí, no, toda la reunión va a ser en inglés, eso por supuesto.
Sí.
Ahora como estamos todos... No, yo cuando vivía en Italia era parecido también. Cuando estaba en el trabajo me costaba una barbaridad las palabras técnicas en italiano y demás.
O sea, a mí me cuesta también, por ejemplo, si tengo que escribir un mail, un correo, pero formal o con unas palabras más técnicas, si lo tuviera que escribir en italiano me costaría, porque tendría que pensar cómo traducir. O sea, que la palabra inglés al italiano o al español, porque llevo toda la vida trabajando en inglés, por eso.
A mí me pasa también en español, es verdad. Cuando escribes un email en español te cuesta más que en inglés. Es una cosa loca, pero...
Yo también cuando he estado trabajando en en Italia me pasaba igual, o sea, aunque no tengo ningún problema en entenderme en italiano, pues en el trabajo era siempre en inglés, o sea, era... Y siempre hablas de ciencia, pues estás más acostumbrado en inglés.
Claro, claro. O sea, ¿dónde estuvo en Italia?
Uy, yo estuve hace ya un montón de años, estuve en el sur de Italia, en Messina.
Ah, en Messina.
En Messina, estuve allí un año, sí, sí.
Aquí tenemos dos italianos. ¿Tú, Marco, de dónde eres?
Puglia.
Puglia.
Bueno, también del sur.
Sí.
Y luego tenemos otro, pero del norte ya. A Francesco. Estoy viendo aquí correos que... Ah, vale, un correo de Marco que decía que ya estaba, ¿vale?
Lo que nos pasa a todos con el italiano es que yo cuando llevaba ya un tiempo no tenía sensación de estar hablando un idioma distinto del español. Porque como se piensa secuencialmente, pues muy parecido, pues entonces, no sé, no tienes una... Sin embargo, en inglés es completamente distinto.
Sí, es otra familia.
Sí, sí.
De idiomas.
Es cierto. Sí, sí, sí. En italiano es verdad que a veces cuando llevas un tiempo es muy familiar.
Sí, sí.
Se hace fácil hablar.
De hecho, lo que dice Marco, no sabes, yo no sabía, al final ya no sabía si estaba pensando en español o en italiano. Iba traduciendo de uno a otro, ya no lo sabía, porque era...
Sí, no, a mí me pasa igual. Incluso como llevo unos cuatro años viviendo aquí en Barcelona, estoy estudiando catalán.
Bueno.
Y catalán, yo, bueno, no digo que lo estoy estudiando, porque más o menos, o sea, este es el concepto, que es como, es un idioma que ya conoces, porque se parece mucho al castellano, al francés y al italiano. Entonces, no es como estudiar, es como un idioma que ya conoces, pero lo estás como... Está escondido en algún sitio, lo estás sacando de ese sitio porque ya conoces muchas cosas de ese idioma, pero hay que, ¿no? Sí, un poquito ahí.
Hay que ser valiente para meterse a aprender otro idioma. Joder, yo cuando estuve en Venecia, el dialecto veneciano, vamos, ni lo intenté. O sea, dije, bueno, ya esto me va a hacer un cacao. Pues me metas esto en la cabeza, ya no sé ni lo que voy a estar diciendo.
Bueno, pero en Venecia tienen muchas palabras que vienen del castellano.
Sí, cale, sí.
Y es un poco como, o sea, que nosotros también en el sur de Italia, en los dialectos del sur de Italia, por ejemplo, nosotros usamos tengo más que he. O sea, tener más que haber. Y eso es una herencia, digamos, de la dominación, ¿no? Que tuvimos del reino de
Aragón.
Exacto. Yo en la ciudad donde nací tenemos el castillo de la ciudad, que es el castillo aragonés.
Sí, es verdad. Es verdad. Sí, hay muchísima herencia de ese tipo. También en Cerdeña, cuando estuve, había muchísimas cosas de bueno, castillo aragonés. Sí. Catalán.
Hablan catalán en Alguero.
Sí, es una maravilla. Bueno, Italia tiene una riqueza, una diversidad que es tremenda, ¿no? Más de norte a sur y parece que has pasado por 5 países. Una maravilla. Bueno, pues si os parece, vamos a empezar a dar ya paso a la gente, porque tenemos en la waiting room, tampoco tenemos a todos, porque somos 30 personas hoy, pero bueno, imagino que desde primera hora pues seremos 20 o así, luego ya irá uniéndose gente. Entonces, si os parece, chicos, vamos dando paso a Francesco, Héctor, vamos dando paso a todos. Y nada, en cuanto estén, yo rápidamente una bienvenida, un minuto, y empezamos con el profesor José Miguel y luego saltamos a Prima con Marco. Gracias.
Good morning.
Ciao, Yaro. Good
Morning,
morning.
everybody. Hi.
Ciao, Jenny.
Ciao, Elisa. Monica, Paolo, Rin, Roger, Esther. Okay, I think that everyone has joined already from the waiting room. We have some people who are going to join us later on because we have 30 people registered and now we are in 20, I think, 16, 17. So yeah, well, let's start. Well, let's give 30 seconds more maybe for people to join because maybe some people are going to join and now 30 start. I don't want to go too quick on this. Well, in any case, it's good to have you all here. Thank you all for joining us for this kickoff meeting and this long journey that we're going to have today until 5:30 p.m. trying to set the pillars of the project and go forward, start working on doing research, engaging stakeholders, the co-generation, and building synergies, which I think is the most critical aspect that we want to stress today. How to, you know, that Talanoa Water is a collaborative project with the stakeholders, but also among researchers. So the idea is that we try to start creating the connections of the synergies among us from today. It's going to be challenging, but I'm sure it's going to be, we are going to be successful on that. So now it's 9:30, so let's start. So welcome everyone. My name is Dionisio Perez. I work at the Universidad de Salamanca. We all know each other by now, but I think it's just an issue of formality just to make it, to introducing myself. I'm not going to take a lot of time right now because we're going to start with the welcome addresses who are going to be delivered by the Professor José Miguel Mateos Rocco from Universidad de Salamanca. He's the Vice Chancellor for Research and Knowledge Transfer. And then we're going to have in the second welcome address, Mark Orlando from the PRIMA Foundation, who is our project officer. So I think it's just too good to start with them. And without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Professor José Miguel Mateos. So please, Professor, go on.
Thank you very much, Dionisio. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you in this opening, especially because I'm also in my research, I also quite near to the issue of this project. I work in the field also of energies, renewables energies. I also give lessons in these subjects, and it's a pleasure for me to be here with you today. Before we started, I would like to express my appreciation to all of you who generously helped in developing this project and made Talanoa Water a reality. All of your contributions were precious for the project. Talanoa Water is committed to tackle one of the greatest challenges of our time, water scarcity. Water is essential for agricultural production and food security. It is the lifeblood of ecosystems, including forests, lakes, and wetlands, on which our present and future food and nutritional security depends. Yet, our freshwater resources are dwindling at an alarming rate. Growing water scarcity is one of the leading challenges for sustainable development, as is substantiated by sustainable development and goals. These challenges will become more pressing as the world population continues to grow. The living and standards increase, diets change, and the effects of climate change intensify. If we don't change the habits now, global demand of water will be increased by 50% in 2030, exceeding available supply and aggravating structural scarcity. This may cause a drop of 6% in the gross domestic product of water scarce areas, such as those in the Mediterranean area. This figure comparable to economic losses experienced during COVID-19 pandemic. Only in the case of water, there is no vaccine yet, and losses will continue into the future. Talanoa Water aims to inform the implementation of transformational adaptation responses to challenge the water scarcity that achieve equitable and sustainable economic growth. To that end, Talanoa Water will deliver an innovative framework for a dialogue among the key agents, underpinned by groundbreaking science and illustrated in the 6 case studies across Italy, Egypt, France, Tunisia, Lebanon, and Spain. In today's gathering, you will focus on cementing the pillars of Talanoa Water and on building synergies that can be put in practice in the 6 studies across the Mediterranean. Remember that Talanoa Water is about dialogue and building research partnerships, and we will start doing that from today. I'm confident we will have a lively meeting full of interactions where your mutual passion of research will help us to start paving the way towards a very successful project. During today and the next months, you will be learning about different competences of research partners and how they complement yours. The different case study site and its challenges and potential transformation solutions can be deployed, its repercussion and its feasibility. We will having constructive discussion with local stakeholders over bilateral meetings and in the context of major local international workshops where local actors and partners will be involved. I hope this will help you all, both researchers and stakeholders, grow to find a way of the water scarcity maze. Well, if I don't want to say much, to take too much of your time, I need to leave some time for your productive discussion, and also now to Marco Orlando, representative of PRIMA Foundation, to introduce himself to all of you and fill on the expectation from activities and projects. Today will be an increasing meeting full of learning. So a very warm welcome again to every one of you, and looking forward to meeting you all in person here in the future of Talanoa Water. Thank you.
Okay, I ask the coordinator if I can take the word or...
Sure. Thank you very much, Professor, and please, Marco, go ahead.
So Dionisio, thank you for allowing me to speak, and I would like to start by thanking the previous speaker, Professor Mateus Rocco, and obviously Dionisio for the invitation to this meeting, which I'm happy to attend, because unfortunately, yes, we are only allowed to see each other's faces virtually, which is not what we are accustomed to, because in the past, until a couple of years ago, the kickoff meetings would be, a very exciting opportunity to meet the colleagues for the first time. Well, in some cases, for projects, already part of your partners, part of the consortium, but it's also always an occasion to meet face to face with the new friends you are going to be working with for the next 3 or 4 years. So I hope that maybe next year we will have a chance to attend meetings presentially, physically, and get to know each other better. I myself don't want to indulge in a very long discussion as well, monologue, I would say, because it's very true that it's good to leave the space to the science and to the consortium and the partners to interact between themselves. And also I've seen the program and it looks very interesting. Well, I can say now after almost 2 years that this project, I read the short proposal when it was submitted to the first stage, and I mean, there were 113 projects submitted to that call, and obviously I'm a project officer, I'm not an evaluator, so I do not make any decisions when it comes to selecting the projects. But when I read the short proposal, the 10-pager, among the 113 that were received, which is a huge number, I had the feeling that this project would go to the second stage. So this is just like a bit of a personal story that I'm sharing with you. And I was happy when it was funded because, yeah, obviously we don't support any project in particular because we just leave to the evaluators the task, the duty to select the best projects. But I thought that it was well written. Now we have to see over the next 3 years if the projects will be implemented and will achieve the objectives that you promised. But it was well written. So I think you did a very good job when you read the full text, because the focus of last year was on some very important aspect for the Mediterranean and for the water sector in general. We had this focus on the participatory approach, on trying to balance out the interests of the different sectors and the different stakeholders through this participatory approach by establishing some demo sites where people from different backgrounds, the ones who takes the decisions, the ones who are the end users, could, you know, interact and speak and try and see whether, considering that the Mediterranean is facing increasing water scarcity and that climate change is complicating things even more, we could, through research and innovation, we could have some projects which should have some impact and bring people together to discuss these issues, which is a very relevant topic. So I think when you wrote the project, both the first proposal and the second full proposal, probably you did a good job and convinced the evaluators. You made a good impression on me, and I'm sure that you will do a good job also over the next 3 years. Having said that, let me share my experience from being from the funding body. It hasn't been very easy so far to, for most projects to work. And I don't have to explain why. You know that we are working in a context which presents many constraints and which is not a normal context. There are restrictions, limitations. The projects which mostly suffer are the ones which have a lot of field work, okay? So I've had a chat also, like very briefly, with most coordinators, and normally this is a problem for projects which do a lot of work in the field, but don't underestimate also that sometimes also the administrations are slower, and the whole way of living we are used to is not what we are experiencing right now. And also way of living means way of working. So just a general remark that over the next years, try and have also some reflections, try and make some reflections also on how the current context may limit your flexibility and the way you work, and try to have like some risk strategies in place if you think that the current situation may hinder the way you are working and your delivery on what is expected of you. So just a general reflection, and Dionisio, obviously, you know that we try to be very approachable as a funding body, and we communicate when we don't have peak of works very fast, which this is not the period. We are overwhelmed, to be honest with you, but I mean, for the next 3 years, we are trying to be, you have to be responsive because you're the coordinator and you have to never underestimate anything which can impact the project, but we are going to try and support you as we did until now, even for the administrative matters. The project is very interesting because it follows the so-called, what we call at PRIMA, the Mediterranean. We call it the Mediterranean spirit. I mean, it's not a huge consortium. The budget for the project is not huge, so we were not expecting in this sense huge projects in terms of work effort and size of the consortium. But I think it was chosen also because it's very representative of the Med. Okay, so you have half of the partners from the northern shore and half of the partners from the southeastern shore of the Mediterranean. The institutions involved are very good ones. You have public and private partners. So of course, it's an interesting project, and also how the work is going to be structured is very interesting. I think that what the evaluators and myself liked is this approach, the participatory approach, the Talanoa dialogue approach, the fact that obviously you are not starting from scratch, but you are trying to valorize something which we can consider a good practice, a best practice. There is obviously preliminary work done at high level with this methodology, and you're incorporating it into the project, which is very good. The concept of incorporating social hydrology in the project is very interesting as well. My feedback will be also on the number of pilots that you have, because it's not easy to, I mean, work has to go in parallel in all the pilots, and it's normal that sometimes you can have, pilots going at a different speed. So also the coordinator has to be very efficient and effective in following what is going on at country level, because what comes from every pilot is very important for the success of the project. So you want to have good quality work, good quality data, good quality results from all the pilots. And I mean, again, be mindful that we are living strange times, so you have to have an extra careful eye for these aspects. There are other things that I like very much, that are relevant also, and probably you will see in the next work programs of PRIMA, because you include also nature-based solutions, use of non-conventional water, how to improve, optimize irrigation across the Mediterranean. These are the pillars of PRIMA. So the project is in line with the overall, let's say, spirit and philosophy of the strategic research and innovation agenda. I liked also that you included, the part on the financial instruments and the behavioral incentives, which are normally what, I mean, it's the most difficult part for most projects, because also in the calls, we say that the involvement of, especially the end users, it's very difficult to involvement, and you have to select the right tools. Normally, the projects that we fund are very strong on sciences, water sciences, and so on. But when it comes to that part of using selecting the tools to engage the end users, and this is part of it, the financial and behavioral incentives. That is where it becomes a bit more challenging. But we trust that you're going to do a good job. And I have to plug my battery is dying. So before my computer shuts down, I would just like to thank you again. And I will be with you. I will plug the charger in the computer right now. And I will just go back to give the floor to the coordinator. And I look forward to hearing from you more information on the projects today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. That was a very good opening for the kickoff meeting. Thank you both. Thank you, Professor Jose Miguel Mateos. Thank you, Marco. I hope your computer didn't die, Marco, but because the image, the video is now off. Well, in any case, we are, ahead of time, surprisingly, 15 minutes already, which is good, considering that in most of the meetings I have been in of this kind, we are already running late after the first 30 minutes. So I'm going to use this time to give a warm welcome to all of you again, because when we started, we were in 16 and now we are in 25. So that means that 10 more people join us during the welcome addresses. Thank you all for being here. As you know, we have a meeting that is structured and divided in two parts. During the morning, we are going to focus on the more scientific part. We are going to talk about the pillars of the project. This is just as a reminder of what we promise we are going to do, and also as an introduction for your research teams, because there are people here who were not involved in writing the proposal, but they are going to join us during the project, and it's good that they know what we are planning to do. Also because what we are planning to do needs to be substantiated, and that means that we need to start building synergies from now, as I said in the beginning, and it's good that we start to put some points in common to start building from there. So the first half is going to be focused on the pillars of the project, while the second part, the afternoon session, is going to be more focused on the administrative and delivery of the tasks that we have compromised ourselves to do. So I'm going to start with the PowerPoints, and sorry about that. I'm sure you were enjoying these lively interactions where you will see the face of the speaker. They both did a great job, but now I'm going to share my screen. You should be seeing by now my presentation. Otherwise, let me know. But I think there are no. Okay, people are nodding, so I guess you are seeing it. So before we start, just a very quick 4 slides with instructions for all of us to agree on how to deal with Zoom. I assume that all of us already know how Zoom platform works, but just in case, remember that, first of all, stick to your time. The first 2 speakers did it brilliantly, but I hope that the scientists that are going to come later on do it at least as good as they have done thus far. So please stick to your time. You have an agenda. We shared it yesterday. You have a time for presentations, a time for Q&A. I didn't put it here, but please try to engage in discussions whenever you have Q&A. Just remember that this is placed there for a reason. So we want to have an engaging discussion. So just do not hesitate to participate. Even if you have a pressing question, just you can maybe say it ahead of time if you see that's something very pressing. Otherwise, we have Q&A, enough space for Q&A to avoid interruptions. But I mean, if you have something really, really present, you can also interrupt the speaker. I mean, we want to have some sort of order, but also discussions that are informal and productive. So secondly, remember to unmute yourself when you're going to speak. By default, when you have joined the meeting, you are mute. All of you are mute. This is done so to avoid that you start talking with your co-worker and everyone is listening to that. So all of you are mute. But I mean, obviously, when you want to speak, remember to unmute. It's in the bottom left part of the screen, this button. So press on it, and that's it. Also remember that in order to share your screen, there is a very big green button on the bottom of the screen or on the top of the screen, depending on what Zoom version you are using. I discovered that yesterday, but well, it's either in the bottom or the top of the screen. You have this green button. You start sharing. You select which screen you are going to share, and you go on from there. And then recall, and this is, I mean, obviously this slide is going to disappear in a few seconds, but in the agenda, at the end of the agenda, in the last page, you have some technical assistance details, those instructions, in which, as you can see, we have set up a technical assistance room, which is managed by our colleague, Francesco Sapino. He's going to be there all day until we finish the meeting. So if in case there's some problem with the connection, it drops and you cannot log in for whatever reason, just go there and we are going to try to fix it. And if for whatever reason it doesn't work either, you can contact the Francesco or Laura through email. Both of them are going to be checking their email continuously in order to avoid that we have any of these problems. Okay, so that's that much for the technical aspects of the meeting. Now we are going to start with the scientific meet. So I'm going, the plan of the agenda for today, as you know, is divided into parts. In the morning session, as I said, we are going to focus on the scientific aspects. We are going to have a series of presentations that are going to focus on the pillars of the project, which I'm going to briefly introduce right now. I'm not going to spend much time detailing all of them, because right after this introductory presentation, there are 4 more presentations in which we discuss the 3 pillars of the project. The first one is going to be delivered by me again. Sorry for that. You're going to be tired of me after these two presentations in line. But I mean, after that, Hadi is going to take the floor. Hadi Jafar from American University of Beirut is going to talk about the first pillar as well, but from the data point of view. Then we're going to have Elisa Cagliari from CMCC, former colleague of mine. She's going to deliver a presentation on the Talanoa Water Dialogue, the Talanoa Dialogue, more generally speaking, and how we can frame it so that we can use it for having a Talanoa Water Dialogue in the context of this project. Then we're going to move on and have some presentations on the water laboratories, which are the third pillar of this project. And for that, to that end, we're going to have one presentation from each of the 6 water laboratories that we have, and all the institutions are going to participate in that. So in the morning session, we're going to have all partners making a presentation, which is good, with the exception of Ecosistema, but well, they are going to be engaged in many other ways for sure. So I'm going to start with my presentation. If you have any questions, I will ask you to make them after this presentation is over, where we have 10 minutes for Q&A. So as you know, the objective of Talanoa Water, which is described here, I'm going to read it literally because I think it's important for all of us to have it in mind from now until the end, not of this kickoff meeting, until the end of this project, is to inform and catalyze, and this is a first keyword, the adoption of robust transformational adaptation strategies, and here we have another 2 keywords of the project, to water scarcity and the climate change that contribute to the integrated water resource management objectives of social equity, economic efficiency, and environmental sustainability. So the second part of this objective is business as usual. We want to achieve integrated water resource management objectives. The first part is the innovative contribution of Talanoa Water, which is that we're going to catalyze. First of all, we want to catalyze new solutions. We want to implement them as far as possible. Obviously, we have a pool or a mix of alternative policies we're going to explore. Not all of them are going to be valid. We know that some of them may work, some others may not. The important thing is that some of them, what we identify that the solutions that we identify that may work, are carried forward, and that we work with institutions alongside the stakeholders in order to deliver these solutions, at least to put them to to take them to a stage in which they can be implemented clearly in the future. The second point is that obviously the solutions that we are going to catalyze need to be robust and transformational. Why robust and transformational? First of all, they have to be transformational because of the reasons that the Vice Chancellor and Marco already highlighted. So the water crisis is nothing new. We tend to say we are in the brink of the water crisis. We are not in the brink of the water crisis. We have been in a water crisis for long already. And the solutions that we have been using thus far have not worked. We know that. We know that because we have tried repeatedly to implement the same sort of solutions or variations of them. They do not work. And this is why we talk about transformational solutions, which are solutions that are brand new to a place, or I mean, they are newly implemented, or they are implemented at a completely different scale, which may be the case, for example, of ecosystem-based solutions, nature-based solutions. I mean, we already know that they have been experienced, experimented to some extent, but at a minor scale, and now we may want to upscale them. There may be other solutions that are brand new. For example, in the case of our water laboratory, drought insurance in irrigated agriculture, it does not exist. So we may want to implement that one if we find it to be robust and contribute to the objectives of integrated water resource management. So we want to catalyze transformational solutions, but we also want these solutions to be robust. By robust, we mean that they work reasonably well under most plausible futures. This is the definition that we use in the project for robust for this term. That explains why the reason why we have decided to adopt a socio-hydrology approach with multi-system and multi-model ensembles. As Marco said already, we are going to use this socio-hydrology approach, and this is not trivial because that means that we're going to use a modeling approach that builds upon several systems. So we're going to have the human system, we're going to model the economy, the society, and we're also going to model the hydrology, but also the climate, the agriculture. So we are going to model many different systems. And when we do that, we are going to create uncertainties. By definition, when we model different systems, in each system that you model, you have uncertainties. When you put these instances together, you're going to have cascading uncertainties from one system to another. I'm going to discuss more on this in my next presentation. And as a result of that, you may have solutions that work very well under some futures, but are a disaster, a complete disaster under some others. And if we want to make sure that these solutions do not backfire, we want to make sure that they are robust. And this is the three keywords that we have in the objective of the project. I'm not going to take much more time for the rest of my presentation. I mean, I think this is very important because we all need to have in mind the objective of the project, and we more importantly, we need to know what this means and why we are looking for catalyzing robust transformational solutions. Okay, so as I already mentioned, Talanoa Water creates an ecosystem of innovation, which is defined as a sort of lab in which we are going to make experiments with some solutions, and then try to work alongside the stakeholders to implement them. And in order to do that, in order for this ecosystem of innovation to work, we have three pillars upon which we are going to build this ecosystem, which are the Talanoa Dialogue, the socio-hydrology science, and the water labs. I'm going to go through all of them very briefly now, and as I said, the rest of the morning will be devoted to developing further these three pillars. Starting from the first one, which is socio-hydrology science. I already mentioned that we are going to use a multi-system and multi-model approach. We are going to have, therefore, a modeling framework that is complex and that reflects, therefore, the complexity of socio-ecological systems. So we have social systems, let's say the economic agents taking decisions, which may be farmers or maybe urban users, or maybe the users from industrial sectors, service sector, etc. I mean, you have these individual agents, then you have these agents creating dynamics that affect sectors and regions and countries, the macroeconomy, and therefore we're going to reflect also on the impacts that the decisions from these agents has at a wider scale, the macroeconomic scale. Then we are going to jump from this socioeconomic dimension to the physical dimension, in which we're going to have the hydrologic system, the water system. We're going also to have the climate system. We're going to have the agronomic system and other systems that may be needed in the context of each specific water lab. So depending on the water lab that they're considering, some of these systems may be excluded and some other systems may be integrated. But I mean, in all of them, we're going to have certainly the socioeconomic system, the climate system, and the water system. These three will be in all of them. Then depending on whether it's an agricultural basin, which is the case in most case studies, we may focus on the agronomic system or use a different representation of a representation of a different system. And the challenge here lies in how to integrate these different systems, because we all are experts. We have several experts here who are used to work with microeconomic modeling. In my case, macroeconomic modeling. I saw Francesco Bosello taking part in the meeting as well. With hydroeconomic modeling, we have people from GPI have been working with that for many years now. They're experts as well. Climate modeling, again, CNCC is an expert. They're experts in climate modeling. People used to work with agronomic modeling, INAT, our colleagues from Tunisia. So I mean, we all have complementary expertises. The challenge here is how to connect them and how to build some meaningful connections between these systems. And that's not trivial. This is the first challenge that we're going to face into the project. Obviously, this framework, this system of systems is flexible. I mean, I'm not saying it has to be set up in this way or in any other particular way. It would be flexible, and that's one of the strengths of the project, I will say, because depending on the content that we are facing, we're going to play also with the structure of the system of systems. Well, beyond social hydrology science, we have also the water labs. Obviously, we are going to implement these models and assess the implications of these models somewhere. And this somewhere are our 6 water laboratories, which are based, as Mark already mentioned, and the Professor Mateo Rocco as well. They are based in Spain, in the Cega catchment, in the Roll department. Apologies for the pronunciation if I butcher it, Nina. Egold, I guess, department in France, Po River Basin in Italy, Jafara catchment in Tunisia, Nile River Basin in Egypt, and the Litani Basin in Lebanon. So these are the 6 water laboratories that we have, which are going to be presented, each of them by one representative from the local institution in 2 presentations from now. So in about 1 hour. Okay, good. So these are the 6 water labs in which we're going to implement our methodologies. And obviously, in these 6 water labs, we want to be some sort of collaboration with the local stakeholders, because it's not enough that we create some wonderful tools and we apply them to a specific case study if they are not of use, or they are not used after that, because they can be of use, but sometimes even if they are of use, they are not used by stakeholders. And in order to make these all these instruments useful and used for stakeholders, you need to engage them. And this is critical in this project because well, you have probably realized that we have a very strange word in the title of the project, which is this Talanoa Water Dialogue. Elisa is going to illuminate us on this concept later on. But I mean, for now, it suffices saying that the Talanoa Dialogue is inspired in the UNFCCC Talanoa Dialogue to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases. In this case, in the case of the UNFCCC Talanoa Dialogue, the objective is to set some national determining contributions and to achieve them. And in order to determine these contributions and find ways to achieve them, they have come up with this Talanoa Dialogue, which is based in a Fijian word that is inspired in a constructive, that aims to build a constructive dialogue devoid of blame, where people interact with each other and build a constructive setting for implementing these measures. So obviously, one gap that you may anticipate from this dialogue is, okay, it's nice that people talk, it's nice that people have a dialogue, it's nice that people are constructive and that the dialogue is devoid of blame. We all would like that our water labs have this sort of dialogue, and this is what we are looking for. But obviously, we need some scientific basis in order to inform what policymakers are going to do. I mean, having a nice dialogue is good, but sometimes if you don't have the information, it's difficult that you're going to find the right solution or the robust solution. There is no right solution. There is just robust solution, more or less robust solution. And this is why we have the first and second pillars. So we have the first pillar, which is the modeling, and this modeling, it is very important. I'm presenting here all this as if it was modular. I mean, I'm talking first about the first pillar, then about the second, and then about the third. But it's not the case. I mean, all these pillars are intertwined. And when we work with the modeling, we are supposed to work on models alongside the stakeholders. So we are going to talk to stakeholders, we are going to ask them what are their needs are, and then, and only then, we are going to field our models. So if a policymaker says, I'm not interested in that sort of policy, even if you listed in your potential list of candidate policies, or I'm not interested in that particular system because I don't think that the urban users are relevant in this catchment, even if you're an expert urban modeler, you are not supposed to use that model. I mean, we're going to adapt our expertise to their needs, to the needs of the stakeholders. And that's important because we are going to build on a co-generation approach that is informed by this Talanoa Water Dialogue. So things get a little bit more complicated as we advance because, as you know, obviously this project is, I think is interesting and it has the objective is clearly set up, but then how to get there, that's a different story. And then we have these three pillars, but obviously the interactions between them are intricate and they will need to be further developed during the project. Well, Elisa is going to illuminate us, as I said before, on this Talanoa Dialogue later on. She's an expert on this and she knows much better what this is about. So these are the three pillars, and as I said, the three pillars are continuously interrelated. So we are going to work on the first, second, and third pillar at the same time. So we are not going to develop the modeling and then apply the modeling to inform an interactive discussion with the stakeholders. We are going to develop the models while we engage the stakeholders. So as you have seen probably from the Gantt charts of the project, the work packages start almost simultaneously. That means that we are going to start engaging the stakeholders at the same time that we're going to start gathering the data. And that's because we need to know what they need in order to start gathering the data. So this clockwork, the Talanoa Water clockwork, has this iterative stock-taking setting, in which we build on co-generation approach. It has 5 steps, basically. In the first one, we're going to co-design the scenarios and the basic determined contributions, which mimic, I mean, it mimics the national determined contributions of the Talanoa Dialogue, the UNFCCC. They were going to co-develop the models, and this is critical. This is where the socio-hydrology part comes in. We're going to develop and run our models, but while we are talking to stakeholders and knowing what they want what they want us to address. Obviously, what the stakeholders say is not sacred. I mean, obviously they may be wrong as well. So there's, I mean, it's not that we just listen to them and do what they say. I mean, we are going to discuss with them as well and to actively engage with them. And that's part of the richness of this setting. Then we are going to co-evaluate the different policies that we're going to propose alongside the stakeholders. We are going to use heuristic methods as well. This is important. I mean, we are going to come up with some with a database of simulations, and that's going to be better explained in the next presentation, in which we saw multiple plausible futures, of which we don't know which one is most likely. And then with that information, we're going to take decisions, robust decisions. And in order to take these robust decisions, we can rely on automated robust decision-making methods. But obviously, we also need to engage stakeholders. That's part of the process as well. So apart from co-developing research and co-designing scenarios, we have to co-evaluate the outcomes of the policies that we have identified and tested. And then we are going to co-identify among those that we have co-evaluated those policies that are most promising, and start working with the stakeholders, particularly institutional stakeholders, to co-implement these policies. So this is the co-generation setting that we have in the project. With that, I finish my presentation. I took longer than 15 minutes. I apologize. I apologize, 3 minutes more. Well, we still have some time for discussions. We are still ahead of time, despite my myself taking 3 more minutes. So it would be good if you have some questions now, even if we don't have Q&A now. If you have some questions arising from this presentation or some pressing issues, just raise your hand or unmute yourself and talk. Feel free to do so. Otherwise, I'm going to go to the next presentation, and then after that, we have the 10 minutes of Q&A. So please, whoever has a question, if any, raise your hand. Otherwise, we go on to the next one, shall we? Okay, let's go. So then next presentation, also by myself. And this is the last one, I promise. The last one by myself. Okay. Okay, so now let's start with the 3 pillars. The first one is sociology science. And here I think it's critical that we start, after this presentation, we start having an engaging discussion, because I know for sure that there are some questions regarding how we're going to make all these different models work. So I'm looking forward to your feedback after this one. Great. So why are we going to use this socio-hydrology approach based on multi-system and multi-model ensembles? Well, what we are used to see in most projects that are funded nowadays, even today, is that they rely on conventional quantitative analysis. That means that they build upon two pillars. The first one is the Bayesian inference, which, speaking more clearly, is that they use observations to estimate the probabilities of the event. And then they update these probabilities as new events realize. So basically, they look at the past and they say, okay, what has happened in the past? We had these events, and then we know that the probability of this event is 10%, 20%, 30%. And then we create a probability distribution so that we can create some consolidative model, which is used basically building a model in which the future states that are revealed by the model are assigned some probabilities, and then are used to calculate a single expected value. So basically we know, okay, what's the loss that we're going to experience as a result of a drought of this type? The expected loss is 30% of the GDP. I'm exaggerating, obviously, but imagine that that's the case, 30% of the GDP. And then, I mean, whenever I see these results, it's like, okay, 30%, I mean, are you sure? Because that's, that's a figure, a big figure, or it can be a small figure as well, but it's like very specific. I mean, 30%. I mean, are you sure that the model doesn't have any uncertainty, that the scenarios that you define are completely certain? There are no other risks that you didn't consider? I mean, are you completely sure of that? So the outcome of this conventional quantitative analysis is that you have point predictions, which is quite useful. Also for policymakers, for modelers, but also for policymakers, because then policymakers have to take a decision, which is in itself complicated. But if you give them just one number, then they can be sure of the decision they are taking. If you tell them this new reservoir that you are going to build is going to increase the water availability by 5% and the economic output by 3%, then they say, okay, then I should build this reservoir. Thank you for your research. That's great. Obviously, real life is a bit more complicated, and many things can happen. You may have climate change that is, let's say, constrains water availability more than expected. You may have a COVID-19 crisis that stops completely the economic activity, and the farmers cannot sell their products, and then the GDP growth stalls, at least momentarily. So there are many things that can go wrong. And this is that we have these limits of conventional quantitative analysis. So in non-mechanistic coupled socio-ecological systems, research stakeholders often do not know or cannot agree on the model that relates actions to consequences under the future state and probability distribution that fit the model. Okay, what this means is that we have deep uncertainty. In real life modeling, especially in complex socio-ecological systems, which are non-mechanistic, we have a lot of uncertainties. We have the uncertainty that is inherent to each model because of the structural definition of the model. We have parameter uncertainties because you have calibrated the model, it may be wrong. You have a scenario uncertainty because you have defined a series of input to your model in the form of, for example, climate change scenarios that may be right or may be wrong. And then you have cascading uncertainties across models, because you may have one model that when you connect it to a different model creates additional uncertainty because of the way you connect it, the variable that you use to connect the two models. So there are all sorts of uncertainty that basically are creating this deep uncertainty that is characterized by surprise and crisis. This is why in this project, we shift the focus from optimal solutions that are achieved through point predictions to robust solutions, which are achieved through multimodal ensembles in which we sample uncertainty. So our goal when we apply our models is to discover as many plausible futures as possible. Obviously, we are not going to come up with futures that do not make any sense, but I mean, we are going to explore plausible futures, and we're going to see what happens with them when we run them in our model. And as a result, we're going to obtain a database of simulations, not just one simulation, one optimal prediction. We're going to obtain several predictions. So these are the three sources of uncertainty that I discussed already, that characterize this uncertainty, which are scenario uncertainty, parameter and structural uncertainties, and interrelations, feedbacks among systems. So the first one refers to the scenario uncertainty, the inputs that you use for your model, which can be of very different types. The second one refers to the parameter and structural uncertainties, which are related to the structural way that you, the way that you define your model, and also the calibration of your model. You know that there are some mistakes in the calibration as well. And then when you connect these models, depending on the variables that you use for the connection, you're going to have some errors as well, and you don't know which errors are coming from, which results in uncertainty. You have three colors by each one of these, at the side of each of these three sources of uncertainty. A scenario uncertainty is in green, which means that we are very used to work with the scenario uncertainties, and we are used to run multiple simulations using multiple scenarios. The IPCC is a good example. You have many different climate change scenarios, and then depending on the climate change scenario, you know that this is going to have a different impact on the water system. And you can see these sort of simulations in Eurocortex and other databases that are out there. So this scenario uncertainty is often addressed. Then you have the parameter and structural uncertainties, which are addressed, but not always addressed. A good example here, again, is the IPCC or the HAPEX, which is an hydrological ensemble, which is, by the way, coordinated by INRAE in France. So in this case, the way to address this parameter and structural uncertainties typically is through sensitivity analysis or ensembles. So basically, you use your model, you take your model, you play with your parameters, and depending on the value of the parameter, you have different outcomes. This is one way, which is through sensitivity analysis. The other way is that you just use different models, which is, for example, what the IPCC does. You have different climate models. Each climate model is telling you from one scenario what's going to happen in the future in terms of global warming and also in terms of hydrological impact, for example, in the case of HAPEX. So this is one way to do that. This sort of approach is not widely used yet in social sciences and also in other areas. But for example, there are also agronomic ensembles in the ECMIP experiment, which are available online as well. So this is, let's say that this is more or less addressed as well. What we often miss, and this is why we are what we have left in the proposal that we're going to use of hydrology. What we often miss is that we don't represent the interrelationships and feedbacks among systems, and that creates another source of uncertainty. So when we are building these sort of ensembles, these ensembles are intra-system. So you have an ensemble for the climate system, you have an ensemble for the hydrological system, and the forcings that you use for that ensemble are external, they are exogenous. In this case, what we want to do is to connect the systems, at least the human and the water system, through two-way feedbacks, which means that the feedback between the two systems, the two systems will be connected, first of all, which is already in itself a contribution, an advance, but then this connection will be two-directional, bidirectional. So we're going to have feedbacks. So we have the connection from the human to the water, and then from the water to the human system. And that's, I will say, the key methodological challenge of this project, which is something that in any case we have been some members of the consortium, and this is obviously an innovation action, but so this is something that we have experienced in the past. We know how to do that. Only in this case we're going to do it in some areas in which we haven't done it yet, and also we are going to scale it up. So yeah, the challenge lies there. So how are we going to do this interconnection between the different systems? Through social hydrology. And in order to do that, we are going to rely in a series of principles that are going to make things easier and plausible in this 4-year time. These principles are modularity, first of all. So we are going to keep all the different systems separate in the sense that each one of the models is going to run separately. We're going to have different modules which are populated with different models. We have the hydrologic module, and then you have inside hydrologic models. We have the microeconomic module, and you have inside microeconomic models. And then you're going to connect them through protocols. So we are going to connect them through protocols, which are bidirectional connections that work between the different systems. This social hydrology multi-system framework is going to be hierarchical. Obviously, we need to establish the hierarchies. Yesterday, I was taking part in a meeting of another project with Jaro, and they were talking about how to place the arrows right in the framework. And this is about hierarchies, right? So we are trying to connect the different systems, and we're going to establish the right connections between the different systems. So we're going to try to set these arrows correctly. And this is about building a hierarchy between the different systems. Then we're going to use multiple scenarios. Okay, this is not brand new, but we are going to do that nonetheless. We're going to consider multiple models, and that's important. In each of the modules, in each of the systems, we're going to have multiple models, and that's important because that means that we're going to consider modeling uncertainty, which is the second source of deep uncertainty that we mentioned. And then we're going to consider multiple systems, which I have highlighted several times already. So the outcome is a flexible and replicable, and this is important, multi-system ensemble. It's flexible and replicable because these hierarchies are not rigid. Depending on the system we consider and how we want to work with them, these hierarchies will be set up in a different way. So the important thing is here is that what we build works for the water lab and works for the stakeholders, so that we focus on the right systems. For example, we may have some overly complicated models of which maybe stakeholders and the water lab is interested upon one of its many features. So maybe we can separate this complex model into its parts, take the part that is interesting for us and use it. Okay, for example, if we have a very small catchment, which is not going to have any or a marginal macroeconomic impact, we may want to use only the macroeconomic part of our model. If we are going to talk about a large region, then maybe we want to talk about feedbacks with other sectors and regions as well. So it depends on the setup that we are on which we are working. Depending on that, we are going to use one or the other model. So these are the two key features. I already highlighted that. And this is important. Not a single partner of the consortium can do all this on its own. And this is critical. I mean, we have partners who can set up one module, maybe two modules, maybe even three modules, but this is not enough for the objectives of this project. So you will need to work alongside the other partners in order to build your models for your water lab. So it's not only coordinating your water labs and going ahead with your water lab and doing your modeling for your water lab. You'll need to work with other partners in order to have the work done. And this, for example, be very visible in the case of American University of Beirut. Hadi is going to make the next presentation. They are the experts in remote sensing. We don't have that expertise. So we know we have the data that we may need to use in order to come up with an estimation of the land use and the water use per type of crop, etc., etc. But that has to be done by an expert. We have the data, but we don't have the expertise to run the methods that are needed to obtain the necessary outputs to run our macroeconomic models, hydrologic models, etc. So we need to work with her, and that's something that must be done. I mean, otherwise we cannot get the data the way we should. So we will need to build these synergies among us, and this meeting is also about that. It's mostly about that, actually. So here, this is how the social hydrology is going to be set up. First of all, we need to decide which systems we're going to use. Obviously, hydrology, macroeconomic, agricultural, climate, maybe other systems. These are the key systems, the core systems. that are included in the proposal, but we may need some other systems. For example, in the case of the JFR catchment, we may need to include also some model of urban water use as well, because there is high pressure from the touristic sector, but that will depend on each of the case studies of the water labs. Then we're going to decide what protocols we're going to use. We have advanced this work lately, working with people with our colleagues from CNCC, mainly, for example, with Artur, with Ramiro, obviously with Yaro. We have been working with them building these protocols, so we have some knowledge base for that we can build upon, but obviously we can improve that, and I hope that we improve that. And then we have to decide whether the setting will be a dynamic or a static, which is basically something that will be decided depending on the objectives that we have for our water lab and the feedback that we receive from the stakeholders. And this is what an example of what we may get from our work. This is something that we have done already in a paper that is under review with Ramiro, Artur, Laura, Francesco, and many others who are here, in which we are trying to connect three systems. In this case, the macroeconomic system, and hydrologic system, and we are representing in all these connections the two-way feedbacks between them. So this is one way in which we could solve the challenge of how to interconnect the different systems, but it's not the only way. And I want to stress that. I mean, this is one example. One example we have been working on, but once we have done that, while we were doing that, we discovered that there were many other plausible setups that could work as well, or even better than this one. So that's something that we would like to explore. I mean, and we have to explore in this project. For example, this setup is static and only has three systems, but the setup could be dynamic as well. We could include time in the macroeconomic setting, in the macroeconomic model, in the hydrologic model as well, and we could run this dynamic simulation. And this is something we are already doing as well with some colleagues that are in this call. So this is just one example of how the outcome may look like. Obviously, we have to figure out how to include the climate system, which we have some ideas, and we are doing that already, but I mean, that's not here in this slide, but it will be in the future. Sorry. And then, as a result of that, when we run this multi-system ensemble, the outcome that we're going to have is that we are going to end up with a database of plausible futures. So basically, what we're going to have is multiple plausible futures, not just one point prediction. And we need to deal with that. So we cannot end right there and say, okay, we have these plausible futures and that's it. Bye. We have to decide with all these inputs what we are going to do. And in order to do that, we need to go back to revert to the stakeholders and the Talanoa Water Dialogue. So basically, while we develop this research, we will be engaging with the stakeholders. When we have the results, we will be engaging with the stakeholders again. And in the end, I mean, throughout the process, we will be engaging with the stakeholders in order to take decisions. So, I mean, all the things that we are going to produce, they have to go through the stakeholder filter, through the dialogue that we're going to create with them. And that's important because obviously, through this sort of modeling approach, we are not going to be able to say much about what policy is going to be better or not. And in order to do that, we have to implement some robust decision-making methods, and that's going to require the stakeholders to participate. Okay, that's going to happen through the co-generation process, as you can see in that blue circle on the bottom right. Okay, so that's it. This is that was my. I mean, that's all from my part from regarding the first pillar of the Talanoa Water Project. Now we have some time for Q&A. So please, if you have any questions, just let me know. And if that's the case, just raise your hand, just to have some order. Okay, Nina, I see you are raising your hand physically, so you can unmute yourself and make the question.
Okay, thank you, Diony. Hello to everybody. Yeah, maybe one remark and one question. I completely agree with your first remark on the limits of, well, not really the limits, but the difficulty to work with the concept of robustness as soon as you work with stakeholders. And here maybe I can like testify from one experience I had while I was still at the French Geological Survey. We were working for the French Water Agency, let's say, working on exactly this topic. What should we do with uncertainty in water policies and water management issues? And we were trying to find case studies in France where we could test our methods of skipping from optimality to robustness. And we found a perfect case study where the issue was, should we invest or not in transferring some water? And they were about to take the decision. And the decision makers and, well, the states actually, who was about to allow this or not to allow it, was saying, no, please don't work on our case study, on this case study, because if you show the impact of uncertainty, it will show that the decision is not straightforward, but that there are some subtleties. I don't know how you would say this. Yeah. And there are some futures where our decisions, where this decision will be critical. So please don't work on this case study. It's too hot and we are close to taking the decision. So we don't want you to work on our basin. So this, I think it's really interesting to understand the risk that we take if we really want to, well, we do really want to work with this because, as you explained, it makes sense for a good decision. But we must all understand the implications that it has on the field with real decision makers. So here, I think we need to act with psychology when we will be interacting with our stakeholders, and maybe I don't know, maybe also know or want to simulate some things that we will not necessarily say from the beginning that we will do them. I don't know, but maybe everything doesn't need to be so transparent. I hope I will not be misunderstood, but not to fear too much our stakeholders, and to, well. Yeah. So this was my first point, and
that's an excellent point.
And the second one, I was wondering the hypothesis about the modular approach, so having models that are, let's say, externally connected one with each other. I was wondering if it's really a necessity, and if in a final stage, or I don't know, once we really understood what we want to model, why wouldn't it be more easy to integrate everything? I don't know. Well, and let's say to have everything in GAMS and to play around with it.
That's perfectly plausible. I mean, if you have a coding that calls every model and you have everything integrated in a single platform, that would be great. I mean, the modular approach is just about the need to make all the different partners collaborate in the different aspects of the simulation, so that we make sure that all of us, I mean, contribute to each case study. I mean, obviously, we are not going to contribute to all case studies, but we should be trying to contribute to at least 2 or 3 case studies with our modeling expertise. There are some ideas in the proposal, and we will talk about that in the afternoon. But yeah, I mean, we'll need to collaborate. And if we do that, it's more difficult to work with an integrated approach, because then, but if you in the end you can set up an integrated model from that, I mean, that would be excellent. I mean, there's no problem. It's just that it's more challenging. But I mean, if you can do that, it will be wonderful. And then regarding your first point, I totally agree. I mean, that's why we came up with this Talanoa dialogue idea. I mean, it's challenging to engage the stakeholders and to have them accept these outputs and build upon these outcomes, because sometimes they say what you said. Well, we have already decided to build this reservoir, to do this transfer, and we don't want to change our mind. I mean, that may happen. Maybe we are too late in some cases. In some others, hopefully not. But at least we will make them think. we have an experience with that. I'm overstepping my time here, sorry. Now we will start with Hadi. We have a recent example here with the construction of our reservoir, in which we had the same situation. They had already approved everything, and the only thing that was missing was the economic analysis, economic feasibility assessment. It was a foregone conclusion that we were going to say that the reservoir should be built, because they had gone through all these different assessments and they were successful. And when we did it, we found out that it wasn't profitable in many scenarios, and we came up with these results and we saw them, and they were more understanding than we anticipated, and they canceled the construction of the reservoir because of that. So sometimes we can make it, sometimes we can't. But if we were fully transparent that it worked. But yeah, I mean, how we present the results is something that we're going to discuss also later on, because we have serious games, Senatons. So all these tools we can use to fully engage the stakeholders and make sure that they understand what we are showing them, hopefully.
Well, it's not so much about the risk also of the decision being changed, or the conclusion being changed, but also the message being fuzzy.
Yeah.
I think there are two different points here, but I recall also the guy from the water agency saying, well, a fuzzy message will socially, potentially, it will be too complicated to match this more complex information than saying yes or no.
Yeah, so, totally agree. Yeah, well, we have the robust decision making. Hopefully after that, it's not that fuzzy, but it may be fuzzy as well after that. Yeah, it's a learning process also. So hopefully, I mean, we can overcome there will be many difficulties ahead of us, and it's good that we are aware of them. So thank you, Nina, and hopefully we can address them. Fingers crossed. But I mean, we certainly have to work to do that. I don't know if there are any more questions. Doesn't seem so. Okay, if that's the case, let's move to our second presentation. Hadi Jafar from the American University of Beirut. Hadi, do you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you.
There you are. Okay, great. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just need to share my screen, and I cannot do that because I'm disabled.
Oh, really?
Host disabled participant screen sharing.
Ah, okay. Yeah, we did that at the beginning. 1 second. I have to find you in the chat. Hadi.
Probably you need to make him a co-host.
That's it. Yeah. I'm looking for him because we are already 27. Oh, okay, here you are. There you go. Now you should be co-host.
Okay, works well. So let me present. Do you guys see my screen? No?
Not yet.
Not yet. I'm using Google. So let me.
There you go. Now it's charging.
Okay.
Now there you go. Now it's working.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. I'm so delighted to be with you, and I would like to thank everybody and Dionisio for this great introduction. He set up very aspiring targets and challenging ways of modeling. So in this presentation, I will be introducing the water accounting method that we will be suggesting and advocating for during this project. I'm joined with my two research assistants, Sarim Hazimi and also Roya Murad. So we will have two presentations today. The first one is about the methods and the data used in water accounting. And then later in the afternoon, we will be introducing the case study on the Litani Basin. Many of you are very familiar with the water accounting method, but recently it has been gaining a lot of attention from the FAO and also from other organizations that deal with water and agriculture in the world, namely IUMI and also the IHE Delft institution. And water accounting can be defined as the systematic acquisition, analysis, and communication of data relating to water storages and water flows within the environment. So this concept has been introduced earlier. There's a nice publication by Poulad Karimi on the water accounting tool. And the objectives of this tool is to achieve or try to achieve equitable and transparent water governance for a sustainable water balance. And as you all know, this could be very challenging in water scarcity situations where you have very conflicting uses between the industrial, agricultural, domestic, and also others like recreational. And water accounting represents the water balances in a defined domain. And usually this domain is a basin, or more specific in hydrology, a watershed. And as you know, watersheds, they do not follow the administrative boundaries of, of governorates or of countries. So there are always, as I mentioned, conflicting uses. And water accounting does include also the natural and the water use components that are artificial due to human interference in that basin. So basically, water accounting accounts for the stocks or the storages in the system, and also the flows, which are variable in time. And we've heard a lot about the uncertainty associated with the modeling. So this also encompasses, some uncertainty because hydrologic phenomena are random in nature. It also includes the consumption part, which is which brings in the socio-hydrologic aspect of of the study. And this consumption part is very important, first to quantify and then to model the impacts of this consumption on the natural flows and also the unnatural flows. There are also accountings for the benefits and the services resulting, from this water balance. It also allows for interventions, doing some scenarios. For example, what if you change a certain consumption? What if you divert from agriculture to hydropower? What would be the impact on the whole system? So it's really a nice tool that combines hydrology and sociology and also economics at one point, land use and land cover. I'll be talking about these in some details. And it also helps to improve the per capita water availability. You can use water accounting to determine water footprints. You can talk about here blue water footprints from surface and groundwater diversions. You can also talk about green water footprints from soil moisture stored in the root zone from rainfall. And using this method, you can also determine the water availability in a basin. How much withdrawals can you have? What is the consumptive and the non-consumptive uses of water? An example of consumptive use is the water that is used by the plants for agriculture. Non-consumptive use is any use that in which you do not lose the water, such as diversions to hydropower or industrial uses that can be recirculated into the system. You can use it to identify the safe caps of water withdrawal, not to deplete your groundwater, for example. Of course, to determine crop water requirements and eventually crop water productivity, which is the amount of crop produced per unit cubic meters of water applied or used by the crop. There are different definitions. And from this, you can also go into the economic water productivity, and then you can talk about the economic irrigation water productivity, which is also a hot area of research nowadays, trying to quantify how much value added for irrigation brings into the system. And based on all of these, you can end up in evidence-based decision-making. You can relay these to the policymakers and the stakeholders in the basin, in order to, to kind of prioritize the water diversions. And you can also do this from, from a basin to a basin. If the basins are neighboring, you can do some transboundary analysis using this tool. There's not enough time to go into the procedure, but basically I'm just going to give an overview of the data that you need for a water accounting. And luckily, all of or most of these data can be acquired from, for free from remote sensing data sets that are available. Basically, you need to identify the major input in the hydrologic cycle: precipitation, evapotranspiration, reservoir storage, flows, pumping from groundwater and surface water, outflow and return flow. Not to say that all of these are needed. You can, do it in like, if you have all but one, you can, if you want, for example, to estimate the groundwater withdrawal and you don't have information on that, you get the other variables and you do a water balance, and then it gives you the groundwater withdrawal. So basically, you are accounting for the whole hydrologic cycle plus the human interference on this hydrologic cycle. You can do this on a country level, on a basin level, or even at an irrigation scheme level. So how can we achieve a stage where we can implement this tool in our project? We need to rely on different techniques and methods. There are many initiatives that in which you can use to determine, for example, the biggest water user in the basin, which is mainly agriculture, especially in the southern Mediterranean watersheds. So we can determine evapotranspiration now with a high level of certainty in any basin using some models that we developed and also other researchers developed, such as the CEN-ET model or the MODIS-ET or any other model that has been verified and validated. We do have a lot of experience in deriving other variables such as precipitation and also groundwater changes in storage using remote sensing. There are a lot of data sets. I'm not going to go into all of these details, but basically you have the change in storage in the system. You have also the inflows such as the precipitation, or if you have inflows from other basins, and you also have the outflows, which are the evapotranspiration or water used by agriculture. And sometimes you have outflows from groundwater to other basins. And then you divide and subdivide each of these components to define the variables that you want to quantify using this tool. This tool is available in Python. GitHub version is available on this link to the lower right of the page. And it has been implemented also in the Litani Basin to determine the groundwater depletion in that basin. Water Accounting Plus started, the implementation of this method. And as I mentioned, you can determine the consumed water based on the land use classes. One cool thing about water accounting is that you can infer policy by what if scenarios. For example, suppose you want to take out some land use class from agriculture and put it into pasture, or put it into reforestation or things like that, and then you can determine the impact of this on the system and how much water can be saved, how much water can be used for other sectors. So this is very cool. This just shows some of the data available for rainfall. For example, you have chirps, iMerge, TRMM. All of these are global and free available data sets. They're also available in Google Earth Engine. Interception, evaporation, and transpiration, a lot of initiatives. There's the OpenET initiative in the United States. There are also a couple of models that we developed, such as the HSEB. We're also running the TSEB globally, and you can determine evapotranspiration at the field scale and also at the basin scale. You can also get the biomass. We have a nice paper on that. Land use data sets are available from the European Space Agency at 100 meter and 300 meter resolution. If you have your own land use map in your country, you can also use that. Soil moisture data is also available from SMAP. You can also derive it from Sentinel-1, which is from the Copernicus mission by European Space Agency. You can do a water balance approach. Water levels from altimetry, you can also do that from remote sensing. So you combine all of these together and you produce the output that you need using the satellite measurements, and you can compare it also to groundwater or to ground data that you can validate from the ground. So basically, you can use all of these or any of these data sets anywhere in the world. There's really not a restriction. However, local knowledge is very important in order to benchmark, the numbers that you come out, with using this tool. So each partner, if they are interested, they can know whether, for example, this diversion to agriculture makes sense in their area. You can fine tune, any of these data sets or calibrate it to achieve the required, level of accuracy that we're talking about. So this is, in summary, what I wanted to talk about, and I welcome the partnership with all of you. And I will leave some floor for questions about this water accounting, or how can we implement it in our project. If you have any questions about any of these data sets, or how can we acquire them using remote sensing, please let me know. Thank you very much. You can also browse through our website here to see what do we do in water and agriculture and remote sensing. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. That was very interesting. Are there any questions from the audience?
I have a question, Yoni. I'm Francesco Bosello from CNCC. Ciao. Hola. Just a curiosity, how in water accounting, for instance, future dynamics like those from climate change could be included? Because I guess that assumption about development of different uses could be quite straightforwardly accounted for, but how, for instance, water scarcity or a change in precipitation could be accounted? Just just my personal curiosity, because it could be also interesting to have climate change stressors as considered in the project. So
yes, very good question. Thank you very much. Actually, it can be it can be implemented using let me just go back to this slide. So as you see here, you have the precipitation evapotranspiration, right? So if you have, for example, in Google Earth Engine, you have data for precipitation projections and forecasts down to 2040 and 2080. So you can include these data instead of including the existing data set of precipitation. You can include the precipitation under, for example, an RCP 4.5 or an RCP, emission scenario, the 8.5, and you can model, these scenarios using the tool. It's just you change the data set. For the evapotranspiration, you can also do the same. You can, because temperature is usually calculated with the, or evapotranspiration is a major, function of temperature. You can also introduce the temperature data sets, and then you can derive a forecasted and climate change modeled evapotranspiration, and then you would see the impact of the changes in precipitation and also the temperature on the water uses in the basin. This is for the two major factors that are usually modeled in climate change models, which is rainfall and temperature. If you have data, for example, about changes in relative humidity due to climate change, you can also input this in the evapotranspiration. So still, you can include the impact of these, on the water balance in the system.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? I saw Nina was, Nina, please go ahead.
Yeah, maybe just to be sure, because initially I thought water accounting was just, accounting water, but not modeling. But from what I understand from your answer, it also, well, this method also allows you to model, let's say, an impact of changes in some of the parameters, be it resource or demand.
Okay, the method will, it's the water accounting tool as it stands now. It does not allow you to model the impact of climate change on temperature, on precipitation, but you can import and the climate projected precipitation in the tool, and then you would be, the output that you would be producing would be based on a precipitation forecast. So you can use the output of a climate model as a data set in your water accounting tool. But the tool itself, of course, is not a tool to model climate change. I mean,
yeah, obviously, but I mean, it impacts the impact on water resources.
That's true.
Okay, so it's like a hydrological model.
One of the major disadvantages of the water accounting is that it's not a hydrologic model. But for example, suppose you take, you know, the rainfall data sets from 2010 to 2019. You can generate a water accounting every year, say for the Litani Basin in Lebanon, correct? Using this precipitation and using the evapotranspiration for these years. Now, if you want to say, okay, this is a water accounting now, what if precipitation changes by 10% or 20%? Then you can input the 20% less precipitation data set, and then the output would, you know, the water accounting output would be based on a climate change scenario. Does that make sense? It doesn't have the equations for the hydrologic model, such as, you know, it doesn't give you the time of concentration of the watershed. It doesn't give you, you know, the green and amp parameters in the soil. It's just a tool that takes in all the water balance inputs and on the assumed diversions and the consumptive uses that you have, and then you can generate an output based on the input that you take in.
Okay, so it's a global balance at basin scale or at the unit scale.
Right.
Okay,
exactly.
Okay, thank you.
And now we have another question from Yaro. Yaro? Your hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you see me. Okay.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah. I guess it's a little bit more complicated. It's not only the precipitation in the future that might influence the water availability, it's also the land use and the water demand by the different sectors. So why you might probably consider the future physical water availability and water balance under the future climate scenario, you still need to somehow account for the changes in the land use, land cover, and the demand and abstraction and use of water. So probably, you know, we need to give it another thought how to use it within this project.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the question was basically on how does it include the climate change hydrologic variables. But of course, if you want to do a climate change scenario, it becomes more complicated. You know, you have to model the changes in land use, and the water accounting tool does have, you know, you can input the land use map that you want if you know what would be the land use changes after like 20 years, or you can suggest scenarios. Of course, you can also input the projected, for example, domestic water use and the projected industrial use, etc., based on, you know, change in population. You can also input that in the tool and, you know, and incorporate all of these scenarios in your water accounting. And if you want to do a decent climate change, let me say, analysis from the water accounting perspective, I think this is what you need to do.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you for pointing this
out.
No,
that was very interesting, and precisely what Yaro said. I mean, I was thinking about that as well. I mean, if you want to model land use, you may need to. I mean, you can use, for example, microeconomic models. You input the climate scenarios, and then you say, okay, this is going to be the restraining water, and they can tell you how you are going to reallocate land. So, I mean, this is a possible synergy that you can use as well. If there are no other questions, we're going to start with the next presentation. Thank you very much, Harry. I have another question regarding water theft, because we have a problem in our basin with water theft in our water laboratory. And your research can be very useful towards that, because we don't know how much water they are withdrawing. But apart, using your system with this data, satellite data, probably we can make an estimate of that, because there are no formal official statistics. But the satellites are obviously checking photographs of all these places that are irrigated with water that is unlawfully withdrawn.
Oh, okay. This this is an issue, and almost in every basin in the world. I've seen it even in the US, where they call it the non-revenue water or unaccounted for, but it appears on the satellite. It appears in the evapotranspiration.
Exactly. So that will be very useful for us as well. Thank you, Had. So now we go ahead with the next presentation. Is going to be delivered by Elisa. Yes, Elisa Cagliari from CMCC.
Yes.
So Elisa, you have the floor. I made you co-host, so I think you can share. Perfect.
I think so. Can you see my screen?
Perfect.
Fantastic. So good morning. Fantastic. Thank you, Gianni, for the introduction. Good morning, everybody. It's really nice to be here with you today, to see many familiar faces and also new faces. I really hope to have the opportunity to meet you in person in the near future. As Gianni said, this brief presentation, which I prepared with Yaro, is aimed at both presenting and discussing with you pillar 2 of our project, which is about the Talanoa Water Dialogues. And I thought about organizing this brief talk in 2 parts. In the first part, I would like to recall where this idea comes from. So the Fijian concept of Talanoa as a transparent, inclusive, and non-confrontational discussion, how this concept has also been used in a very different cultural setting, which is the UN climate change negotiations. And the second part of the presentation will be devoted to explain why we thought this could be a very useful approach for our stakeholders engagement strategy in this project and how we're going to operationalize it. So starting from where the idea comes from, Talanoa in Fijian, but also in other languages in the Pacific, like in Tongan or in Samoa, means talk or discussion. And it's a Pacific form of dialogue that brings together people to share opposing views without having any predetermined expectation for agreement. So what does it mean? It means that this kind of discussion has a really strong emphasis on the process and not really on the outcome. So people don't start by saying, okay, we need to agree, but they start by setting some parameters for the discussion, which comprise inclusion, reconciliation, and mutual respect. And this is a way of talking that really characterize every aspect of Fijian public life from the communities to the ministerial level. So if you see the picture on the left-hand side, that is the Prime Minister of Fiji holding a Talanoa session with doctors and nurses in a local hospitals because they were concerned about the need for maintenance to the hospital facility. So they decided to talk about this problem through a Talanoa dialogue. While on the right-hand side of the slide, you can see the Minister of Agriculture that is discussing about some plans about expanding kava, which is like a local pepper, which is used for a very traditional drink in Fiji. So how to expand the cultivation of this crop in the western division of the country. But it was also used in a very sensitive moment of the Fijian life. So after the coup in the year 2000, as a way to rebuild the national unity, and so to promote dialogue among political opponents, leaders, and so on. So it's really used and can be used even in other contexts as a way to support conflict resolution situations. And when Fiji subsumed the presidency of COP23, so basically of the UN climate change conference that took place in 2018, the presidency decided to apply this concept of Talanoa to the facilitative dialogue that was taking place and that was created within the Paris Agreement architecture as a mechanism, as a process to take stock of the collective efforts that states within the UNEFTA proceeding are called parties we're making in terms of achieving the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement, which is the temperature goal, but also to inform the preparation of the NDCs, which are the nationally determined contributions. So basically the climate plans that each state put forward in the UNFCCC in order to pursue, the objective of the Paris Agreement, and which include both mitigation and adaptation commitments. So the Fijian presidency proposed to frame this discussion, which included both states, but also non-party stakeholders, by using the concept of Talanoa, so by promoting these inclusive, participatory, and transparent dialogues where blame should be avoided. And three main questions were devised to guide this discussion, which you can see here in the slide. Where are we? Where do we want to go? And how do we get there? And this might sound like pretty high-level questions, and indeed they are. They might be a bit difficult to be answered straight away. So both the Secretariat and the Fiji Presidency devised some additional guiding questions, and it would be linked here in the slides, so you can have a look at them if you have time. And I found them particularly useful also in order to frame the activities we're gonna undertake in our own project, because as you know, we proposed to come up with basin determined contributions where each basin sets the vision of where they want to be in 2030 or 2050 in terms of tackling water scarcity. And then from this vision, from these objectives, there's a kind of a backward work in order to understand how the basin actors can get to these objectives. So I took the questions that the Secretariat and the Fijian presidencies devised for this Talanoa Dialogue, which is the facilitative dialogue that I was referring to before, and I tried to apply them to our project, just to give you a flavor of what a Talanoa Dialogue could look like in our projects. So in terms of the first question, where are we? This means taking stock of the current situation within the basin. So it means discussing with all the actors involved, research, stakeholders, local authorities, what are the underlying drivers of water scarcity in the basin, what is, for example, the legal and policy frameworks which are currently in place for addressing this problem, what are the current initiatives or actions from government or private industry, other stakeholders in order to address this issue, what are the obstacles or barriers that have been encountered in this sense. On the other side, it's also about identifying current best practices, example of what is working, what is the technology which is available at the moment, and also what kind of partnership are already in place between both the government and stakeholders, and which are the modalities that have proven to be effective in order to deal with this problem. And then when we need to, we want to better understand where we want to go, this means trying to identify with stakeholders what is our both short-term and long-term vision for the basin, what is the scientific evidence which is required to engage all the actors into such vision, and what are the efforts that each sector or localities or practice need to put in place at different time frames, and what are the technological barriers as well that need to be overcome. And then finally, when we have the vision, so basically when we have decided within the basin where we want to go, the key question is how do we get there? And here is trying to collectively design and understand and identify what are the fundamental changes that are required for the vision to be implemented, and what Diony called in the introduction the transformational changes, the transformational adaptation measures that we need to put in place in order to achieve our vision. Also, how do we need to modify the existing legal policy and fiscal frameworks to achieve this vision? What technology do we need? What level of investment do we need to do so? And what kind also of innovative partnerships or engagement strategies between the government, so the public authorities, but also with other stakeholders we need to be promote in order to sustain this transformation. And these Talanoa dialogues that we want to implement at each basin will provide us with the bigger picture. But of course, the key question is how do we operationalize these insights within our project, and how do we link this component with, the second pillar with the modeling components of the project. And basically, the Talanoa Water Dialogues will be characterized by an iterative process, let's say, so they will inform and they will be informed by our modeling framework. And the method we will use is that of co-generation, which Gianni has already talked about in the introduction. So this means, for example, seeking inputs throughout the development of the modeling frameworks, combining the simulation results with the stakeholder knowledge and expertise to try to understand how to best interpret, for example, uncertainty, and also, of course, the key activity of informing the development and implementation of robust adaptation strategy. And so at CMCC, we have a lot of experience, I would say, in these co-generation processes. Yaro was coordinating a big European project called Clara, where we co-generated climate services with end users. So we're really happy to put these experiences to the service of the project, and see how to best design, methods to undertake these dialogues within our water labs and beyond. And I think that with this, I'm at the end of my presentation. If you have any question, any curiosity, or any consideration, I'm happy to, to respond to any curiosity you might have. And also, I invite Yaro to join me for the Q&A session. So thank you very much for your attention, and I will stop sharing the screen now.
Thank you very much, Elisa. That was very clear, and I have to say I learned a lot listening to you. I guess there are many questions from the audience, so I will let them start. Otherwise, I will be happy to post mine. But I prefer that the others engage. So please, if you have any questions, raise your hand or just unmute yourself and talk. Yeah, Francesco, please go ahead.
Hi, Elisa. I think that this process is also a bilateral, not just a unilateral connection with the stakeholders. So we are not just proposing them things to discuss about, but also should receive information on, for instance, how to frame and develop our research, for instance. So not just checking our results, but also what is relevant for them, something that we may need to decide to incorporate in our research process. So I would like to ask how you see, or the project thinks to develop this bilateral interaction somehow. So
yes, so hi, Francesco, first.
Ciao.
And thank you for your question. Yeah, probably I didn't make myself clear enough, but I wanted to stress that actually, stakeholders engagement, our engagement, let's say, with stakeholders is of course bidirectional, and probably stakeholders play, I wouldn't say a more important role, but we are kind of putting somehow our research at their service, because the idea behind the basin determined contribution is for them to determine where they want to be as a collectivity, as a society. So it's not that we come with any predetermined solution about how they should deal with water scarcity. There are many different, interests at stakes and many conflicts, and these are all socially constructed. So we cannot come with a model and say, okay, so this is the right solution. So the idea of the basin determined contribution is for them to set where they want to be as a collective, and then to work backwards to also our, the research we are providing in order to support this vision. And in this sense, again, we have a bilateral relationship with stakeholders in the sense that they should provide us with feedback or insights or even their experience that we can include in our modeling. So, for example, Gianni was referring to heuristics. So yeah, probably, sorry for not making myself clear enough in the presentation, but I was referring to actually a very iterative process with the stakeholders.
No, Elisa, sorry. Perhaps my question was not clear. Your presentation was extremely clear.
Oh, okay.
But my question was how in practice, for instance, we can incorporate in models, for instance, some key interest by stakeholders. So now it was not just to you, but my question was to the group, because on the one hand, it's very clear to me that we develop our research, we have results, we can present scenarios, we can interact with stakeholders in checking if scenarios are relevant or not. But and this is from the project to the stakeholders, but to me it's more difficult to see how we can incorporate specific research questions that stakeholders could be interested in, because we have also some quantitative tools. So it was just a general question, and just to get some feedback from the audience, not just you, Elisa. Of course, I not expect that you have all the answer for everything.
but maybe Jaro has. He raised the hand. So
yes, thank you. I probably don't have the answers, but I would like to offer a view on how we imagine this to happen. I think what is critical, and Elisa was very clear in showing that the whole journey starts with not with emphasis on the risk, but emphasis on the vision, where we want to go, which kind of environment we want to live in. And this is really critically important that we establish in our water laboratories this forum of key relevant institutions that together come up with a vision for the midterm or long-term future, and the environment and the system, how the system is supposed to work and perform. And starting from that vision, we will unfold the pathways how to get there. So that means that our modeling framework are not the guiding principles. The guiding principle is really the vision and the pathway, and we need to adjust our modeling framework in order to give a meaningful advice or bit of knowledge to the forum, to the stakeholders, that help them to get aware about what is feasible, how to get that, what are the co-benefits, what are the return for themselves as well as for the society. So this is starting from the vision, unfolding the ways how to get there, and then adjusting our modeling framework to inform those pathways and providing relevant knowledge.
Yeah, I like the word vision here. Thank you, Jan. I mean, the question from Francesco was great, because this is probably the part with which we all feel less comfortable, being modelers, most of us. So how are we going to set up this dialogue with the stakeholders? I mean, Elisa obviously is an expert in doing that, and Jaro as well, but I mean, most of the others are used to do modeling and that's it. But that's the challenge of the project. So it's excellent. I mean, it's good that we have this discussion. And it's very good that we have these questions and that we have these answers as well. I don't know if there are any more questions from the audience. I'm not sure if Nina muted herself for a second, and I just imagined that. Otherwise, we can go to the break. There are no more comments. We made it very well. I have to apologize, because I thought when I was making the presentation, I thought I was ahead of time, and then I finished like 10 minutes late. So yeah, I be terrible. Sorry for that. And well, we have now a break until 11:35. So now it's 20 minutes. I will be here in case you have some questions. I will be connected and we can talk in the meanwhile. For the others who want to take a rest, we'll meet again in 20 minutes. Great. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you.
See you later.
Hi, everyone.
Hello,
hello.
Hi,
Harry.
Hello, Dionisio. Hello. So, apparently the breaks are very short, and
yeah, it was very short. This is why I was giving 1 or 2 more minutes.
People are still in summer mode, huh? Yeah.
We are entering the summer mode. This comes like a shock. I mean, having this kickoff meeting in June, end June.
Yeah. There was a great presentations on your side.
I enjoyed very much yours. I have many questions. I guess we can have another meeting separately to discuss this, because I mean the issue of water theft here is very big. We have been working, and I mean the data that you have is gold. In that regard. So it will be great. It will be great to discuss how we can apply it here.
Yeah. Which is your area agricultural?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What's the main crop other than olives?
Well, here it depends. I mean, we are working. I mean, in the case study area, we have the Sega catchment is going to be presented by Francesco. It's very particular because we have vegetables, and we have a lot of vegetables and fruit trees. And then,
but you have greenhouses also. A lot of greenhouses, or no?
We work in other areas where we do. In Doñana, particularly, we have strawberries, illegal strawberries. Yeah, and I guess that's more difficult because with the greenhouse, I mean, how do you know what's?
Yeah, and the greenhouse, it's a different story. But I've did some research on evapotranspiration greenhouses just to get how much water use in the greenhouse based on the outside water use.
Ah, okay.
So yeah,
that's cool.
There are also good Spanish researchers in that regard. They've published a lot in this.
We work with we have a project indeed with Alfonso from Alfonso Bravo and Jose Manuel. I don't recall the surname, but we are working with them. Exactly as well.
Yeah, those are the major. What kind of fruit trees do you have?
Here apple trees, pear trees.
So it snows. You get snow, huh? Okay. You get good rainfall.
Yeah, that's it. But this is in our case study. But we work in other places in Spain where you have orange trees. It's completely different. I don't know if Nina is here because she's the first one to start. But it doesn't look like she's.
Yes.
Okay, Nina.
Sorry, yeah, I was still in my mails. Excuse me.
No, never mind. We were talking about very interesting stuff in the big one, but I mean, well, I think it's time to start. So we are now going to start with the water lab presentations. I think this is the most applied content that we're going to have today in the meeting, and I'm very much looking forward to it. We're going to have, first of all, Nina making a presentation from the French case study, the French water lab. Then we're going to have Abdo from GPI, who's making the presentation about the Nile River Basin in Egypt. Are you there, Abdo, as well? Just to touch base with all of you in time.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Abdo. And then we're going to have Fethi Benhamouda, who's going to make the presentation from the Tunisia Water Lab. I think it was going to be a third presentation.
Hi, Dionisio.
Hi, Fethi. And then we have Jaro, obviously, he's here. Hari, who's going to make the presentation from the Lebanese and the core presentation. Okay, so everyone is here, so we can start. Nina, you have the floor.
Yeah,
I had to make you.
You should, authorize.
That's already done. Okay.
Thank
you. So to make you the host ahead of time.
Okay. Can you see my screen? You should. Yes. Okay.
It's working.
Okay. Thanks, Diony. So I will just look at the time. Yeah. To make sure I'm not taking too much time. Okay, so I will introduce you to our case studies that are still to be refined. During the proposal, I opened a bit too much, maybe the scale of the case study, in order to take time and make sure that we have interested stakeholders. So now I'm going to present you two case studies that are one next to the other, and I think we will refine within this perimeter. So roughly here, I also added the names of my colleagues that will be working from INRAE in Talanoa. So Marc and Marta are here with us today. Guillaume, Sébastien, and Jean-Marc couldn't join. So in the team, we have economists, agronomists, and hydrologists, more or less. And we will be hiring a PhD student in economics and one engineer that will be dedicated to the project, likely in 2022, sorry. So where we are here, you can see the map of France. We are in southern France, next to the Mediterranean border. It's good, we are in the topic. And we have what we call départements, which are like counties, which are smaller than these large regions that are the nuts region for the European, let's say, taxonomy. So the departments are the level below, which so there are not basins. Inside we have river basins, obviously, whereas the Aude basin, the Aude county corresponds more or less to a natural hydrologic basin. So for one of these two counties, which is called Aude, so it's the western one, east southern one. The main challenge is we are facing increasing demands and decreasing resources. Well, it's not really original, I think, in the Mediterranean area. Maybe as an introduction, say that I believe that maybe France and compared to your cases is maybe the ones that is less advanced concerning irrigation water demands. So in these two case studies, what's happening is that we have mainly a rain-fed farming that is now critically increasing its demands because of climate change, obviously, and maybe also because of opportunities, new opportunities for water valuation. So in the Aude large catchment, we have a deficit that is already of 37 million cubic meter over 105 that are used, so net uses. Also near to the sea salinity issues plus flood risk management issues. It's a basin with dams that are not really not as important as the Spanish dams, for instance, but is one originality compared to the other case studies. I will not give you other numbers. I think they are not really interesting, but yeah, recall that we want to work mainly on irrigation. This is where, sorry, on agriculture. This is where things are moving now and where the big questions are, even though there is also an increasing drinking water demand, sorry, for tourism and other. Yeah, our trend, so as I said, is increasing water demand for vineyards. So we have mainly a wine-oriented agriculture for the two case studies, so wine production is about 70% of total economic value of agriculture here. And we also have an increasing, an interesting trend, which is the wine areas are dramatically decreasing because there is, well, we could interpret this as an economic crisis of the wine sector, with minus 30% of areas in wine in the last 10 years. So this is huge. There are a lot of explanation for this. And water is clearly not been the reason. In concerning the political process around the water policy, we have a tool called the PGRE, which is a common tool to agree on what should be done in terms of balance between resource and demand. And this year is supposed to be the end of one cycle with the objective of reaching the balance. So which is not yet at all reached. But interestingly, it's that we will start with a new cycle next year. So it could be a good opportunity also for Talanoa to be really engaging with water policy stakeholders. So the county next to it, which capital is Montpellier, where we are, it's Hérault. So it's quite similar in terms of the big picture of farming, but it's really different in terms of water resources. Yeah, we have also well, what characterizes more the region in terms of water demand is a significant increase in water demand and a variety of ideas to supply this new demand. And maybe the more significant supply will be the development of a network that is called Aquadomicia. I don't know where, you know, which is a transfer from the Rhone River, which is in another county, and which is supposed to, which is already existing, but a new extension from this network are supposed to happen in the next years. And the European Union, which is largely financing these infrastructures through the FEDER programs, through rural development programs, has given its like green light to increase more the irrigation areas, even more than what was foreseen at the beginning. So there will be surely well, there is a big demand for that. So now I try to let's say categorize what is done concretely to manage this balance and try to think about how we could organize things into incremental and transformational adaptation measures. So what is done so far, which is already written down in the PGRE, is so the more measures are done in the supply side management. So it means we have a compensation measures, which is releasing more water from the dams when water is used from the farmers in the rivers. So it's just a technical issue and a dynamic management issue. Reuse projects are also developed, a lot of pilots, but real reuse projects. But I put it in the incremental measures because it's really, really very low volumes of water that are concerned here. And also technical optimization in dams or in the material used by farmers. And in looking to the demand side, we are in a situation where there is a lot of missing data knowledge from what is used, particularly in farming, well, mainly in farming. So there are efforts to measure and control better the water use. And in terms of what we could call transformational adaptation, which are mainly technical now, there are substitutions that are operated. It means some water volumes that are used in critical resources are substituted by the water transfer coming to the water pipe, coming from the Rhone River, which is really not at all in deficit now. Change it from a management, from the flow management to a volume management. So this is really fundamental, and even though technically it seems to be not really a big issue, it is a real issue on the field, which is more or less link to the modernization of the infrastructure and passing from open channels to pressurized systems. Now I tried to map here what we could work on in Talanoa and what the case studies could look at. So in terms of, so I still keep this idea of having incremental adaptation and transformative adaptations. And I try to decouple, well, to separate options that are really related to water management, and some that are more linked to where farming will go, and what options agriculture will follow independently from what will be happening in the technical water domain. So in incremental adaptations, we have what is happening now. So it means increasing supply with large public investments and networks in a large infrastructure coming from a transfer. Adopting good practices and management with, for instance, irrigation services or technologies or just capacity building. And the idea to valorize also the fact to grow wine and to produce wine without water. And in terms of transformative adaptation, a shift could be done towards investigating more local supply solutions with small reservoirs or small reuse options when the economics fit. And also think about like just equitable measures. For instance, that states or counties say that if there is no water available, maybe the states could pay an insurance, a real drought insurance to farmers. And concerning agricultural development, we should work on alternative scenarios. For instance, what will happen with the wine production here, looking at what happens in the last 10 years. So what will happen with wine markets? We are, well, GI wines here, so geographical geographical identification wines are largely wines that are produced for exports. So the acceptability of this model can be questioned also, because it's this wine that will need water and that will, we believe, become a non-substitutable input, which is not the case now. It's more acting like an insurance. And in terms of transformative adaptations, we could work with agroecological options like enriching soils with organic matter and reintroducing animals in vineyards, which is one of the topic of Mark. And also consider agroforestry as an option to limit the effects of climate change on farming. Yeah, I think my time is over. This was just to mention that we will also follow a work that we did in the team on considering the other adaptation levels next to irrigation. So say here that irrigation is just one way to adapt to increasing hydric stress among a lot of other options that I will not detail now. Yes, I think, yeah, well, this was just the idea to say what is our specific ambitions in the French case study, but so there are really two big things, but I think it's the topic of Talanoa. It's one, what is the robustness of the continuation of the statu quo scenario, which is developing irrigation, which is really a political scenario that is really derolling perfectly now. So try to raise the awareness of stakeholders and farmers about the risk of irrigation. Try to investigate in how it could be a maladaptation. take into account non-reversibility and the issues of acceptability for wine consumers, taxpayers, etc. And also, obviously, investigate alternative transformative scenarios based on agricultural development scenarios. Thank you. No, this was an extra. It's just our stakeholders, but I think my time is over. So.
No, thank you, Dina. And I think it was very comprehensive. I think we have time for one very quick question from the audience. If there isn't, I have one. So no hands up. Okay, so then Nina, just one quick question, because you mentioned as another transformational adaptation option the possibility of developing a drought insurance for the farmers. At what point is France right now in the development of this sort of tool? I mean, is there any market for drought insurance in irrigated agriculture?
Yeah, so it's a private market, and so well, it's a private market, but it's subsidized with a cap. So it means if you go for a private drought insurance, you will have like 100 euros. For instance, if you pay 400 per hectare, you have 100 euros that is subsidized. And the fact is that only, I think, 30% of, so this is a national number. I don't know the numbers for our region here, but only 30% of wine growers, for instance, and even less if you take all the growers are in these types of contracts. And I also agree with what you mentioned before, that it's not really it's not clearly a climate change insurance, because the contract is based, well, the contract is based on really recent years. So, for instance, in France, in the 5 last years, we experienced what we could call a drought in the wine sector. So it's not really satisfying, and this is one of the main reasons that are given when people try to understand why people do not adopt more insurance. So, well, at INRAE, there are people really working on that. There is a PhD going on, not in our unit, but who are working on these questions, trying to understand why it's not used more, and what should be done in order that farmers are more protected.
Okay, that's very interesting, because we also have that instrument in our case study, but in Spain we don't have this sort of insurance. We have insurance for rainfed agriculture, drought insurance, but for for irrigated agriculture there is not that sort of insurance yet.
Oh, so, no, yeah, sorry, I misunderstand myself. It's not valid for irrigated agriculture.
Okay.
No, it's also only for rainfed.
Okay, so that's a big challenge that we have here, because we have been working with insurance companies for years, with the pool of agricultural insurance companies here in Spain for many years now, more than 10 years, trying to develop it. Thus far, I mean, we have taken some steps forward, but it's still on the market. So that will be a very interesting question also for the project. So yeah, let's now, thank you, Nina. Thank you very much. Now let's go for the second presentation, which is going to be delivered by Abdo from GPI. Abdo?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. You're there. So I think I made you already co-host, so you can share your screen.
Okay, can you see it now?
No, not yet.
Really? I shared it.
It's not working yet. Let me take a look at to see whether I made you. Yeah, you should be co-host. So you hit the green button, the green button to share screen.
Yes.
Okay, perhaps try it again, because maybe it was because Nina was sharing before and there was some overlap.
Okay. Okay. What about now?
No, it's not working yet. Did you upload the presentation to to the shared folder? Because maybe I can, or you can send me my email and I can move it.
Okay, let's try one more time.
Nope.
No?
No, not yet.
Okay.
If you want, just send me an email with the presentation. I will.
Okay, okay. I think it works now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's working. Now it's working. Perfect.
Yeah.
You can go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Zayoni. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I'm presenting these slides on behalf of my colleague, Dr. Omar Khalid, because he is on a work visit in South Sudan to follow up the company's projects there. The Egyptian Water Lab will focus on the Nile Delta, because Nile Delta is the most hot spot of the Nile Basin in Egypt. As we see on the map, the Nile Delta is located at the middle of the coastline of Egypt with the Mediterranean Sea. It is the length of coastline of the Nile Delta with the Mediterranean Sea is 200 kilometers long, and the distance between the Mediterranean Sea to Cairo, it is about 160 kilometers. The Nile Delta is surrounded by from the east
we are losing you, Abdo. We can hear you well. Could you move closer to your microphone? Or
yes, can you hear me now?
No, much better. Yeah, no, much better.
Okay, it is okay now.
Yeah, no, it's okay. No, it's perfect.
Okay. The Nile Delta is surrounded by
okay, now now it's not working.
Maybe the signal. Sorry, maybe it's an internet signal. Yeah.
Yeah, now we can hear you, but when you start talking, I don't know why. I mean, maybe I don't know. Try again.
Okay. The Nile Delta is surrounding by Maita branch from the Nile River in the eastern side, and from the western side is surrounded by Rosetta branch from the Nile River, and from the north it is adjacent to the Mediterranean Sea. The Nile Delta is occupied the agricultural lands of Egypt, and it is a home of 50% of the Egyptian population of 110 million people. It is also
no, it's not working, Aldo. Now we can. I mean, we can hear you sometimes, and then it stops working.
Yeah, but I don't know what can I do.
If you want, just send me your presentation, and I will try to make to put the slides. Maybe that way you can save some broadband, and you can talk, and there will not be any interruption.
Okay. Okay.
Send it to me. Send it to me, and I will.
So do you want me to send it now?
Yeah, send it to me now, and I will make it. I will show it to everyone, and then you can.
Okay.
I think it's the best way.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, Dionisio, it's Marco from
Marco. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no, because a couple of days ago we were having a Zoom meeting, and it seems that we were experiencing the same type of audio issue. So I don't know if Abdrabo is using a headset. He could just try and remove it and just use the microphone of the computer to speak. Or if he is not using a headset and he's got a pair of normal headphones, he could try with that. Because normally it's either that the headset creates a problem or that you're not using one. So
okay, Abdul, are you using a headset?
I tried both.
Okay.
The headset was and without the headset.
Okay, no, then it's a connection problem.
Okay, maybe it's the signal. Yeah.
So maybe if you want, we can jump to the next presentation. In the meanwhile, you send me the slides.
Okay.
And that way we can, and that way we save some time. Did you agree?
Okay.
Perfect. So then stop sharing your screen, and we are going to the next presentation. You're going to be the last one then after we finish the round. The next one is will be delivered by Inat, by Fethi Ben Hamouda. I hope I pronounced it right, Fethi. So although you have to, well, maybe I can. Okay, no, I will stop it myself.
Okay.
Now, Fethi, you should be able to share your screen.
Okay. One moment, please.
If there's any problem, I have your presentation here, so you uploaded it. So now it's loading. There you go. Perfect. The floor is yours.
Okay.
It's working. It's working.
Okay. Okay. So hello, everybody. My name is Fethi Ben Hamouda. I'm Associate Professor at the National Center for Nuclear Science and Technology, and working with the National Institute Agronomique of Tunisia, with our colleague Issam Nwili and the other team. First of all, let me begin by present the team for Talanoa project. This team is composed by hydrologist, hydrogeologist, and socio-economist researcher. Our experience in and expertise can be summarized in water resource management, water governance, geochemistry and isotope hydrology, environmental modeling, irrigation management, and water treatment. We have some ongoing project and finished project in the frame of PRIMA, bilateral cooperation, and European project. The team is composed by Issam Nwili, Associate Professor as coordinator of the Talanoa project, Mrs. Jamila Tarhouni, full professor, hydrogeologist. Myself, I'm Associate Professor, Isotope Hydrology. Jamal Ben Nasser, Assistant Professor in Economy. Leila Ben Ayed, Assistant Professor in Environmental and Health. Anish Kirben, Assistant Professor in Hydrogeology. Yamina Raash, Assistant Professor in Socioeconomy. And Dr. Samir Sahar, Director at and Manager of Water Resource at the Governorate of Medellin. Our water lab, called Jafara, is located in the southeast part of Tunisia. It's limited by the Gulf of Gabes and the Mediterranean Sea in the east, and the chain of Mountain Dahar in the south, and the border of Libya in the south. The Jafara, it's cover about 5,500 square kilometers and stretch over 205 kilometers in coast from north of Gabes city until the Libyan border. And it's considered as the most important aquifer in East Tunisia. The ISO-YIT maps of Tunisia show that the Jafara aquifer has an arid climate and of Mediterranean type. The average rainfall is about 200 millimeter per year. And we have dry and hot summer, about an average of 31 degrees Celsius, and mild winter, about 12 degrees Celsius. And as consequence of this arid climate, we have no perennial river in this watershed. This watershed have a high density of small river, which carry water until the salty lake and the Mediterranean Sea located in the east. And intense storm can cause some surface runoff, and Wedsmar, located in the Medellin, reach the coast at the east. Most of the Wadi discharge into the salty lake located close to the coast, close to the city of Zarzis and the city of Bengerden. And in this region, the groundwater is the main source of water supply to face needs in drinking water, agriculture, industry, and tourism activity, especially in Jerba Island and Zarzis, city of Zarzis. The population of this region is about 500,000 inhabitants. In Jafara Plain, the aquifer is considered as a multi-layered aquifer system composed by shallow and deep aquifer. The administrative estimation of the shallow aquifer is about 30 million cubic meter from Jafara of Gabes, that means the north part of the Jafara, and the south part of the Jafara. This 30 million cubic meter is only for shallow aquifer. As we have a topography slowing from the hard chain until the Mediterranean Sea, the main flow is oriented southwest northeast toward the sea. And the previous studies show that the salinity of groundwater is ranging from 2 to 10 grams per liter, depending on the location of the well. And the previous piezometry map established show that in some place we have piezometric line below the mean seawater level. That means in this case we have some seawater intrusion. An overview about related to water resource in Jafara Plain. The evolution of exploitation show that we have an increase in demand of water, and this increase it's for both for Jafara of Gabes and Jafara of Medellin, and it's a continuous increase. This increase of groundwater gives a drop and decline in the piezometry, and we have in this, for example, in this piezometer, a continuous decline of the piezometry over 11 meter, and this decrease in piezometry have as consequence an increase of salinity of water. And in these two maps, we have in red the overexploited aquifer located in the southeast of Tunisia, especially in Jafara. And also this overexploited aquifer has a high salinity level in groundwater, more than 3 grams in average, but we can reach 10 grams per liter in some cases. For this water lab, we established some challenges. For example, we have to control the overexploitation of these aquifer from the decreasing groundwater piezometry and the total water storage. We also have to control the water pollution, especially urban and industrial pollution, for the control of groundwater in terms of bacteriological analysis, such as bacteria, parasites, virus in groundwater. Also, we have to estimate the groundwater recharge and removal rate, especially with stable and radioactive isotopes in groundwater, and adaptation to climate change, because we have severe drought in this region, and we have also a severe water shortage, because the average for all Tunisia is about less than 400 cubic meter per capita and per year. And also we have to establish the vulnerability to high water salinity and seawater intrusion, especially for agriculture. One of these challenge is to reduce the decrease in groundwater level in shallow and deep aquifer, and controlling the overexploitation in water resource, and increasing the water storage in Jafara by establishment of soil and water conservation strategies. Here we have an example of 2 piezometer in some piezometer in shallow and deep aquifer, and as you can see, we have a continuous decrease in the piezometry in these aquifers. One of the example of water and soil conservation is the installation of filter wells. These filter wells can improve the recharge of the groundwater, of the surface water to groundwater, and increase the storage of the aquifer. The Commissariat of Regional Development in Medellin has begun these works, and now they are installing this type of filter well to increase the recharge of groundwater. Among the methodologies,
Feti, you have 4 minutes left. Just
okay,
to let you know.
I will go quickly. Among the methodologies, we have data collection, of course, surface and groundwater, geology, climate, isotope, socioeconomic data, water balance for surface and groundwater. We have also to establish some maps like digital elevation maps, watershed, land use, aquifer, soil type, etc. We will use models like SWOT, water evaluation and planning system, WEEP, and mode flow, and we will establish a decision support system by coupling WEEP and mode flow for management scenario, artificial network, neural network for hydro system behavior for evaluating scenario assessment. I'm pleased to give the word to my colleague Jamel Ben Nasser to continue this presentation for the socio-economic part of this presentation. Jamel, are you here?
Yes, yes.
Please.
I will present especially the socio-economic characteristic of our water lab and the main challenges of governance in this water lab. So in our water lab, we have some specificity, some social specificity. Firstly, the local system has undergoing significant transformation. The main social transformation is the transition from nomadism to sedentary lifestyle. So this is a transformation from extensive agriculture to intensive production system that need irrigation water. Also, sedentarization means concentration of population both in rural and in urban areas. Another significant transformation is the development of urban and tourist centers as Jerba and Zarzis. As consequence of all this socioeconomic transformation, a significant increase of water demand with a strong competition between sectors and actors. Another characteristic of our water lab is the socioeconomic disparity between coastal zone and other zone of this region. So the main challenge in this water lab is the increase of water demand with a water scarcity and drought context. Also, we have overexploitation of groundwater. Also, we have equity between area, between region, between actors, and also the sustainability of this resource. Next, please. Facing drought and aridity, the local population has developed indigenous knowledge to adapt to water scarcity. This slide shows some indigenous techniques invented by the local population for rainwater harvesting. We have techniques for agricultural water, like Jusur in the right of the table, and cistern for drinking water in the left of the table. These cisterns are called fisqiya and measured by the local population. Next. So, at local level, we have the population with knowledge. We have also many other stakeholders with different objectives and sometimes conflictual objectives. We have different types of interaction and relationship in this level, as cooperation or conflict, trust or mistrust, etc. The quality of this relationship and the quality of interaction between all these stakeholders is a potential determinant for the sustainability of water in our water lab. Also, the relationship between the local level and the other levels like regional and national. So here we speak about, we talk about microeconomic level and macroeconomic level. Here we speak about multi-level governance. So the quality of relationship between decision makers and other stakeholders in different levels. So this quality of relationship and the cooperation, trust, etc., and the quality of governance determine the sustainability of water in our water lab. This is the main challenge of governance in our water lab, and I think that the Talanoa approach, the dialogue approach, can help here to give a good model of governance to improve and to enhance sustainability of water in this area. And thanks.
And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you both. Thank you, Jamil. Thank you, Feti, for your
Sorry
presentation.
for the delay.
No, I mean, we are 2 minutes late. Unfortunately, we use the time for Q&A. So unless there's a very pressing question from the audience, I will suggest that we go ahead to the next speaker. There are no hands up, so I guess that's the case. So we can go to the next presentation, which is going to be delivered by Jaroslav Misiak from CMCC on the Italian Water Lab. So Jaro, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dionisio. Can you confirm that you see my slide in the full presentation mode, right?
Yeah, it's working.
Excellent. So I will be giving you a short overview about what we are planning in the Po River Basin, introducing the river basin, the challenges, and what we are thinking to do. This is, of course, there's a whole team behind. About of me, there are at least 5 or 6 people from the team attending this conference, including Francesco, who already intervened, Ramiro, I've seen also Arthur, and Sylvia, Jeremy, and so on. So there's a whole team behind. Very quickly, introducing CMCC. CMCC is a center of competence for multidisciplinary research on climate change. We are running a number of Copernicus services and IPCC support facilities, but we are operating the European Topic Center on Climate Change, Impacts and Vulnerability, which is the competence center behind the reports and assessment of European Environment Agency. From our research experience and excellence, we are mostly environmental or resource economist, or specialist in modeling climate-related hazard and risk. We have also political scientists focusing on inclusive risk governance, policy analysis, ethics, justice, and so on. And of course, climate risk assessment is our core competence, and we are members of a number of and overarching policy initiatives. So that was very quickly. Now, Po River Basin, I think most of you know it. So this is the map of Italy, and the Po River Basin is covering most of the Padang Plain, which is in the north. You might see my cursor showing it. So, you know, from the Mer side, you see that the Po Plain is basically covering most of the low-lying areas in Italy, and this is why the concept, why it's characterized by a high concentration of the population, high concentration of the industry, and agriculture production as well. So this is, you know, the most important river basin in Italy and in Europe, among the most developed and the most important ones, and it's suffering already from the observed climate change. I will mention that, from the overexploitation and from, you know, the growing water conflicts. So I'm not going to introduce all these. You will find it in the minutes. We will share this slide, but just recall that this is the low-lying area in the north. Its Po River Basin is most important one for Italian economy. So what we are looking at is basically conducting research and advising the policymakers along the reducing the existing climate and non-climate related risk and climate adaptation. The key emphasis is starting from the risk assessment, using the risk knowledge to inform the gap in governance, highlighting where to reinforce the existing arrangements, looking into how to raise and secure sustainable finance into adaptation and disaster risk reduction, with emphasis on nature-based solution. I will show you more examples, and monitoring, reporting, and evaluation, so feeding back into the whole process of designing policies. So this is the conceptual map, if you want, of our lab. Specifically, we are focusing on a reform of water rights and water permits, exactly because basically the water resources in the Po River are already overexploited, and you know, in the average year, we see already that the water that is demanded and allocated among the different users is exceeding the long-term sustainable availability. We will be looking into economic financial incentives and insurance policies to foster water efficiency and resilience building to climate extremes. Through nature-based solution, we'll be focusing on natural retention measure, infiltration areas, forest areas, and ecosystem connectivity. I will show you a little bit more. But I would like to highlight that this, basically our project or our idea is closely linked to the what is the new element of the Horizon Europe, the Research Innovation Framework, focusing on missions. Yeah, the EU mission on climate adaptation and societal transformation has developed this transformational journey, and it is perfectly fitting also what we have envisaged in the Water Lab and what Elisa presented. It starts with assessing the opportunities and risks, goes on with mobilizing partnership engagement, formulating vision and pathways, and pathways to reach that vision, and then looking into innovative solutions that help us to get to make the vision happen. And you know, the tested small-scale solution might be upscaled to a larger scale, and eventually developing. Sorry, we need to connect my. Just a second. I will connect to the power. Just a second. I'm already there. Right. Sorry for that. And delivering the solution across the scale. And this might be within the same nation or across the nation. So this is the whole transformative journey, very quickly explained, from the mission, adaptation, and societal transformation. And this is exactly what we are aiming at in the Water Lab in the Po River Basin, to help the regions that are within the territory of the river basin to prepare for the opportunities of the mission adaptation, and help them to formulate the vision or test some solution on the local scale. Okay, very quickly. These graphics is only to show that we have already observed quite significant impacts of climate change in terms of precipitation anomaly in the summer. This is what you see below, or the temperature, the maximum temperature. This is not covering the all regions of the river basin district, but you can see where, for example, in the low-lying areas, especially in summer, we are missing up to 30% of the water, and the precipitation anomaly exceeds 30%. And this is really something that is worrying all the stakeholders, all the users, in the light of over allocated water resources already. We need to see how to relocate, how to redesign the water pyramids in a sustainable way. This is showing another challenge that we have. It shows basically the impact of different regional climate models in different terms, in terms of precipitation or temperature, but I included them basically to show the variability. So what is inherent in a climate risk assessment in this water laboratory is the uncertainty. The uncertainty are different plausible scenarios for the future, how the climate change might play out in the Po River Basin district. And this is why our management approaches really need to be built around robust decision-making and clear risk assessment. The area is very important for agriculture production. There are key crops, not only for Italy, also for Europe, in terms of wheat, rice, maize in the area. There's an important wine producing sector, and high quality agro-food production, the cheese, Parmesan cheese, for example, or anything else. This is put at strain because of the growing water scarcity. We have important urban centers in the river basins that are facing increased pluvial and fluvial floods. This is, for example, Milan, for which we estimated the annual expected damage from the pluvial floods. This is an example of it. But we don't stop at the climate risk assessment. We look into how to reduce it. And this is a scheme, a short scheme that shows how the natural retention intervention might help to reduce the pluvial risk and at the same time improve the quality of life and living condition and the connectivity of ecosystem. So this is part of what we will be focusing on, but not only in the urban scale, on the whole scale of the river basin. This is basically the river basin district is home to many very important international ecosystems, from the Po River Delta, which is biosphere reserve, up to the Natura 2000 site and the connectivity and so on. And what we are basically looking at is how to complement the existing green infrastructure within the river basin district with the nature-based solution that will help us to retain the water and recharge the ground, the aquifer, how this intervention might complement the existing networks and improve the connectivity of ecosystems. So we will be focusing on intervention that are called forest retention areas. They are basically agricultural land that is turned into silvicultural crops, as here, that are basically meant to harvest the water and keep the water in the territory and recharge the aquifer. There are interesting economic schemes how to pay for these services, and we are going to investigate more how they might be applied at a large scale. This is my last slide, just to show who are the key partners we will be working with. It's Po River Basin District Authority, then regional environmental protection agencies and the regional administrations from several regions. It's Piedmont, Lombardy, Veneto, Emilia-Romagna. We will be working very closely with land reclamation and irrigation boards. They are called in Italian Consorzio di Bonifica. And we have already established a contact with them and have long-term collaboration. And then also the energy utility companies that are managing the reservoirs upstreams or managing the hydropower plants in the downstream areas. And we will be building up on a number of projects that have been recently completed or are still going on. The key of them is Clara. Clara is climate forecast enabled knowledge services. We've been working with a number of service providers across Europe to show the value, the social economic value of using the seasonal forecast for irrigation, for example, also disaster risk reduction. Coach project is another project that was coordinated by the other component of this project at CMCC. That's the Francesco's team, was looking at co-designing and assessing the climate change cost and the intervention possible. There are a number of other projects, including the project that we developed with GECOS, Gecosistema, a small and medium-sized company based in Rimini and Cesena. We work on Safer Places project. They are partners to this consortia, and the scope of the project was to look into pluvial hazard and risk assessment and mitigation across different cities. Not only pluvial, also coastal and riverine, but in this context, we will be focusing on pluvial. And recently, we have completed a study for European Commission, the DG Climate Action, where we looked into adaptation modeling for policy support, looking into how to speed up and how to make smarter adaptation policies with what modeling tool and how that might be further fostered. So this is very quick. I hope that was useful and informative, and we are really looking forward to working with you on this project. Over to you, Diony.
Thank you very much, Jan. That was very, very comprehensive and interesting. Thank you also for following the structure, and it was very clear with the synergies and the collaborations in the end. We have time for 2 questions from the audience. So I'm going to see whether there's someone with the hands up. You can raise your hand, otherwise you can just unmute yourself and voice your question loudly. I don't see any question. I have many, so in case there's
don't worry. I mean, I guess this type of kickoff meeting lasting for the whole day and looking at the number of presentation, it's not really helping to have a sustained dialogue. But I'd be happy to answer any question throughout the day or later on whenever it's suitable.
Perfect. Thank you, Jan. Yeah. I mean, I hope in the afternoon when we have the round table and where we have to discuss on all the different work packages and tasks, we are going to have much more participation and questions. So
there is somebody in the waiting room. I just wanted to make you
aware. Yeah, we are. I'm trying to admit it, but it doesn't work. I'm admitting this person all the time, but in the end, it's not joining. It appears again.
Okay.
I don't know. There's something wrong, but yeah, it appears again. Well, okay. So let's now go to the following presentation, which is going to be delivered by Hari again on the Lebanese water lab, Litani catchment. So Hari, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Diony. I will be introducing 2 of my research assistants who will handle the case study on the Litani part. Reem Hazimi, she will start with the presentation. Go ahead, Reem. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hadi. Hello, everyone. Is the presentation showing?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, great. Thank you. So great to be here and happy to join this kickoff meeting today. My name is Reem and I'm a research assistant at AgHive, which is led by Dr. Hadi Jafar. And AgHive is the unit for the remote sensing and geospatial lab and the smart irrigation lab at the Department of Agriculture at the American University of Beirut. At AgHive, we perform research and teaching activities in the fields of remote sensing and water resources management. We are also very active from an outreach dimension. We perform research-based workshops and trainings for the user community. And we mainly address applications of geospatial data and analysis to agriculture, water resources management, conflicts, refugees, and water stress. And I'm working jointly with Dr. Hadi and my colleague Roya on this project, and we are looking forward to reaching a fruitful collaboration with all partners. So after giving you a brief introduction on what we do, we'll start with an overview of the location and context of the Litani River Basin. We'll then go over the challenges posed by years of water mismanagement. And we will look into some recent advances and adaptation strategies for efficient water use and water accounting. Afterwards, my colleague Roya will present some output examples of the water accounting plus tool in the Litani River Basin. So the Litani River, which rises in the Bekaa at an altitude of 850 meters, where agriculture is the largest water consumer there and empties into the Mediterranean Sea north of Tyre, is witnessing water stress and is affected by urgent quality and quantity problems, which we'll discuss later during this presentation, and which are currently threatening populations over its 170 kilometer stretch. The catchment area is about 2,176 square kilometers, which is equal to some 20% of the total area of the country, as it shows on the map. And the basin has always been a source of income for over 1 million inhabitants, which usually or who usually use it for irrigation, industrial, and summer recreational activities, but is now holding on radical transformations in water shortages. So years of water mismanagement have posed numerous challenges on the river and turned its waters into a dump that is no longer suitable for irrigation, household, or hydropower use. And some of the main causes of increased water use are population growth, conflicting water uses, and climate change. On top of that, the overexploitation of groundwater resources, water pollution, and also the absence of good quality long-term data collection processes are adding fuel to the fire. So in such conditions, we cannot further afford to degrade our water resources and thus need to conserve every drop we have. We'll start by examining a bit those challenges, starting with the decrease in groundwater levels in the upper basin that is now surfacing as a major concern. And currently, groundwater resources in the basin are depleted by around 57.5 million cubic meter per year. And water storage is decreasing to about 50 million cubic meter per year. For a long time, the Litani was one of the most precious natural resources for Lebanon. However, today it is the epicenter of what we can call an environmental catastrophe. Most of the domestic and industrial water in the basin is left untreated, with high levels of pollution resulting in non-recoverable water of about 469.5 million cubic meter per year, threatening public health and ecosystem functions. The basin is also a container of conflicting water uses, including those for industrial, domestic, and irrigation activities. In addition to that, hydropower uses, enter and out of basin transfers, and expanding population of refugees also squeeze the basin's capacities. Climate change. So of course, it's making headlines and affecting water resources, not only in Lebanon, but also across the globe. And those changes in rainfall patterns and increase in temperature due to recurrent drought resulted in growing water demands, leaving water availability of only 800 cubic meter per capita per year. And this situation has been also exacerbated by the Syrian refugee crisis, causing more demand on water for a growing population. With regard to data record, flow measurements and withdrawals from the Litani Basin are available only at selected locations, but there are a few stations with long-term records of good quality data. And this provides only a glimpse of the available water resources, thus stressing more the need for a long-term hydrological and water management scheme. So with all of these challenges, how can we achieve proper water management strategies across different types of land use in such a complex setting? Here at our labs, we've built into our DNA the employment of smart irrigation applications for efficient water use, such as AgSat, which is an app that we developed at AgHive, and it calculates and forecasts crop water requirements in near real time using remote sensing technology anywhere, anytime. And other adaptation strategies, of course, could be wastewater reuse, increasing investments in water treatment plants, putting efficient water use on top of the government's agenda, and of course, adopting a common long-term hydrological and water management framework, which is in our case, water accounting. So to leverage the water accounting plus tool to its full potential, my colleague Roya will now guide us through some output examples and sheets in the Litani River Basin. So Roya, I pass it on to you.
Yes, thank you, Reem. Hi to everyone. I'm happy to join you today. My presentation will be on the major outputs of water accounting tool conducted for the year 2010-2016 over the Litani Basin. The major outputs of water accounting are standardized sheets, figures, maps, and tables. The first output that I'm gonna show is the land use map that divides the basin landscape into 4 main categories, distinguished as protected land use, utilized land use, modified land use, and managed water use. As we can see, the utilized areas represent the highest percentage of the total basin of around 55%, followed by the modified and managed land use areas. Another output of the water accounting tool is the evapotranspiration map. It can be seen from the ET map that the ET in the irrigated land varies between 1,000 and 1,200 millimeter per year. And this depends on the crop rotation and water availability. You can see this in the map with a blue color, while the ET in the desert landscape varies between 100 to 400 millimeter per year, depending on the intensity of the local shrubs, presented in red in the map. In addition to the evapotranspiration maps, the precipitation minus evapotranspiration is another output. These maps reveal where water is generated, blue color in the map, and where water is consumed, red color in the map. Also, another output is a supply map, and it shows where water has been supplied from irrigation, both surface and groundwater. The supply is the highest in the valley, reaching up to 400-500 millimeter per year. And the supply map can be also used to provide information on dry and wet years, where water would be more supplied in dry year. Next slide, please. Water Accounting Plus to provide all information about river basin using 6 different output sheets, including resource-based, evapotranspiration, agricultural services, utilized flow, surface water, and groundwater. I will be presenting on 2 major sheets, the resource-based and the evapotranspiration sheet. The resource-based sheet is the first output sheet of the water accounting. It provides a total overview of the state of the water resources. As you can see, this is the sheet for the Litani Basin with average values ranging between for the years 2010-2016. To start with the inflows to the basin, the precipitation represents the major inflow component to the Litani. Yeah, sure. To the Litani with around 1,370 million meter cube per year. Another inflows into the basin can be the precipitation that has been artificially brought into the basin or from surface water ground inflows or the groundwater inflows. However, these values are 0 in the case of the Litani. The sum of all of these inflow end up to form the external inflow into the basin. Water can be either abstracted or added to the storage of the basin. However, in the Litani, we can see that there is a storage decrease in the basin by 57.5 million cubic meter per year. And the external inflow together with the change in the storage form that net inflow, which is the net available water for consumption. And it is further divided into the landscape and exploitable water. The exploitable water is consumed by incremental ET and managed water, such as the irrigation. And part of this irrigation water is non-recoverable water, which represents 88% of it. And this is due to the high percentage of pollution that we have in the Litani Basin. While the remaining is non-consumed water divided into utilizable, non-utilizable, and reserved outflow. The landscape ET is further divided into rainfall ET and incremental ET, differentiated according to the land use land cover map, protected, utilized, modified, and managed. And the outflow from the basin is the net inflow minus the depleted water. The outflow occurs naturally through the surface or through artificial outflow needed for the irrigation projects and other hydropower. As we can see that there is a high percentage of outflow from the basin and thus making a little amount of water available for consumption inside the basin. Next slide, please. Another output is the evapotranspiration sheet. And it is also an average value for 2010-2016. It splits the total evapotranspiration into non-manageable, manageable, and managed classes, where the managed and manageable areas account for large ET. It also quantifies evapotranspiration and the transpiration per land use classes. As you can see that the irrigated crop ET is higher than the rain-fed crop ET. This sheet also further summarizes the relation between beneficial and non-beneficial water. It can be noted that a high percentage of water is used beneficially in the basin, which is an advantage. And also it can show that the transpiration is higher than interception and evaporation in the basin. And these are all for the outputs, for the major outputs. And I will leave the floor open for Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Roja, for the presentation. It was very comprehensive. With a lot of numbers already there. That's good. We have this information to start working on. I will ask the participants to raise their hands in case they have any questions. I can see it. I hear something, but it looks like no one has raised a hand. Okay, so just a very quick question I have already. So Hari was mentioning that it was possible to work with the inputs from climate models in order to generate, possible outcomes for, different water accounting sheets for the future, considering the future. And I was wondering if that also applies for biomass production. I mean, if you have different evapotranspiration, different temperature data and different rainfall data, can you generate different estimates for evapotranspiration for biomass production per crop?
Yes, you can, because biomass is basically based on what we call the Penman or the Monteith model for light use efficiency, and it's also a function of the transpiration. So if you model the impact on evapotranspiration and also temperature, biomass is also affected by what we call the environmental stressors, such as the soil moisture, the heat stress, and the vapor pressure deficit stress. So if these can be modeled using climate change, there's a lot of uncertainty, of course, as has been shown today, and also as you mentioned earlier. But within a range of uncertainty, you can estimate the impact of climate change on biomass production. But yes, to answer your question, one of our recent publications called GIMI in remote sensing, we present a model for biomass using evapotranspiration globally. So if you include those modeled evapotranspiration data sets, you can come up at least within a certain range of certainty with biomass, with impacts of climate change on biomass.
Oh, that's very useful. So you will have estimates on the evapotranspiration, you will have estimates on water consumption, therefore, and you will have estimates on the biomass production as well.
Of course, yes. Now it's a little bit tricky, because then you have also to model the impact of carbon dioxide on biomass, because the light use efficiency is a function of also of the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere, but also of the temperature. These biophysical variables, they're not perfectly modeled using climate change data. When you come to the plant physiology point of view. But of course, this is, you're talking here about a study in nature.
Yeah. No, I'm interested because I was wondering, obviously when you have estimations of water use, etc., it's very useful, but at the same time, the decision of the farmer is mostly based on the productivity of the crop. So, the water is a constraint. But then when they are taking the decision of when to plant, they are looking into the yield, basically, and the prices, obviously, which are, these are economic variables that we can study. Right. For us, the critical input from a physical model, economic model, would be the biomass production. That was why I was asking.
Let's put that on the agenda.
Okay. Yeah. Many things in the agenda already. So let's go to the next presentation. I'm going to invite Abdo now, so that we have Francesco. We leave our presentation, our case study, to the end, just in case we have to delay it further, because I don't know if Marco has, because he has to leave this morning. So perhaps we have to let him intervene ahead of our presentation in the water lab. So let's go to the Egyptian water lab now, to the Nile River Basin water lab. Abdo, are you there? Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. So I'm going to share my screen where your presentation is already ready. Can you see it?
Yes.
Perfect. So please go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I am presenting this presentation on behalf of my colleague Omar Khalid, because he in a field trip or a work visit in South Sudan to follow up the company project there. Our activities of the Egyptian Water Lab will concentrate on the Nile Delta, because Nile Delta is the most hot spot of the Nile Basin in Egypt. It faces a lot of challenges and water problems. As you see on the map, the Nile Delta is located at the middle of the coastline shore of Egypt with the Mediterranean Sea. The Nile Delta is surrounded by Rosetta Nile branch from the western side, and from with Tomaita Nile branch from the eastern side. The distance or the width of the Nile Delta with the coastline of the Mediterranean Sea is about 240 kilometers, and the distance between the middle point of the width of the Nile Delta with the Mediterranean Sea to Cairo is about 160 kilometers. The Nile Delta is occupied about 63% of the cultivated land in Egypt. It faces a lot of problems. We will talk about it in the next slides. But it is a home of 50% of Egypt's population of 110 million people. It is also a source of producing 12.5% of the nation's total fish production. Next, please. The problem of which the Nile Delta facing, in addition to high population, water scarcity, water shortage, due to especially at the end of the canals, it faces water logging and soil salinity, groundwater overuse. It is expected to double or triple the challenges which we are facing now due to the GERD of Ethiopia, and because we get 85% of inflow to the Nile, and the main crop of the Nile cultivated in the Nile Delta is rice. It is the rice area in Egypt, and it consumes about 50% of the Egyptian water budget. So without agreement, without filling agreement with Ethiopia on this dam, we will have we can't estimate the crisis. It is unbelievable. So we have to work hard to have an agreement with Ethiopia and Sudan to manage and fill the dam based on win-win situation. Okay, go ahead, please. The next slide. The first challenge we will talk on, it is water logging. As water table is very high in the Nile Delta, because from 7,000 years we are still using the conventional irrigation system, which is flood, with efficiency ranged from 35% to 65% in the improved areas. So water logging reduces the crop production in the Nile Delta, in addition to soil salinity. In Egypt, approximately 9 million hectares suffer from salinization problems in the cultivated areas. 60% of this 9 million hectares is located in the northern part of the Nile Delta, because it is adjacent to the Mediterranean Sea, and there is a lot of seawater intrusion to the cultivated area at the northern side of the Nile Delta. Also, there is 20% of the affected land by salinity at the southern Delta and the Middle Egypt. Another 25% in the upper Egypt regions. These areas, all these areas are affected by salinity. But as we mentioned, the majority of salt-affected soils in Egypt located at the northern central part of the Nile Delta due to seawater intrusion. Next, please. Due to water shortage, especially at the end of the canals in the irrigation system of the Nile Delta, we have a supplementary irrigation using groundwater, and this caused drawdown of the static level of groundwater, and increased the percentage of seawater intrusions, and this resulted in increasing the salinity, and as a result, reduction in the crop production in the Nile Delta. Next, please. So, it is unbelievable the impacts of operating the GERD of Ethiopia before we have a filling agreement and operation agreement. So I can't to talk about the risks and the impacts. We need not only Talanoa project, we need several Talanoa projects to talk about it. So I will skip this point. Yeah. So go to please to the next slide. So adaptation strategy. We have a lot of opportunities to improve crop water productivity, to overcome water shortage, to increase farmers' incomes through adopting salt-tolerant crops. We in Talanoa project, we will work on developing a base map for a new cropping pattern to support decision maker and the policy planners, in addition to farmers, by what kind of suitable crops we can cultivate in saline soils and with saline water. So this is the plan B. We have a lot of opportunities like quinoa crop. We have sugar beet. We have salicornia. It is very important crop for exportation to Europe, because to increase the farmers' income. We have barley. We have a new varieties of potatoes. It's called the salt potatoes. It produce full production with seawater salinity, about 30,000 ppm. So we have to exercise which is salt tolerant crops suitable for the area, to use the saline soil with saline water. The second strategy, which we will use to mobile-based irrigation service, sensors, metering, and remote control. We, in collaboration with the local mobile company, we have a prototype it is about sensors to be installed at the gates of the canal and in specific fields of the farmers which we will work with. If any problems happened in the canal, like increasing water suddenly in the canal, or a big seepage or leakage in the canal, the gate is not working, the system will inform the irrigation manager or the irrigation engineer to there is a specific problem in a specific place, so he has to go to this place to solve the problem immediately. The system also will inform farmers, specific farmers. We will establish agreement with them to inform them by using SMS. To this SMS will be free of charge as a support from the local mobile company. The system will inform farmers when to irrigate and how much water to apply to their field. The third strategy we will adopt in the Nile Delta via Talanoa Water Project. Also, it is called the hybrid irrigation system. Hybrid irrigation system is a compromised solution between pressurized irrigation systems and surface irrigation systems. It is the efficiency of this system is about it ranges from 85% to 90%. It is less than drip irrigation and higher than sprinkler irrigation. But the cost of this system is very low compared to the pressurized irrigation systems. Also, the productivity of this system, especially with rice, which consumes a lot of water, it increases the productivity and decreases the water consumption. So this system will be adopted also to improve crop water productivity in the Nile Delta. In addition to the strategy of optimizing water management and planning in the Nile Delta using water accounting, and our colleagues from Lebanon talked a lot of this new technique. So this, which will be adopted also as an adaptation strategy in the Nile Delta. Next, please. Our work, for sure, our work and activities in the Egyptian Water Lab will be done in collaboration with our colleagues from other organization or other partners in the project. Next, please. Okay, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdo. I will stop screen sharing now. Okay, so now we have one presentation left, which is the Spanish Water Lab. But before that, I think that it's only fair to give the floor to Marco Orlando, the project officer who has been with us all the entire morning, listening to our scientific chit chat. And now he is going to provide us some feedback on what he has been hearing and what he expects, and how what we have presented has affected his perspectives on the project. So please, Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dionisio. Well, first off, I'd like to thank all the colleagues who took some time today to educate each other and myself as well on the different parts of the work they will be in charge of, and obviously the sites as well. Again, I go back to my initial reflection. Basically, I anticipated a bit one element, one component, which is very important when I intervened before the start of the meeting. And I mean, I think I have to stress again this point, but it's not because you're not aware of it. It's really about the integration of the different pillars of the 3 pillars of the project that were presented today, and also the integration of the work that will be done at pilot site level, because again, you presented some another strength that I forgot when I did the introduction for this meeting is that the pilots were considered very representative of the Mediterranean. Okay, so you have sites which are facing different issues, different pressures, but also similar ones, and obviously what you can extrapolate from these different experiences and from the work that the project will be doing. It's very important, you know, that you have this coherency and you maximize the work done in all the countries. So I think this is it's also very important for the coordinators to make sure that the synergies across the countries and the partners are optimized, and it's important for the success of the project. I mean, I think the consortium is very well placed because everyone is bringing in some multidisciplinary teams. Okay, so I trust really that this project will be in line with the expectations that we have from the call. And again, I'm going to say that again. I think that you analyzed very carefully the call, so you're proposing a plan that, yeah, I mean, it's ambitious, but hopefully, I mean, you will be able from the very start of the beginning to coordinate among yourselves and work tightly, you know, together to try and achieve the objective of the work plan. And again, I'm really happy about what I'm seeing also from the technical presentations, because for sure you will need some additional internal meetings, as I think Dionisio anticipated, because 4 hours in the morning, I mean, you have the afternoon session, but for the technical work, you will need really a closer relationship and discuss all the details. So I trust that you will do this following these meetings. And I don't want to take much time. I'm sorry I have to leave, but we are in the worst, if I can say that, allow me this word, period of the year, because we have overlapping evaluations of the calls 2021, midterm evaluations. Today it's actually a public holiday in Catalonia, but I think that especially for this project, I had to be here and listen to you because. Well, I am a bit affectionate to this project, and I think it's important that the funders here, you know, they're present at the kickoff meeting, and we hear from the partners. Again, it's a good consortium. All the, well, University of Salamanca, I think it's one of the oldest in Spain, or if not the oldest, and the other institutions, I know them very well because most of them, they participate in other projects. So we are quite comfortable with the idea that you will have a successful project. So that is it from my end. Again, I'm leaving you, but even if over the coming days you discuss internally and you have some further issues that you would like to communicate to the Secretariat, and you need some clarifications, or you need some support, please, Dionisio, you feel free to approach me, and we take it up from there.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And have a nice day. Thanks again for the nice meeting, and good luck on the project. We will be speaking soon.
Thank you so much, Marco, and thank you for joining us, even if it was a bank holiday in Catalonia. When I didn't come on purpose, I didn't know. When you told me the first time, I was like, oops, I had already told everyone about the date. I'm sorry you had to work.
No problem. I mean, we are used to this because our mindset is international. So we try and fit with everyone's schedule and agenda, so no worries about it. And
Thank you.
see you soon. Thank you. Bye bye. Good day.
Bye Marco. Thank you. Thank you. So, well, thanks to all of you for being here during the morning. Now we're going to close the morning session with the last presentation. I didn't forget about it, obviously, because it's our case study, our water laboratory. Francesco is going to make a quick presentation. Then we are running late now, so yeah, hopefully Francesco makes it in 10 minutes. Then we can go for the lunch break. And then in the afternoon session, we're going to have a series of roundtables. So, I mean, thus far, I realized that it has been maybe too much, too many presentations in too little time. But in the afternoon, it will be much more dynamic, hopefully with your participation. And the idea is that we start, as Marco said, moving forward with the real substance of the project. So who does that and when and with whom. But before that, let's finish the morning session. So please, Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Diony. Could you see my screen, my presentation?
It's working.
Okay, fantastic. Hi to everybody. I'm Francesco Sapina, PhD student here in University of Salamanca during my second year of the doctorate. I'm going to present our Spanish water lab, the Sega catchment in Spain. The Sega catchment is in central Spain in the Duero River Basin, one of the largest in Spain and the largest in all the Iberic Peninsula, if we consider also the Portuguese part. In this river basin shows a historical predominance of cereals and fodder, talking about the agricultural. Mainly of them are rain-fed, even though this is a traditionally rich of water basin, but like many parts of Southern Europe with an increasing drought event in the last decade. Sega is a particular case in the Duero River Basin because additional to cereals and fodders has also a lot of cultivation of vegetables and fruit tree and other irrigated crops quite profitable. So talking about the challenges, it's one of the few non-regulated catchment in Spain. So that implies that we can enjoy the beauty of free-flowing river, but also facing the risk of this in case of flood events or drought. There is also an expansion in agriculture still today because of these profitable crops that are cultivated in this area. But it is done mainly with groundwater resources because we seen in the first slide, the only large surface water body is the river Sega that is in the northern part of the catchment, and there is not a good net of canals to transport surface water everywhere. And so this is this expansion is good for farmers' income, but implies that there will be growing problems of pollution because of fertilizer and pesticides are washed away and released in the water bodies downstream. Because of this large use of groundwater, there were built some water retention areas. These areas are water retention area are places where water is artificially infiltrated underground, so to recharge the aquifer. But the actual infiltration is already not enough to meet the demand. So with a growing demand of agricultural water, the situation will get worse. So as a result, the deep aquifer is overexploited, and its depletion put the irrigators at high risk for the future economic sustainability of this area. And this is not also an economic problem for the farmers because overexploiting aquifer leads to other problems such as, for example, subsidence. That is a really important issue in these areas. So the authorities have planned to solutionate some of this problem, building a new dam in this area of the Sega River in the central part. This will be the reservoir that will be, if the dam will be constructed, is currently under assessment, and University of Salamanca was assigned to do the economic analysis, as Dioniso has already said this morning. This new dam could help to prevent some flood problems in the case, and also satisfy part of the growing demand of agricultural water, and maybe also release some pressure in the aquifer if some farmers that actually use groundwater could use the surface water. Anyway, there is a strong opposition by environmental association and other stakeholders to this project, because the reservoir will be built in a naturalistic area, and also because of course the natural free flowing of the river will be compromised with a dam. Anyway, still there is not a final decision about this dam. The adaptation strategy we have thought about that have to be tested in this area would be an expansion of the water retention areas, and if they are nature-based water retention area, that will be better. Dr. Misiak already talked about these areas in his presentation. So we have some example from Italy. And also an effective cost recovery will be good to internalize the externality of water withdrawals. And we have to remember also that a full cost recovery is mandatory because of the Water Framework Directive, so has to be implemented in the next years. Another strategy is the implementation of formal mutual funds that are like insurance, but without an insurance company. As we have already said, the insurance are possible only with rain-fed crops. So the irrigators are out of this contract. So normally they use as insurance the aquifer. So in case of drought, they pump out more water. So this mutual fund could be a good strategy to release some of the pressure of the aquifer. And also water markets could be a good strategy because they reallocate water to more profitable crops. So we have to indemnize only the farmers with less profitable crops. Also some farmer-based strategies are the deficit irrigation to save part of the harvest in case of drought, applying less water, and other irrigation services that we as talk about, for example, in the presentation of the Lebanese water lab, so new technology, smart irrigation, and so on. So we have identified this as our core competencies. We have today 6 microeconomic model and ensemble of microeconomic models, both single and multi-attribute, both linear and non-linear models. This model try to replicate the farmer's behavior and could assess policy shocks or natural shocks in the agricultural sector. We are also currently developing a multi-agent cellular automata models to test market with social interaction between agents. And all this human system could be coupled with a natural system to better understand the relationship between these two worlds. So for example, we use the output of EasyMIP, an ensemble of agroeconomic models. And we also couple the microeconomic model to hydrologic and the hydraulic model like HEC HMS, or a decision support system model like Aquatool, the one used by the authorities here in Spain. And we have also identified some possible partnership based on your area of expertise. So for example, macroeconomic models with CMCC. We have already a pilot study with the coupling of micro and macroeconomic, climate inputs with Eurocordex and CMCC, remote sensing with American University of Beirut, other possible hydrologic model like SWOT and other with GPI and INRAE, and a refinement of the input of our agronomic model with the help of the INAT. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesco. So, well, that's with this we finish the round of presentations from the Water Labs. There is a question in the chat from Samir asking us whether it's possible to send the presentations of the Water Lab. Yeah, they will be uploaded to the Talanoa Water Google Drive unit. So, I mean, if you don't have access to the G Drive, just send me an email. I will give you access to the G Drive, and there you can take a look at the different presentations. Not all of them are uploaded, but we will ask to all the partners to upload the presentation. Yeah, the presentation from the American University of Beirut, the two of them are already there. Also from INRAE, I think, but well, the others will be uploaded soon. I will upload now the presentation from Apto as well, from G5. So I will ask if there are any questions from the audience. And if there aren't, I think it's about time to go to our lunch break, to have some rest and come back for the afternoon session. In the afternoon session, remember that the idea is to have a roundtable, so no more presentations. It's just all of us talking. Then, I mean, we are going to have all the partners who have made a presentation. Also, Paolo and Stefano Valli from Ecosistema will intervene and be part of the roundtable. They didn't make a presentation, but they are part of the consortium, and we will come to know them as well. And we're going to have this roundtable discussion in which the idea is to initiate already the project management bodies. I don't want to take much time. I will leave you now so that you go for lunch. But before that, remember that I asked you a few weeks ago whether you had in mind some people who could join the high-level external advisory board. We need 5 members, 4 or 5 members, 6 maximum. I will say 6 too much. We have received some suggestions, but not many. Not all of you have sent their proposed names to become members of the high-level external advisory board. It's not compulsory, because this external advisory board will be designed in the end by the American University of Beirut and the University of Salamanca, who have the funds to do that. But it would be good to find an agreement and to have people that you agree, that we all agree, that is good, because the role of this external advisory board in this project is important. So if you haven't, just think about some names that maybe come to your mind for the next session, so that we can discuss on that, and then we will go on and start working on how to program the next task of the project. So thank you a lot. Looking forward to talking to you in about 1 hour, maybe. I think that we can start at 2:35, so that we have one hour now. Thank you all. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye, Abdul.
Bye, everybody. See you later.
Hi, Dayuni, how are you?
Hi, Abdo. How are you doing?
Good, good. Yeah.
I think it's about time to start, but I mean, let's give some 5 more minutes maybe, because I see that most people are not here.
Okay, I have to wait.
Ahad is here as well.
Oh, I'm here. I was just muted, so but I'm still in the office. So actually, I didn't see the lunch break on the agenda, so I didn't plan for lunch. Just got some potato chips, apple chips, apple chips. Sorry, Lebanese apple chips.
Well, I'm sorry about that. If you want to,
Usually, I don't have lunch in the office anyway. I just eat little snacks. So just
yeah,
to
me
stay
too.
to stay in shape after after crossing the 25-year-old.
We are all in the same situation, but I'm not succeeding. Every day I'm getting worse. Just too much time sitting in the office and not doing anything.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think we can give 5 more minutes to the others to join.
Okay.
Even 10. I mean, this afternoon is going to be hopefully lighter than the morning.
It wasn't bad in the morning. It wasn't bad. No. Yeah.
No, I liked it, but I mean, maybe it was too many presentations. But I mean, in the end, I didn't know what else to do because we had to show all the case studies, the pillars, and it's a long project. So yeah, it's once in a lifetime of the project at least. So yeah, the next meetings will be much more dynamic, discussing things, just like the afternoon session. Just want to make sure that all the PIs are available. So it's Abdus here, Had is here, 3 of 7. Let's wait for Nina, Jaro, Stefano.
I think you said 2:35, so
yeah.
more minutes.
You're right. I said 3:35.
Do we have a full house, Dionisio?
I think so. Just to touch base, let's see. Nina, are you there?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Okay. Stefano, are you there? Stefano, Paolo?
Yes, yes, I'm Stefano.
Hi, Stefano. Ciao. ¿Cómo estáis?
And here I am, Paulo.
Ciao.
Bye.
Hi.
So we have.
I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. That's it. So Yaro, are you there already as well?
No, Yaro, he's here in my office in Rimini, and I think he will join us.
Okay, perfect.
Like in a few minutes.
So we have, but shall we wait for him, Stefan, or we can? Shall we wait for Yaro until he comes, or he's going?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He went just for the lunch break. I think. I don't know. Maybe we can start. If,
maybe we can start. Yeah, because we are already 10 minutes late. With the program. So okay, so just recording here. So we have Stefano from Ecosistema, Paolo as well. Ciao. Then we have Abdo from GPI. He's available as well. Hadi from American University of Beirut. Nina from INRAE. Do we have Feti is here? I can see.
Yeah.
Okay. So sorry, I couldn't find your video among all the. Okay, perfect. So it's all of us already. Perfect. So I'm going to share the screen, but I mean, don't take it wrong. This is just I'm going to share some very preliminary slides that are intended to set some guidance for the discussion. I mean, this discussion is a round table, so I'm not going to make any presentation. It's just to have a reference to start with the discussion. So we have two major tasks this afternoon. I have devoted like that's a long time. I mean, 2 hours and a half. I think we can finish earlier, much earlier. But well, just in case, the idea is that we go through, first of all, that we discuss how we are going to conform the project management bodies, which is the first step. Obviously, we need to conform the project management bodies. Some of them are very much straightforward. Project steering committee is the PIs, basically. So that's it. So I'm just going to confirm that this is the case. Some PI maybe wants to delegate his position here or some other person. Then we are going to discuss the conformation of the high-level external advisory board and the stakeholder platform. And this is trickier, especially the stakeholder platform, because here we are in some water laboratories we are still starting. We are supposed to have this ready by next month. So yeah, that may be a significant amount of work if we are lagging behind. But well, I'm going to share with you my presentation, just so that you are aware of what we are talking about and we have some guidance. But as I said, this is a round table, so please interrupt me whenever you want. Just here, you're free to unmute yourselves and just talk because it's going to be much better for the discussion. So this confirmation of the project management bodies is there is a specific task for doing that, which is called start. So it's pretty straightforward and obvious from here what we are going to do. This task included the negotiations with PRIMA, which were successfully conducted to sign the grant agreement and the consortium agreement, and also the preparation of the inception report on the roadmap. This is pending. This is one of the deliverables that's going to be produced by Universidad of Salamanca in the next month. And this is why this has a separate. We are doing a separate section for this start part, because it's the next. I mean, it's the first deliverable next month, and we need many of your inputs for the next month. So it's important that we are aware that this is urgent. Then we are going to talk about how to plan the next year, and okay, we have a year for that. So less pressing things, although they are pressing, because in 1 year flies by and you don't even realize. So, as a part of the start task, as I said, we have to negotiate with PRIMA. That's done. We have to organize the kickoff meeting. That's ongoing. We're going to produce the menus and share them with you as well. And we have to initiate the project management bodies, which includes making operational the high-level external advisory board and mobilizing the stakeholder platform. Regarding the high-level external advisory board, I sent you an email asking you some names in case you had some suggestions. We received some responses from some of you. I'm going to show you what we received, and then we can decide who's going. First of all, the number of people who's going to take part in this high-level external advisory board, which is something that depends mostly on American University of Beirut and Universidad de Salamanca, because we have the resources to pay the trips for these people. So we have to decide, how many are too many, and then the stakeholder platform. Here we really need your support. The stakeholder platforms. You know that we have one big work package for stakeholder engagement, which is the first one, and in there we have 6 different stakeholder platforms, which are, one for each case study. And then we are going to have like a sort of parliament in the Talanoa Dialogue, which are going to be these workshops, which are going to be local and international. And international workshops, we have to bring representatives from each of the stakeholder platform. But it's imperative that we have these stakeholder platforms constituted by next month. It doesn't mean that they are closed. You can join people later on. There's no problem. But we need to have at least the key actors and a representative, because we need to decide who's going to represent each of the platforms. It has to be a stakeholder. We have already done that, so I'm going to show you an example of how we have done it in Spain, and obviously it's completely different in other countries probably, but at least you have some guidance which can be useful. So this is the organizational structure. You have it in the proposal, so I'm not going to waste your time with this. You can go there and take a look at it. But we have 3 urgent actions. The first one is confirming the project steering committee, which, unless you tell me otherwise, is going to be confirmed by the principal investigators from each one of the partners. That can be amended if you feel like it's better that another person takes over. For example, we have 2 institutions, INAT from Tunisia and GPI from Egypt. Today they are represented by people who are not the PI. I don't know if that's going to be the case for the next meetings, but that's something we can discuss now. So, as you know, the project steering committee is the central decision-making body of the Talanoa Water Project. The idea is that we meet once a year, at least, whenever is needed. But there are some rules in the consortium agreement that you have to pay attention to, because you cannot call for a meeting of the project steering committee whenever you want. You have to do that in at least 2 weeks in advance, if I'm not wrong. So, it's an important management body, but obviously you need to, if you want to call for it, you need to be aware of these limitations. So if you have some very urgent thing that you need to discuss with the rest of the consortium, either you have 2 weeks or the PSC is not the proper place, because otherwise it's not valid, whatever we decide there. So thus far we have the 7 PIs. That means that we have Stefano Balli from Ecosistema, Jaroslav Adamisiak from CMCC, Nina Graveline from INRAE. We have Isam from INAT. We have Hari, obviously, from the American University of Beirut. Abdo, I wanted to ask you, is it going to be you or Omar, the person who takes part in the project steering committee from GPI? Because thus far the PI is Omar, but I don't know if that's going to be the case.
I will be in charge of
perfect.
PI. Yeah.
That's what I suspected. Okay, so it's going to be the 6 PIs plus Abdo as PI of the de facto PI of GPI. Great. Can you confirm this point, and we go on to the next one?
That's fine for us.
Great. Okay, so unless if there is no other comment, I assume that this is the case. I mean, that doesn't mean, I mean, if someone cannot attend at some point, maybe Stefano one day is busy, then Paolo can go. And, I mean, it's not that rigid, but we have to know that in advance because there may be some restrictions. Okay, perfect, done. Next thing, the high-level external advisory board. I want to be very quick with this because I think it's boring for all of us. So, high-level external advisory board. We are supposed to create this a panel of experts that's going to support us with the development of the project. The high-level external advisory board has several tasks. One of them, I mean, obviously they are, I mean, in terms cost-wise, in terms of resources, they are supposed to participate in some of the general assemblies and the international workshops. That means that they are supposed to be engaged in up to 6 meetings because we have 2 international workshops and 4 remaining general assemblies, excluding this one in which they are obviously not involved. So we have 6 meetings. The resources that we have available for this are 14,000. So we have 7,000 euro for American University of Beirut, 7,000 euro for us, for Universidad de Salamanca. Obviously, that's not enough to invite a lot of people to all the meetings. So we have to decide how many people and how many meetings they are going to be part of. We have this list. I updated it 2 days ago. So if you have added some names, they are not here. They are missing. I apologize. This is what we have thus far. I think Nina sent me an email with other names, but I didn't add them. Sorry. So just to
I suggest 3 names. I think with this morning.
Which were.
Which were so it's one guy from the equivalent of the National French Water Agency, who is more following the social science economics aspects. Another one is Pierre Strosser, who is a lot involved in water issues, but he's in SME. And the last one from this morning is a former colleague, from a hydrogeologist expert on climate change impact on groundwater resources.
Perfect. I think it would be great if we have here mostly scientists with a scientific profile, because then we have the stakeholder platform in which we can add, I mean, the other, I mean, more policy-oriented or practitioners. Okay. Just so that you are aware, I mean, I'm just going to remind you some things that are already in the proposal, and you can go to it whenever you need to check these things. But I mean, the roles of the high-level external advisory board, and this is important because maybe some of the people you have included here are not going, you think that may not have the commitment to do all this, because there are a lot of things that have to be done. I mean, not a lot, but a few of them, and there's some work involved. They have to advise the consortium regarding the direction, performance, and results, support guidance of the stakeholder engagement, provide directions on the Talanoa Dialogue, and participate in the general assemblies and the international workshops. So the 2 main tasks in terms of real tasks is that they need to be available at least to participate in some of the general assemblies and the international workshops, and they have to conduct a midterm review of the project. These are the 2 things that we wrote in the proposal they will do. So the people that we are going to choose, they have to, I mean, we have to make sure that they are committed and they will deliver when we require them to do something. And it's not a lot of work, but there's some work involved. Obviously, we have resources to pay for the trips, which is okay, but I mean, then they have to do the midterm assessment and it's for free. Probably some people say I'm not into that. We have an Excel file online in which I asked you to put some names. I received suggestions from Yaro. He suggested Giuliano Di Baldassarre. Also from Harry, who suggested, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Charlotte de Freitor, Poulan Karimi, and that's it. I think that these are the suggestions from Harry. Then I got some suggestions. Then I added a few names here. I think someone else added Pascual Esteduto. I added 2 colleagues here in Spain who know that, I mean, they are knowledgeable about the problem of water scarcity, and they will be willing to, I talked to them, they will be willing to provide feedback if needed. So in order to decide I think in order to be pragmatic, the first thing we need to decide is how many people we are going to invite. I have a proposal here. I mean, we have 4 remaining general assemblies and 2 international workshops. I suggest that we can invite the members of the high-level external advisory board to 4 of these meetings. That is 2 general assemblies and 2 of the workshops. That will give us €700 per trip. General assemblies last 1 day, but the workshops are 2 days. So perhaps for the general assembly is enough, for the workshop is not. If we have 5 people, so if we have 5 people, we could fly all these 5 people for the meetings and pay them these trips with have a budget of €700. I don't know if you think it's reasonable. Perhaps you have much more expertise with that, and you think it's completely crazy, and we have to reduce the number of meetings or people, or maybe you agree with that. If that's the case, we have to decide with the. So if you agree with this proposal, I don't see anyone like rolling the eyes or something, so I guess it's fine. Then we have to decide who's going to take part in the high-level external advisory. So, I mean, I don't want to be the one who says the names, but I can be. But I would suggest that if Juliano Di Baldassarre is available, I mean, he must be there. He's probably the person with most expertise on this on the list. Most well known, publishes in Nature regularly. I think if he's available, I mean, I'm all in for that. I don't know, Jared, if you have, if you think he's going to accept, or if he's. Just...
I haven't contacted him yet. We are in contact for something else, so I can reach out to him and check. I think overall, I mean, your proposal is very sound and very, beneficial for the project. We might have 5-6 members of the external advisory board that commit, knowing that not all will participate all the time. So if we have 4 attending every meeting and 6-7 altogether, that's fine. Yeah,
that's perfect. That's an excellent suggestion. Yeah, this way we have 2 more in case someone is not available to travel. Perfect. Yeah, that makes much more sense. So thank you, Jaro. So we can maybe contact Juliano to invite him officially to the high-level external advisory board. Regarding the others, Nina, do you think the person that you had in mind will be able to commit to the scientific? I think the last name you said was a researcher.
Yes, it's difficult because. Well, at BRGM, they are working when they are paid, so there are. Yeah. But I can get in. No, but they are not faculties or public.
It's a sensible thing to do.
but I could ask him if he would be willing to.
Yeah, of course.
And maybe also well, I don't know how we will continue working with remote meetings, but I imagine that someone who wouldn't want to travel for all the timing of our meeting, maybe some telephone chats or on specific points can already be super interesting for some of us. On specific points, if maybe it would be interesting also, we try to be complementary on this panel with the disciplines. So we have one maybe more on the hydrological sciences, another one on the economics. And so we know that when we are stuck or when we need to arbitrate something, maybe we could have a chat with the member.
Exactly. So yeah, I will say that you can email him and ask him if he or she is willing to join us. And once you have an informal reply, we can send him a formal invitation.
Yeah.
If you think that, because maybe we send a formal invitation, he says no and never replies. Since you know him, I think it's better that you email him and let me know, and Harry and I can send him a formal invitation.
Okay.
Then I will say that, well, so we have 2 potential names.
And Giuliano, what's his discipline? I don't know.
He's an hydrologist, but I mean, if you look at his name, he's impressive in terms of publications. And this is why I was asking Jaro whether he will be able to join, because
But he's hydrologist, but highly multi-interdisciplinary.
Yeah.
So he's looking also in the socio eco-hydrology, and so, so it's fitting the purpose very nicely. Yeah. And why I also agree fully with Carlos and Manuel and Pasquale. I mean, all the names on the list are excellent.
Yeah, if you agree, we can perhaps pick one, or I mean, we have 4 names missing. We can pick the 4 names from the list that we have here. Hari, I don't know the people you suggested. I mean, from a slightly different discipline. So I maybe you can. One thing that we have to be aware is that since we have these limitations with the cost, with the budget, it would be good that they are from Europe. Well, Europe, North Africa. I mean, Mediterranean area. I mean, I don't know the person from the World Bank, if he's coming from Washington.
Yes.
Then the budget is, maybe he can join us for the remote meeting.
Yes, I'm not sure if they have the time to travel, you know, I just suggested them without even contacting them. So
so it would be good if we can contact, for example, I mean, if Pular is based on Washington, I think
so, yes.
We can ask him if he's interested in joining us for the online sessions, but not in person. But I mean, you can maybe send an email to Charlotte, and I will also send an email to Carlos Mario, Manuel, and Pasquale. I know that Carlos Mario and Manuel, they will say yes, because I talked to them, so they are available.
Should we not try also to have a bit more representativity from the countries? Try to find someone in Lebanon or in Tunisia would be.
That's a good idea, Nina.
Yeah,
it would be good. I think it's important. It's symbolic also.
yeah, you're right. I thought, I mean, one person working on that area a lot is Pasquale, but I mean, he's Italian, so probably not the best. Yeah, if we want to have some balance. I don't know if you have some other names from local experts in Tunisia, Feti, or in Egypt, Abdo. But my idea is also that we are, I mean, operative in terms of, I mean, I would like to really close this as soon as possible, just to avoid losing more time with this. So what I would suggest is I will give you until, I mean, this week to send me some names from Lebanon, Egypt, Tunisia. Then we try to pick 2 of them, 3 of them to have the balance. And then the others, I mean, we are going to contact for sure Giuliano, the recommendation from Nina. And then if all of them say yes, then I will pick one between Carlos Mario and Manuel. And if one of them says no, then we go for Carlos Mario, Manuel, Pasquale. We use the options that we have here. So just to be, I mean, pragmatic and have this done this week or next, if possible. Do you agree with that?
Dionisio, when Isam will be back from his trip, he will contact you about this name. Maybe he will propose.
Perfect.
Vision.
Perfect.
Vision name. Okay.
That would be great. Yeah, excellent.
I just put also a name from. We are just starting another project with Lebanese partners, and there is the CEO of the Centre de Recherche et d'Études Agricoles Libanais. I don't know if you know him.
I know him like by face, but I've met him a couple of times. Is this a PRIMA project you're starting or another?
No, it's a NECBC, but it's a quite similar instrument. Well, whatever. It's more development project, and it's more turned on agriculture. So, but he seemed super relevant. So, but I don't know him yet.
We can suggest his name. I mean, he has a lot of data about the agricultural sector in Lebanon because his father established a company that sells fertilizers and seeds and long time ago. So so he's well established in the agricultural sector, let me put it this way. If you think he is of value to this project, I welcome this suggestion.
I don't know. It's just trying to find names from other countries. But you should support this.
Yeah, but one thing is of value is, I mean, it's good to have representation from the Southern Mediterranean, but we also need to keep in mind the deliverables that Diony talked about. So I mean, we can have names like just to stay on the board and speak their opinion, but if there's some work and effort involved, we have to pick the names very carefully, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I only added the names of people I knew that they were going to be responsive. So yeah, if you suggest, I mean, you're suggesting very big names. I've also came up with Rich Allen, yeah, Rich Allen and Pasquale Esteruto. I mean, both of them work together a lot also in this area. David Malden as well. I mean, the problem was that we didn't have people from North Africa. I know that these people work in North Africa, but they are not from there. But yeah, I mean, what I think is the best option to go forward. Hari, Feti, and Isam, and Abdo, try to find one person from North Africa that can be really, just to keep the balance as Nina suggested, which I think is important. If by the end of the week I don't receive any names, then we'll fill in the high-level external advisory board using the people in the list. I think that's it. I think that's the best we can do, because otherwise it's going to take us a lot of time.
Do you mind sharing a unified email in which we can contact the suggested names?
I will do.
Just to have it consistent across all members. So.
Perfect. I will. But at this stage, it's more informal. So it's more that you contact people. I mean, if you know them, if you don't know them, yeah, I will send you a formal letter. It's not an invitation. It's just exploring. And then when we know whether they are available,
okay,
we go from there.
All right.
So that's the plan. Then it's decided. Then we are going to invite Giuliano Di Baldassarre, the name from Nina officially. Then if Hari, Feti, Sam, and Abdo can contact some other names, they're going to invite them also formally. If they all say yes, it's closed, because we have Carlos Mario Gomez from Alcalá, and we have 6 closed. If people start to say no, which is likely, then we go down the list and pick up the names that we have here. Perfect. And also feel free, Harry, to invite Charlotte the writer. She's based in Delft. So if you think that could be, but I think that the best thing to do will be to have someone from Lebanon. But if you don't have any suggestion, you feel that Charlotte is better for the purpose, then that's it.
Okay.
Perfect. And also send them. I will send you in the email the tasks that they have to do, because it's better to make them aware from the very beginning.
Okay.
Okay, Don, I will send you an email.
Sorry, Johnny, can you re-give us a link to your doc? I don't know why I couldn't.
It's in the. I just put it in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Because Jaro asked me the same question in the chat, so it's already there. I think. Yeah, it's there. Okay, great. So hopefully by next week we have the high-level external advisory board control. One last thing. When you look for the people, I mean, it's important that they are from your country, but it's more important that they are available to work and do all the things. If you think they are not, then I mean, it doesn't matter if it's from Denmark or from Morocco. Okay, then a stakeholder platform. This is perhaps the most pressing thing that we had to do, because by next week we had the first deliverable, as I already told you, the Inception report and roadmap, in which we have to state at least a first comprehensive description of the stakeholder platforms that we have in each water laboratory. We have 6 water laboratories, each coordinated by a different partner. And we need, as I said, to identify the stakeholders in each water laboratory by July. It doesn't mean that we are going to close the list by July. You can then continue incorporating people as long as you want, forever, until the last year of the project. But we need to know at least a few names, key names, or key institutions that are going to be involved, and ideally key names from those institutions, to start working in work package 1 as well, because the insertion report will feed into work package 1. And also important, we need to identify the rapporteurs, the people from the stakeholder platform. From each stakeholder platform, we have to decide. We have to select 2-3 rapporteurs, one chief rapporteur, another the second and the third one, just in case, to have a sort of reserve list. And these people are those who are going to be invited to the international workshops. So, I mean, it's important that they are knowledgeable about the situation of the basin, but ideally it would be, I mean, it would be important that they speak English as well, so that they are capable of participating in the international workshop and share their experiences, leveraging on the Talanoa Water Dialogue, because otherwise, I mean, we can obviously bring a translator if needed, so there's no problem. But I mean, if you know someone that is fluent in English, then much better. So bear in mind that these people are not going, they are not only the chief rapporteurs or the contact person, they are going to be an integral part of the project, and they are going to give us feedback. All the co-generation part that we are going to do is going to be built locally. We have 1 year, I mean, one annual workshop local, but we also have the international workshop in which the experiences are shared, we learn from each other, and it would be good that these people are not only capable of speaking in English, but also capable of sharing stories and speaking in public, these things. Okay, so it's important that the choice is based also on that. If we have a challenge here in Spain, because most people we have contact in the case study, I mean, they are not very fluent in English, but we'll find a way out. We have there is also, here you have the link to the Excel file where we have the identification of stakeholders that we did back when we were writing the proposal. Here you have all the different institutions, and then you have the contact person for each institution. It's important that we fill in the names. We were ambitious in the beginning. Some lines may need to be removed because they are not anymore taking part or they are not interested. But it's important that we clean up all this by July. Okay, so by July, we need this table to be complete. And for that, we need your help. Because obviously, I mean, we don't know the stakeholders in all the case studies. I mean, we know the stakeholders in our case study. So by July, ideally by mid-July, because by end of July, we have to deliver this inception report, the first deliverable of the project. So 1 week, 2 weeks in advance, if possible, to have this list, this table completed. I don't know if you have any questions, or I think this is clear, but yeah, Petty.
Dionisio, this rapporteur should be from the stakeholder or
ideally.
In our case, we have a stakeholder, but also he's part of the team of the Talanoa.
That would be great. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I remember you mentioned there was some the water management office.
Yes. So at least one rapporteur per living lab.
Exactly. Ideally, nominate 2 or 3 in case the first one cannot attend. And also because in the international meetings, I mean, I will expect that we have the budget to bring to bring 2 persons from each laboratory, 2 or 3.
Okay.
And depending on the city and but they are going to be held in Tunisia and Egypt. So I mean, each partner should have enough resources to bring 2 of them. Well, no, that's funded by the organizer of the workshop. So yeah, we should have. I mean, it's there. All the numbers are available in the proposal. You take a look at it. There is a budget for the organization of the workshop, and you can see there how many people from are going to be invited from each water lab to the 2 international laboratories. For each local water lab, all of them, all the stakeholders should be invited. All the relevant. I mean, I think we have up to 20 people. So I mean, that's more than enough in our case. And for the international one, I think it's up to 20. So it's even 3 per water laboratory.
Diony, I'm Stefano. If I may just to understand better, in order to complete this task, what you need before the end of July is just the name of the people that are involved in the platform, in the stakeholder platform. And do you need some letter, some appointed letter from their offices? Because this could be critical due to summer holiday, especially here in Italy. So just the confirmation of the name and the availability to work in the project.
Exactly. That's an excellent question. Thank you, Stefano. No need for a letter of engagement. That was in the proposal. No, here we just need the names. I mean, we trust that you have talked to them. Obviously, we know that you have talked to them. And that's it. It's enough that we have the names. It's just a list of the people who are going to be taking part in the water laboratories.
Okay, and we are also free to add or substitute some potential stakeholder. So in case in this month we are working more with other people in the same subject, we can involve and substitute, for example, or we are quite free to add or remove
absolutely
stakeholder. Okay,
absolutely. That's explicitly mentioned in the proposal. That, I mean, we give a list in there's a preliminary list of stakeholders in the proposal. We say that this is going to change, that we are going to add and remove stakeholders as the project develops. So, but we also say that in the inception report, we're going to provide the first structure of the stakeholder platform. So yeah, you can put your names and then you can change the rapporteur as well. I mean, ideally, it's better not to do that. I mean, if you change it before the first international workshop, for which, I mean, we have 2 years until that, it doesn't matter that much. But it's important that then after that is the same person so that we can build some, I mean, if we work on a serious game or a Senaton, it's better that then the same people engage again so that they already know each other, and dynamics are easier to manage that way, but it can also be changed.
Good.
And then Jamel, you have a question? Yeah, you raise your hand, please.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
For about the identification of stakeholders, you say that it is by July.
By July.
I think this is a key step, the identification of stakeholders, because we must look for pertinent stakeholders and actors. And this is they need field work to identify stakeholders. Here, when we talk about stakeholders, we have formal institution, formal organization, and informal, also informal actors and stakeholders. So I think it is difficult to do this important and interesting work by Julie.
Yeah, you're right. I'm aware of the differences between. I'm being made aware after the presentations of the differences in water resource management between Tunisia, for example, and what I may know in Italy, because there it looks like you have the informal institutions there are much more relevant. But I mean, what we need now is not that you close the list. We just need you to identify some critical stakeholders, potential stakeholders, start contacting them, and then also perhaps identify who's going to be the key contact. I mean, Feti already mentioned your colleague who's also being part of the project and works in the Water Resource Association. That would be good to have him. But I mean, of course, I don't expect you to identify all the local stakeholders, informal stakeholders by July. But we should start doing that. And by July, we should have some names. And that's what we're going to include in the inception report. It's just an inception, it's not a final report, but we need to have some information. So as far as you can go.
We can complete this stakeholders in another step. We identify now the potential stakeholders, and then we in another step we can, if we identify other pertinent actors and stakeholders, we can add to the list.
Exactly. It's not a closed list.
Okay, it's clear. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then Paolo, I think you raised your hand as well.
Yes, just if I may, to make an idea of the kind of, let's see, how much work will these rapporteurs and leaders do, just in case we need to talk about that with the stakeholders, will they do this act as rapporteur and, for example, say once a year during the workshop, twice a year roughly? So just to make a rough idea of the kind of, let's say, physical work that we are going to have to do.
That's an excellent question. No,
all along the year.
no.
We will be asking.
It really depends on the water laboratory and the sort of policies that you are testing. So for us, for example, maybe we are going to demand from them a lot of work, but also because we are making some work that they had to do in any case for free. So I mean, we are going to make them pay in terms of engagement. But I mean, obviously in other case study areas, it really depends. It can be that you meet them. I mean, obviously critical stakeholders, maybe you need some bilateral meetings during the year. Some others, maybe you see them all in the workshop, which happens once a year. That's it. So it really depends on the case study. But I mean, in the poll, I can imagine that you are going to be relatively, I mean, in touch with relative frequency with some Consorcio de Bonifica, because they are implementing these forest infiltration areas, and perhaps with the River Basin Authority. But then with others, I don't know, maybe the insurance companies, you see them once a year. I don't know. This is just, I mean, it's obviously up to you. I mean, in our case,
I made an idea. Thanks.
In our case, just to give you an example, in our case, we have, you can see here on top of the slide, you see the names of the different institutions that we are going to be in touch with in our water laboratory, the stakeholders. We are going to work mainly with the first institution, the River Basin Authority, because this is the institution that has really invested into this project. Also, the Ministry of for Ecological, former Ministry of Environment. We are also going to engage with them maybe twice a year, probably, in the context of meetings that they have with the River Basin Authority. Then irrigators is a mystery. We don't know. I mean, they have been, they have replied. They have been willing to participate, but I mean, we don't know that. And the others, once a year. That's it. I mean, the civil society organizations, they are volunteers. They are going to take any time if they are going to the meetings, and that's it. WWF, maybe we meet them at some other meetings, but for the purpose of Talanoa Water, once a year. So in our case, it's basically River Basin Authorities and the ministry, and maybe irrigators. We talk to them twice, thrice a year, and with the River Basin Authority, maybe once a month. But I mean, it's just to give you an idea, then it depends, because every water lab is going to be a different story. But yeah, when you contact to them, just tell them that they are supposed to attend the workshops, and that's it. It's all the work that we can ask them for now. But you know them much better.
And Johnny, how much I don't recall from the proposal. What is the frequency you in the methodology you expect us to meet up with the stakeholder platform?
Okay,
to
so
really do the dialogue.
So yeah, it's what I just said to Paolo. It's I mean, there will be some extraordinary or parallel contacts with some people, with some institutions during the year. It depends really on you and on the water lab. I mean, maybe at some point you need to contact a lot of times with insurance company, because you're considering a potential development of an insurance policy, and then after that you don't contact them again in 4 years. No, what I mean is that, I mean, at least at minimum once a year, because once a year we have the local workshop. That at minimum, but ideally, with the River Basin Authority, I would say that you should contact more frequently, perhaps.
But I don't understand, if we want to really engage and do this Talanoa dialogues.
So the Talanoa dialogue are articulated around the workshops. So this is where we are really going to do that, because for the dialogue, you need all the stakeholders to be present. And that's only going to happen in the workshops once a year, because it's impossible to organize. I mean, at least in our case, it's impossible to organize more than one meeting a year with all the stakeholders. And before that, you are supposed to have preparatory meetings with them. So, I mean, this is what we are doing. This is the information of the modeling approach. Do you think this is useful for you? And these scenarios make sense or not? And for that, we are going to rely on the ministry and the River Basin Authority and the irrigators mostly, perhaps WWF a bit. And then once a year, we meet all of them. And this is where the Talanoa Dialogue arises, because Talanoa Dialogue is a dialogue among the stakeholders. And up to that point, what you're going to do is bilateral meetings. So it's not truly a Talanoa Dialogue. And then on top of that, you have the 2 international workshops. So we have 6 meetings in this 4 years to have 6 Talanoa Dialogues. I mean, I would say it's not bad, but obviously, I mean, we will have to have more resources.
Okay.
But I mean, you have the resources to organize, to rearrange this if need be. I mean, for travel, we all have some budget. So in case you want to organize,
and I think it's not a lot of cost if we have not too big case studies. It's just people coming and they don't even bill you the transport if they are working in the field, or even you coming to
exactly.
their place.
So I mean, we are constrained to have at least 1 workshop per year. But I mean, the workshop, you take a look at the detailed breakdown of the cost of the workshop. I mean, it's quite generous. In every workshop, we are supposed to have 20 stakeholders. I don't know if any water lab is going to reach that number the first years at least. Maybe the last year you have 20. In our case, maybe the first one we have 10. That means that you're going to save money, and you can have maybe an extraordinary workshop where instead of 4, you can 5, 6. I mean, the only thing, I mean, we don't say, I mean, we explicitly say that at least we're going to have 4. If we have 6 or 7, it's really up to the water laboratory. So if you feel that 4 is not enough, then go for more.
Yeah, I only fear that, well, from my past experience with participative work, it's true that often people need a first meeting where you just say a bit general stuff, you present the objective, but maybe this could also be done via remote meetings just to launch the process and try to engage people so they take time to talk one to each other and say, oh, you should include also this guy because he's relevant, etc., and then organize a workshop while people are already really knowing why they are here for and what are the issues. And because I think if we just meet up one time, then you take already 2 hours to explain why you are here for, and then people ask questions. And so I would really recommend that we are trying to meet up, even not in bilateral meetings, but more frequently together, at least with a core group of 10 people.
Exactly. That's also if you go to I mean, I'm referring to the proposal all the time, but risking being too boring. But if you go to the Water Agora, so there is a section of the proposal that talks about the Water Agora, and the Water Agora is precisely about that. You have an online platform that complements the in-person meetings. It was thought of as a solution to the crisis, the COVID-19 crisis that we are still living. And that's something that we are going to discuss later on in the second block when we talk about the website, because well, we have to build that website. But I mean, that's going to be useful also for that, to create these meetings. And depending on the scope of the meeting, maybe you want to engage some partners from other countries or not, you want to keep it local. So this tool is going to give you the flexibility to do that. There's going to be an app as well with reminders, so that if there's an irrigator somewhere that has to join the meeting and probably he has many other things to do, there is a pop-up, at least in the cell phone, that tells him, look, you're supposed to join the meeting. But so all these tools are available, and it's very flexible. The only thing is that we have to be aware that the Talanoa Dialogue is about sharing stories, being empathic, and online that's challenging. But online meetings are a very good complement to Talanoa Water Dialogue and can really underpin these efforts. But they are not the Talanoa Dialogue. So the Talanoa Dialogue will only emerge when we are in person, and because it's all about understanding each other. Online is complex. So if there are no more questions, I just wanted to remind you that we need to have the list of the stakeholders, preliminary list of the stakeholders with the name of the contact person by July, hopefully mid-July, so that we can work on the inception report and roadmap. And this is the end of the first presentation. Now we go to the second one. Okay, Francesco, thank you for putting the link. Then the second one, which is this one, new serve. Planning the next 12 months. That's that's going to be challenging. Okay, so I hope you see my screen now. Again, this is the second block of the afternoon session. Well, just to start with something light, the Gantt chart with all the tasks we're supposed to do. Never mind, we're just going to focus today up to here. We got here. And then we are going to have the next General Assembly here, which is going to take place in Egypt, hopefully in person, and we can meet each other. But until we are going to get here, actually, we're going to review all the tasks, deliverables, and work packets that are starting now and go until month 14. Okay, that's the objective. But as you can see, almost from the beginning, all work packets are starting. And the only one that's taking a bit more time is modeling and laboratories, obviously. But I mean, laboratories means the practical work in the laboratories, because the work in the laboratories starts here, engaging with stakeholders. So we are supposed to engage the stakeholders from now, and from, well, actually from the 1st of June. Gathering data is going to be very intensive, this part as well. By month 7, I think we have the first deliverable, the first database. And then exploitation, but well, this goes for the entire program. So it's, yeah, we have to build a website and then coordination. Yeah, but at the first, I mean, they say that the most important, the most pressing things for the first 6 months are the work package 1 and 2. So engaging with the stakeholder, and this is why I told you that we need this preliminary list, etc., and data gathering, and that is going to be coordinated mostly by Hari. So Hari is going to do some heavy lifting here. Then we are going to take over from here with the modeling, but until this point, it's going to be mostly about data gathering. And Hari and Nina, because Nina is also coordinating part of this work package too. The main coordinator is Hari, but then Hari is going to focus on the accounting, while Nina is going to focus more on the database. And when I say Hari and Nina, I say all of us, because they're coordinating, but the database is needed for every single water lab and the accounting as well. So just to be more clear on what we have to do.
Tunisia.
Yeah, sure, Betty.
I have a question. I saw in the table some letter W, G, and
yeah. These are the workshops. These are the workshops. So we have, as I said, we have 4 annual workshops, local, 1 per water laboratory, which are supposed to take place at this month. I mean, if there are some delays, or I mean, we can accommodate them. I guess we have to talk to Marco, but they have been very flexible to this point. So if but they should be taking place at this moment of time. So the first workshop, local, is in the month 14. Then we have another one, 21, 25, 28, 36, 43.
Both of them are locals.
No, there are 2 international. Let me check the dates because I don't recall now. Just 1 second.
No, maybe if it exists in the document, I will check and.
It's available in the proposal, but I'm just
the information exists in the document.
Yeah, it's in the proposal. It's already written in table 2.2b. It's okay. in page 15. But essentially, you have 4 local workshops and 2 international. The locals are month 14, 21, 28, and 36. And then you have the international workshops are taking place in the 25 and 43. So this one and this one are international.
Okay, 25 and 43.
Yeah, and the second one is organized by INAT. It's going to take place in Tunisia. And the first one is going to be is organized by DPI in Egypt. So these are I mean, but ahead of that, we've been in touch, and I mean, we talk extensively before we do anything related. I mean, we will be in touch with you for the organization of the works. So, and yours is the last one. It's by the end of the project, almost the last one. Yes, Amir, another question. I think you raised your hand.
Yes, just a question. Can all stakeholders participate in assembly, general assembly?
No. That's a good question. The general assemblies, which are here, we have the kickoff meeting, general assembly, and the final. The first one, if I'm not wrong, is taking place in Egypt, then Paris, Tunisia, and Lebanon. And it's only for us. It's like today. It's like it's a meeting of the scientists being engaged in the project. And then stakeholders take part in the workshops, just to keep the two levels separate. Because this is mostly an administrative meeting to say, I mean, to talk about the deliverables, like we're doing now. We are not talking about the results, how to use them for policy purposes. We are just saying, we are here, we need to deliver this.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay, perfect. So this is the task that we have ahead, and these are the deliverables. These are the deliverables that we have to focus on. So the first one, as I said, is the inception report and roadmap. This is going to be led by Universidad de Salamanca. It's in the month 2, and our idea is that we are going to do it. I mean, to do all the heavy lifting here. I mean, it's going to be done mostly by us because we don't have much time to coordinate, and it's an inception report. We are going to be in touch with all of you, but we are going to send you already something that is developed, so a proposal, and then you can review it, and if you agree, we submit it. In order to do that, the important thing, as I already told you, is that we have feedback from you regarding the organization. I mean, the composition of the stakeholder platforms. And there was another thing that I am forgetting, and I just wanted to make sure I don't forget that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we need the high-level external advisory board ready before that, because this is the first input that they are going to assess. So this is why we need the high-level advisory board ASAP, because they are supposed to review this, at least some members, maybe not the 6, but 3, 4, just to take a look at it. So this is mostly about writing a report of what has been done in terms of from the beginning of the project, and also before we started the project with the negotiation and all that. We will include the consortium agreement, grant agreement, etc., etc. Then the list of the stakeholders, the composition of the project steering committee, the contents of the kickoff meeting, the minutes, the agreements that have been made with the composition of the PSD, and all these things. So it's very bureaucratic, boring, and I mean, we will take charge of it and we'll send it to you. Then the roadmap is a different stuff. The roadmap will be, it's a second part of this report, but it will be very general, and it will be also mostly based on the presentations that have been delivered today, with some inputs, some additional inputs, taking into consideration the proposal itself. But yeah, we're going to elaborate that, and depending on when we receive your feedback regarding the stakeholder platform, hopefully by mid-July, we're going to send it to you and the high-level external advisory board, and with your comments, we formulate everything and submit to PRIMA. Because I repeat, it has to be done in July. Okay. Maybe we can send it. August, it wouldn't be a good signal to start with a delay. So yeah, July, end of July. Then the second one is the detailed and revised plan for the exploitation and dissemination of results, communication strategy and plan, and the intellectual property rights strategy. Good thing is that we already have in the proposal a very comprehensive CSP, PEDR, and IPR. So I think it's like 13 or 14 pages already, so we can build from there and start working on it. But in this one, we are going to ask your input. This is in month 6. And I mean, already for the grant agreement and consortium agreement, you already signed some things. You already said whether you would be willing to share what you produce and all that. So this is going to be included here in the IPR strategy. But we need to clarify with some partners, particularly the communication strategy and plan, and the plan for the exploitation and dissemination of results. Because there are many things that have to be done. There are many resources devoted to these tasks. Mainly, if I'm not wrong, these resources are devoted to American University of Beirut, partially CMCC, GPI, CNCC, HECOS, GPI, and USAL are those who are supposed to bear the brunt of this work. I can tell you that we have already started working in the website and the app. We have done anything because we need the approval of all partners, but we have already asked some budgets to different companies to know what will be the cost. But we need to do an introductory video. We need to start filling the contents of the website as well. That's going to take time. And there is a very important part of the project, which is the water agora. And the water agora has to be populated and very dynamic. So we'll need here particularly the support from GECOS, Ecosistema, and also CMCC and GPI. Well, GPI is going to be critical here. Javi, yeah, you have a question, I think.
Yeah, I have a question. Sorry to interrupt.
No, please interrupt me as much as you can.
Yeah. So for these deliverables, when you say, for example, hydro, micro, macroeconomic climatic database, are you talking about a database for all the countries in this consortium?
Yeah, we need all the partners to start gathering the data. Again, this is not the final database. Yeah. But we need to show proof that the database is because for the data, I'm going back.
Okay, and for standardizing the data, how will we agree on what type of data will be collected and what is the structure? Because
sorry, we will need to have some bilateral meetings for that because it depends on the water lab. So we need from now to start thinking of the type of data that we want to run. I mean, the type of models that we want to run, and then talk to the people who have the expertise to know the data that we need to collect. So the dynamics here, the proposal, it's complex, and the proposal is explained as follows. So you know that there are some partners who have expertise, for example, in your case, water accounting. So I know that for my case study area, I need water accounting data. So I go to you and ask, Hadi, what's the sort of data that you will need to give me these inputs, because I need these inputs for my case study area and want to know biomass production perhaps and water consumption, mostly evapotranspiration and runoff perhaps, so water withdrawal and consumption. And then you let me know what's the data, and we look for it. We go to Copernicus, whatever source, download it, and that's it. That's the database, basically. And doing that for all the countries. Obviously, we need to, you'll tell us, this data is, I don't know how, I can process this directly. You need to further treat it with data treatment techniques, whatever. So please do this and that. And we do that. And we send it back and you said, okay, now it's ready. We have 1 year for that. But for the first database, we should have something ready, comprehensive, by month 6. That's very early. But yeah, for example, we can tell you that for Spain, for the Spanish Water Lab, the only thing that we are missing is the database for the water accounting, because we have all the data for the water accounting. So we'll be in touch with you, Hadi, so that you let us know what you need in order to run that. Because for the hydrologic models, we already downloaded everything and we started to work from day 1. And we have downloaded all the economic information, hydrologic information to run the hydrologic models that we're going to use, as well as the microeconomic models that we're going to use.
Okay, and so we are running the models, all the models using the same data structure in all the countries, right? So we want output for every model from each country.
Ideally, yes. But then depends on the model if you have the data available, which may be the case that in some cases may not be the case. I mean, some countries may say, I don't have data on crop prices per year.
Okay.
And then it's like, okay, then don't give me that information, give me one price.
So we need to agree on which crops and how many crops and what are the strategic crops, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So
and this is the just to clarify, this is the mandate, or let me say the responsibility of each water lab to identify what do they want to come up with, right?
Yeah.
And what do they want to look at? Because we can't model everything, right?
Exactly.
So we have to be specific, and we have to identify, a kind of an objective out of the modeling process in each and every basin or country or case study.
Exactly. So there's a contradiction in the contradiction. Yeah, it's a contradiction in the proposal in terms of how the deliverables are shown here, because we are delivering things that, but we are using a recursive approach. So when we talk to stakeholders, things are going to change, and they're going to need some other data. But this is how but then you need to deliver something at deliverable, and they ask for deliverables, so we need to put we need to deliver something at some point. We cannot stay 1 year without delivering anything. So and these things obviously are going to be revised, and this is also written in the proposal.
Yep.
That whenever you have the first meeting, you will realize that some stakeholders in month 12, 14 tell you, no, you need also this. So you need another model, and you need to gather the data, and you start again. But yeah, ideally by month 6, at least we should have a preliminary idea. We have been gathering with the stakeholders to know what they will expecting from us. And we have decided that we need micro, macro, hydro, agronomic, and water accounting modeling. And the only thing is missing right now is water accounting. So I will we'll be in touch, I guess, in the next week. Sure. So that you know what you need, and we'll download everything. But yeah, just to make it clear, there is a coordinator who's Hari, and Nina for the other part, for the hydro, micro, macroeconomic, agronomic, whatever, climate database. But then each water laboratory is supposed to download the data. It's not that Hari is going to look into the Spanish databases to find all this information, because it's impossible. He's just coordinating, and then you put pressure on whoever is late, and then if there's some problem, we talk. Two of us and talk to and try to solve the problem that we are having. Probably some data will not be available, and that's something that we need to be aware of. I already know that macroeconomic models that we apply here can be used in France, can be used in Italy. Probably they can be used in Lebanon with the information that you have, Javi, already available. But we don't know, and that's, I want to be brutally honest here, we don't know if they are applicable in Tunisia and Egypt, because we don't know if we have information. So we need to talk to Abdo, we need to talk to Feti, to Sam, to Jamal, and decide if they are going to run that or we're going for something different. So
yes. I have a question, Diony.
Yeah.
On the database, well, the one that I'm responsible for, that we are responsible for, do you expect to have a unified structure for this database? So one database, or at least the same structure of database for all the labs, or it's more every lab that will say, okay, I will work with, let's say, Access, and I will put all my database or in a GIS.
I would say that at least we will need to have some common software for treating the data, because otherwise it's going to be confusing. That's something I haven't thought of, honestly.
Okay, so it's part of the job. Okay.
Yeah, so it's really up to you. We can think about it, Nina, but if you think it's better to have everything in one platform, we can do that. Maybe it's better to keep it flexible. But I don't know. Obviously, I would recommend to use something that is either that all the partners have, a program, a software that all the partners have, or that is open access. And don't use something that is really expensive, because otherwise, it's for you, and maybe the others don't have the license. So, for example, we worked with the programming work in GAMS. It would be possible to do database, but we are not doing it in GAMS. We are doing it in R or Excel or something that is freeware. Excel is not freeware, but I guess everyone has otherwise open Excel.
Okay.
yeah, that's the idea, but it's something that we have to address.
Okay, so maybe in September we can plan a meeting on that to discuss, and also to mention to you all that I'm an economist. I'm not an expert in database, and I don't think that any one of my colleagues in the project is. So we will be really happy to have some also some insights from you, even though I can check, and I will discuss that with Guillaume, so our hydrologist, who might have more ideas. But I'm a bit like you, Johnny. I'm working with GAMS and Excel, but it's been like huge time I've not been working with a real database manager like Access, or I don't know, something else.
But maybe we can keep just an idea as an idea. We can use a modular structure here in which the hydrologists decide that for them it's better to use this. Microeconomists, we decide that it's better to use Excel maybe. And then Harry with water accounting says, no, we are going to use R or Python or whatever software we decide to use. And then it's fine. I will say that since the expertise is to a large degree complementary. For example, Harry can decide whatever software he's going to use for the water accounting data because it's basically his expertise. I think
what Nina is referring to is the name database. I think it's a little bit misleading. We can just say data, right? So,
exactly.
Because database, then you're talking about a database which you know. Is that right, Nina? Yeah. So using the word data would be better, right?
Exactly.
And maybe we can keep the idea of a database more in a conceptual manner, that we agree on a conceptual scheme that this data will interact with this other type of data, etc., making more conceptual links between.
Exactly.
Because, for instance, I think that things like defining that we will work at a monthly time scale for hydrologic data or things like that makes sense to share. So that I don't know, some colleague will not work with yearly data because he's not an expert in hydrology, and after 2 years he will see that it's not really operational. So maybe we need to try to have a minimum common ground. Or
exactly, I fully agree.
Okay,
I fully agree. I mean, in that order, to be honest, that part is not my main strength. So I rely a lot on Harry when I was working on the work package on data. Yeah, I mean, it's really, I would say it's really up to you. I would only suggest to keep it flexible, just in case, for example, there is some decision support system that is being used by some stakeholder, and we want to include it, and then the data there is maybe it's not monthly, or maybe it's daily, or it's so keep some flexibility there. But I mean, apart from that, it's really up to you. So we can have a meeting later on to decide. We can, if you want, Nina, we can send you the data that we have been downloading. It's really heavy. I mean, I don't know how we're going to deliver this deliverable, but we can send you all the data that we have downloaded already. You can, or a link at least to where this is stored. So
maybe we could exchange like metadata. Maybe I could try to already set up a file, an Excel sheet where we share our metadata. I will try to do this, and after we can meet in September.
I think the important thing is that in the end it's uploaded to some open access platform, and I mean, whatever we can upload, because maybe some models, the data is not that easy to publish. But I mean, what we have, at least what we have collected ourselves, primary data or a compilation of secondary data publicly available, should be uploaded to an open access platform, I would say. But then if you are using some sensitive data that is given by a stakeholder, of course, we just put that in the report, which is, we are supposed to accompany on that with a report as well, but it's a very brief report, like more of a guidance saying you can find information here, here, and here. And we have this information and this information. That's it. We were a little bit ahead of in terms of the deliverable, but this is very, very interesting. Then, I mean, before we talk about this either macroeconomic, economic, and climatic database and the accounting database, the water accounting database, by the way, is by month 12, Harry, so you have time. It's here. I don't know if you see my mouse, deliverable 2.2. So for that, you have 1 year, because I think we talked about this before and you told me that, yeah, that was the minimum time that we needed. So before that, we have in month 7, the database by Nina. And then before that, we have the data management plan. Data management plan is going to be led by American University of Beirut as well, by Harry. We have something, I mean, you can use all the inputs that you have from the proposal as well. And in that, obviously, when I'm saying that this deliverable is led by someone, I'm not saying that they are supposed to do everything. I mean, I said that before. If you go to the deliverable in the proposal, you'll see that for each task, there are partners involved, and then the deliverables connect to some tasks. So, for example, this deliverable data management plan is related to work package 2, and then in work package 2, you have here you go. You have American University of Beirut Living, but you also have INRAE, INAT, GPI, ourselves, Universidad de Salamanca, and Ecosystem. So yeah, that's something that has to be taken into account. Ecosistema is, I mean, it's a bit strange here because we don't have CMCC, because Ecosistema is going to work together with the CMCC in this regard to build a database. And since CMCC was a little bit overloaded with some other tasks, the database was left in the hands of the Ecosistema here. We had a meeting many months ago about that, but yeah, I mean, in the end, I guess that they will work, and informally they will address if there is any shortcoming. So important again that, I mean, each deliverable is supposed to be a collaborative work, not just one person doing all the things. Then the next one, we have the terms of reference for the stakeholder platform and Talanoa Dialogue. Now this is critical. This is led by CMCC. We had Elisa today delivering a very interesting presentation on how the Talanoa Water Dialogue is going to be structured. But I mean, in this task, I mean, many different stakeholders are going to take part. But the leading role here will be by CMCC. So it's important that I will advise to the coordinators of the different deliverables and tasks that you take a look at the proposal, just to check who's going to support you on what task, because then obviously I mean, you have to put some pressure on them in a good sense. We need to put some pressure. I mean, I think it's going to work just fine, and people are going to deliver. But in case there's some delay, you're supposed to say, hey, please support me with that. You're supposed to do this, you're supposed to do that. And I will talk to you and with the coordinator of different tasks and to see how things are going. If we are running late on something. Then we have the hydro, macroeconomic, agronomic, and climatic database. We have already discussed about that, coordinated by INRAE. Then we have the guidance document for the pilot water laboratories. This is going to be provided by INRAE as well. And this, Nina, is, I mean, the idea that we had when we created this task is that we substantiated a bit the table that is included in task 4.1. If you see, there is a table in which is called, I mean, in the task 4.1, which is called platform. They say, platform for coordinating and harmonized implementation of the ecosystem of innovation in water laboratories. And then there is a table in which you have different subtasks, saying, okay, subtask 1, but they are very briefly described. And the idea is that we work on a deliverable that says, okay, now this is the main idea, the core idea, but now you have to do all this. So explicitly saying what are the things. I mean, maybe not too much into detail, but at least providing some guidance on how to get there. I mean, but this is, well, not too late, but it's month 11, so we have 1 year, 10 months. So hopefully more than enough time. Then we have the Talanoa.
Sorry, just
Nina.
this inconsistency is really realizing the methodology of the Talanoa dialogues.
Yes, it's like setting the steps that we have in the graph, but it's not, I mean, not developing it. It's just a guidance. So it's like saying, yeah, it's like providing the guidance of the different steps that we saw before, where you had this graph, which was in sort of a reddish color, orange.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is what we are developing further in the task 4.1, but then we are supposed to write a report, like saying, if you want to repeat this, in some water laboratory elsewhere, if we are successful and this becomes inspirational for someone, you should follow these steps.
Yeah.
So it's a guidance. I mean, not any methodology, nothing at all. I mean, it's just guidance for how to conduct this.
Mm.
And then we have the Talanoa Dialogue report. These are going to be done by GPI, both of them, because GPI is coordinating the first work package on the stakeholder engagement. Basically, GPI, what it's going to do here is gathering reports from all the different water labs. We'll need to agree on the structure of how we want to report the performance of the Talanoa Water Dialogue. I mean, the first one, we won't have much because there is the workshop plan before that until month 14. But at least saying we engage with these people and we had these meetings and we set up the road for success by doing this and that. The second year and the third year, since you're going to have workshops, well, it's much easier to fill in this report because it's going to be mostly the outcomes from the workshops. I mean, not the minutes. We need to do something more elaborate, but the minutes is a good starting point. So I don't know, Abdo, if you have any question or comment or suggestion on this, or if it's completely clear.
I'm just curious about the structure of this report, because it is general idea. As you mentioned, we will evaluate the performance of each lab. What kind of criteria we will use to evaluate the performance of each water lab?
That's an excellent question, and that takes me to task 1.3, which is calling integrate, knowledge sharing, and incorporation. So basically, in this, I will read now aloud. Each work package will identify designated stakeholder engagement and impact champions to ensure that the project consumption takes into account and responds adequately to the recommendations and suggestions from the stakeholder platform and Talanoa Dialogue in the pilot water laboratories. These champions are a key mechanism with Talanoa Water for the partners to prepare for and follow up from the Talanoa Dialogue, encouraging knowledge sharing, peer learning, blah, 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 blah. The impact champion team, which is conformed by GPI, Ecosistema, Universidad de Salamanca, and INAT, will meet 3 months before and 1 month after each science policy workshop, workshop using web meeting conferencing tools. So basically, we have to decide. It's not decided yet, but there is a task to do that. So answering your question, Abdul, we will meet by month 10 or 9, 10 maybe, which is 3 months ahead, 10, 11, and define the champions. And once they are defined, then you can write the report and say, okay, considering these impact champions, we are doing great or we are doing rather poorly. It will depend on the water laboratory. So water laboratory will be very slow in the beginning and then maybe catch up, and then some others will go very quick and then maybe they stall. I don't know. But it's, yeah, the structure is not defined yet. But we have a work package to do that. That's a very good question. Thank you. Then we have the water accounting database, which is led by Harry. Well, Harry, in this case, I mean, this is the most one-sided, probably the most one-sided deliverable that we have in the entire proposal, in the entire project. So we fully trust you on this one. You're going to let us what information you need and how to process it, and then will depend on you for the outcomes.
Yep, I'll be following up with the partners on this.
Great. And also, well, it depends on, I mean, I guess all water labs will be interested in doing this. But then obviously, maybe we cannot do this in all water labs, depending on the resources and the time constraints. And so that's also your call. I mean,
well, from the presentations today, everybody looks to have or seems to have a kind of an interest in developing some water accounting. For example, the vineyards in France and also the Nile Delta and the basins in Tunisia, and of course other basins, if you like. I mean, it depends on what each water lab leader wants, you know, to accomplish.
Yeah.
So I'll leave that open to the PIs in each water lab to tell me what do they want, what portion of, you know, of this water accounting they are interested in, what you know, depending on their case study. So what is their main variable that they want to identify and quantify, and then this will feed into how I can structure the data needed for this variable to be delivered.
Perfect. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, we are centrally definitely interested in getting those water accounting database. But if there are some limitations, then well, we can step aside. I mean,
we'll try to minimize, you know, the hassle on the PIs. For example, if Nina is interested in finding out, you know, how much water is available or how much water is being used by the vineyards in France, we can do that. If Muhammad wants to know, you know, how much groundwater is being abstracted or what is the, you know, the required diversions for a certain crop, we can definitely do that. So I mean, it depends on each and every case study.
Great. Yeah, I have a slide later on in which we discuss because now we are focusing on the deliverable, but then the next steps are going to, I mean, from what we are talking now, it emerged very clearly that they must be focused on building synergies and telling the others what you need, having a very clear picture of what they're going to do, the vision that Jaro was mentioning before, but not in this case, not the stakeholder vision, our vision as researchers of what we may need.
Yeah,
which is.
So this is very important, Diony, because I think, okay, it's fine to focus on the deliverables, but let's all remember why we are here, right? I mean, it's not simply the PRIMA project should serve our purpose and not the opposite way. So so let's keep that in mind while we navigate through this, you know, 3 or 4 year period.
Exactly. Yeah, I fully agree with that. That's really important. And the idea I had this morning was with the presentation of the water labs and the pillars, and is that people started to realize of the modeling that they have available, the gaps that they have, what they may need from the other partners in order to achieve their goals in the project. And I mean, to me, it was very useful. I mean, obviously, I already knew your expertise, and I knew, I mean, who I needed for what. But I hope that after this, we can start some non-centralized communication in which you talk to Nina, Hadi talks to Nina, Jaro talks to Feti and Isan, Abdo talks to me, and we build these bilateral synergies, and that would be great. I think that's the only way to actually to do all the things that we have to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the water. That much for the water accounting database. Then we have the source book of the multi-system modeling framework. Which comes back to the idea of synergies, because in order to develop this multi-system modeling framework, we'll be building on different meetings that we're going to have with all of you, knowing what models you plan to use and how you plan to connect them, and then we build a general framework that reflects somehow what we are planning to do in all the water labs, and also the differences in the approaches that we're going to have. but I would say that there are some commonalities. We all need the water accounting, as Harry said. We all need an hydrological model. Probably we don't, I mean, we may need, I think we should need a microeconomic model, but I'm biased here, obviously. We may need, I mean, I think we may need also in some cases some macroeconomic model. And we do need climate models, outputs from climate models. So, I mean, but this will change, and I mean, I hope that by month 12, I will have from your feedback a better idea of how we're going to do all that. I mean, we have a good idea right now, but it's going to change probably. And then obviously, yeah, the progress report and the month exploitation, the dissemination, and the exploitation, dissemination, and communication report, which are yearly reports that we have to deliver every single year. They are going to be there forever, but it's pretty much straightforward. So for this one, I'm not very much concerned. Just like the inception report and roadmap, these two are more administrative than anything else. But in the others, yeah, we need to collaborate with each other. And as Harry said, it's important to keep in mind what we want to obtain from this project and what we want to deliver to society from this project and how. So these are the deliverables, but we also have milestones. Milestones are defined in a strategic way, meaning that most of the milestones that you can find in the proposal are draft reports of the deliverables, in order to avoid having too much work also with the milestones. But there are a couple of them that are important. As you will see, you have the draft of the terms of reference, which is the draft of the deliverable, of one deliverable. Then you have the beta version of the database, the beta version of the water accounting database. So it's basically just 1 month before the deliverable, you have a milestone. But then there are two of them this year that are important. First of all, you have the first annual science policy workshop, month 14. So plenty of time to organize everything. You still have 1 year ahead. But it's important that we know that by month 14, we are going to organize the first Talanoa Water Dialogue. And we should have everything ready by now. And this is why we have this rush with data collection, because ideally by month 12, we should have the database, and by month 14, perhaps we can show something in the Talanoa Dialogue. Some, not results, but some inputs for the discussion. Saying, look, this is, for example, in our case, we work with Harry, it would be nice to know, look, water is being withdrawn in this area, and it's not supposed to be withdrawn because you don't have any license. There's some theft going on here, and that's a problem. Maybe it's not the best way to start a water dialogue, but I mean, it's some result that you could show. And then we also have the other deadline, which is much sooner, month 4, is the Water Agora Hub. As you know, there is an important part of the project which relates to engagement among us through online platforms. Hopefully, it won't be as needed as we thought 1 year ago, but it will be needed nonetheless. I mean, I think it will be useful also for dissemination purposes. So we're going to develop this Water Agora Hub. It's described in the proposal. It's really long. I mean, we put a lot of time into that because I thought it was going to be relevant in the assessment because of the situation with the COVID-19. We are supposed to create a website and an app. And that's something I wanted to discuss with you because I will advance this in the next slide. We have started to contact some companies that can do some sort of website and app that is connected. It's not going to be the best website ever or the best app ever, but we want it to be functional, to be something that is really useful. Obviously, we are not going to build an in-house video for the website. I mean, the idea is that it's a hub, and in the hub you put next meeting in Zoom, link, you click and you go to Zoom. See our video explaining what the project is about. You open it and there is an embedded video in YouTube. Obviously, I mean, we are not going to do anything extraordinary. So, and then the app, and the app is basically like a sort of it should contain the information that is really critical from the website, like reminders, calendar, all these things. It's described more comprehensively in the proposal. And the thing that I wanted to, I mean, in this milestone, so the water app is supposed to be designed by USAL. We are contracting it to USAL, to ourselves, because we have I mean, the University of Salamanca, there is a unit that does these sort of things. Obviously, we don't know how to do it. We are going to subcontract it to them. So it's going to be done by the University of Salamanca, only not by this unit. And then it's important that it's also that when we have this is going to be delivered to CNCC GPI as well. So the keys to the website are going to be shared among 3 partners. Well, among all of us, actually. But let's say that the most active management belongs to CNCC GPI also. These 3 partners. So what I wanted, I mean, all this is because I wanted to ask you if you are fine with the with USAL taking care of this design of the website and the app and the logo, because it was specified in the proposal that we will take care of it, but not that we will do it. So maybe you have some strong feeling and you say, no, I prefer this other company to do that. Otherwise, we just go ahead with it and finish it ASAP.
That's fine.
If there are no complaints, one less thing. I'm going to email them now so that they start working. Fine. And then the logo is going to be done. I mean, we also that was specified in the proposal, so we also require these people to do a logo. We don't have any draft yet because I wanted your approval as well. If you agree with that, we are going to give the green light to our office, project management offices, and we're going to charge this cost and also come up with this design of the logo. So there's no comments on that, so I guess it's fine. Then the other thing that we have to do, as you know, we are also committed to do some introductory video explaining what the project is about. We have 2 throughout the project. One is going to be done by GPI, the other is going to be done by USAL. Arto, I don't know if you prefer to be the first one to do the first video, or if we take care of it. It's really up to you.
I think you are the founder of Talanoa Water, so you are the best one to do the first introductory video.
Okay. So I will start contacting some companies as well to do probably the design.
We may handle the second one.
Great. Yeah, we need probably 2 more, second and third. There's budget for 2 videos for GPI and 1 for USAL, but I mean, this budget is flexible, so we can decide to use it for something else. But at least we need 2 videos. That's what we committed to do. But yeah, the most important one is now is the introductory one, which has to be done by month 4, I think. So we'll do that. Perfect. Great. Then, Harry said we don't have to lose sight from what we are really wanting to do here, which is creating this knowledge for society. And I didn't want to end all this meeting without a clear strategy on how to build synergies among us. Nina sent an email that was very instrumental towards this, because she was saying that they are offering a position at INRAE, and she was asking all the partners to collaborate. And perhaps it's a good idea that we have some sort of collaborations through our students. But I mean, there's nothing written about this in the project. It's only written that we're going to build synergies, but not how. So if you have any idea, I will welcome any suggestions here, and I'm really looking forward to your comments on that.
It's a difficult question. I think, and I hope that once we start to work, it will be easier, and it will make sense to collaborate and to have synergies on concrete things, as you said, bilaterally or 3 people together. And so but it's, yeah, the idea of the PhD for me, it was, well, the first thing was asking you to disseminate this offer, which is well, for the French calendar, it's really not good, because I initially hoped to already had someone that finally abandoned the idea to continue into a PhD. So this is why it comes late. So I'm not even sure to be able to hire someone for this year. Maybe I will work one more year, wait one more year and just hire someone not in a PhD. But I think well, at least the project, as I put it, is quite ambitious. And so I prefer to wait for really a good and strong student, because it's well, hydroeconomics is quite challenging. So yeah, I don't want just to, it's not just like a small job or something. So I really want to have someone strong. But I think the idea, once we hire, be it permanent staff, well, non-permanent staff or PhD or master student, I think it would be really great to find ways to make like short trips, like 1 month stay. For instance, one of my students stay 1 month in USAL or in Lebanon with you, Hadi, really to learn how you work and to see how you work, etc. And I think, well, personally, for instance, for me, I'm not super mobile due to my personal situation. But I think when we are speaking with the younger people, be it PhD or master or even non-permanent people, maybe it can be easier also to collaborate really on either on exchange on disciplines, or really on your skills, technical and scientific skills. And also if we exchange really working on someone else's lab. I think this way we really need to consider the two options. Let's say taking our science and ourselves into one other lab and exchanging just for science. That's yeah,
I fully agree with that. So the idea that we had, for example, I mean, I can tell you what we have planned for the first year is that, for example, I plan to visit our colleagues from CNCC in Italy, to spend there like a couple of weeks there, and I can't spend much more time, maybe 1 week, 2 weeks. Then I was also expecting to, I mean, if depending on the data, how data intensive is the information that Hadi needs, maybe we can send over some of our PhD students to work with him, because this is the most present things in terms of data for us right now for the Spanish Water Lab. And then also I was also planning to send maybe another student to work with you, Nina, in hydroeconomic modeling for some time, but that during the second year, once we are into the modeling stuff really heavily, because thus far what I was planning for the first year was more, was with Hadi, because of the need to gather the data. So that's what I have planned. I mean, obviously we have limited resources, but I think that a very clever way to build these synergies is through students, because yeah, we are constrained. I mean, you have how many children? Nina? Two children now. 4. Okay, I have 1, and I feel like I'm really constrained to travel.
Under 7 years old.
Okay. Like have 1 or 2, a 2-year-old, and I think like yeah, I cannot travel as much as I used to. So yeah, the idea is to delegate all that into the students and to be able to create a network also between the students. I saw that Hadi has a very young group as well of several PhD students and master students, and it would be great that someone can go there, work with them. Maybe some of their students can come here and work with us, because Hadi also will need to our support in terms of modeling, in macroeconomic modeling maybe. Also, well, hydrologic modeling, I don't think so, but some other. So the idea is that I think it's good that we start building these synergies from the very beginning. I know that we are tired now, but let's keep thinking about it, because I mean, it's really important. I mean, I don't find, I mean, I couldn't think of a way that this proposal succeeds without engaging among the different partners, because otherwise it's going to be us applying macroeconomic models in our basin, you applying hydroeconomic models in Erol and then Heidi applying water accounting in Litani. That's that's not going to work.
What we did also in another European project, and which I found was nice, we did like twins, lab twins. So we, for instance, well, how was that? Yeah, let's say well, we were lots more people, so it was a bit different. But for instance, in our economics work package, each economist had was like a mentor of one of the case studies. So each case study, if it had a particular question with one topic, knew to who he could speak. I think in our configuration it cannot happen, but what we could maybe do is a partner between labs. For instance, I say anything, the Spanish lab, its twin is the Egyptian lab. The Italian lab has a twin, which is a Tunisian lab, etc., etc. And so you have like a preferred bilateral connections, and it's I don't know if it makes sense, but maybe when you have one typical question, you just want to talk to someone in the consortium, but you don't want every time to bother you, Johnny, as a coordinator.
That sounds very, very interesting.
I don't know, maybe we need to think about some things like this that encourage to make synergies, and let's say to put the reference in copy when you do your first workshop, if the languages are okay. So the other one can have a look. Because, for instance, imagine you are the first one to do your workshop in Spain. And as a coordinator, we think you know a bit where you are going. So we would be really, no, but we would be really curious to see what's happening. And let's say not to have all the guys looking at your workshop. If you have one and the same happens in other couple, it could help also.
Yeah, that's
inspiration from other countries.
That would be very useful to have, for example, the first workshop. I will say that, for example, Italians are ahead, the CMCCs and Ecosistema are ahead in terms of this sort of engagement. So it would be great to have them first this meeting, and all PIs attend the meeting, like sitting there and learning, because they have this. Jaro mentioned in his presentation, they had this huge project, Clara project. Also in safer places in which the ecosystem was involved, I think there was some sort of stakeholder engagement. And that especially Clara was a huge project, a European project, in which they were trying to engage stakeholders heavily. So we could learn from what they do and how they organize that. Perhaps have the Italian lab, have the meeting with Italian lab, the workshop, 1 month ahead of the others, so that you have time to learn from it and say, okay, digest everything and say, they did that, it was useful. They organize everything like this, or they have, it would be very useful, I think, because they are, this is why they are in charge of the Talanoa Water Dialogue, because they have this expertise, and that would be useful. And then in terms of collaboration, yeah, I think I fully agree that also, but then this is, it may be an administrative nightmare, doing some sort of combined like PhD offers, but we can think of perhaps having PhD offers doing by a single university, in which you have like a visiting period in some that's easier, because at least here it's impossible to do some joint PhD offer.
Yeah, and it's not necessary. I think it's really appealing for the students to know he could travel 3 months in another university. For him, it's really valuable, I think. So it increases also the value of.
Yeah, I think that there should be plenty of resources for that, because the cost of the workshops, the local workshops, are a bit overestimated in terms of, I was very optimistic saying that we are going to invite all these people, but probably we are not having all that people in a workshop. 20 people in every is a lot. So you have a lot of resources that can be used for, and then on top of that, you have resources for travel. So I think it's possible. Okay. So I think that I don't want to keep you online much more time. We are all tired. It has been a long meeting and day, but before I close, I think it's important that, so from now what I will do is I will try to have some bilateral meetings with you all, with all the partners, trying to discuss how we can set up the modeling in each water lab. So trying to speak with every partner more precisely of their expertise, what models they may need. Since I know more or less what the different partners bring in terms of expertise to the consortium, I can let them know, okay, you need that, maybe you have a gap here, and this can be addressed by Paul of Ecosistema, or by Hari at American University of Beirut, or by Nina, or whoever. And then this way we can start this dynamic. I will do my best, but it also depends on you. And I hope that you really engage with the, from our side, we already know who we are going to contact with to work with us in the Spanish Water Lab. But it would be good after this round that every single water lab knows that as well. So we know that we are going to contact X and Y, but by the end of this month, next month probably, I have already talked to all of you, and all of you know more or less who you are going to ask to support you in terms of developing all the at least the modeling. And the other things maybe are a little bit more abstract at this point, but the modeling we should have it clear. Is the easy part, I would say. Okay. I don't know if you have any more comments or suggestions or ideas.
If anybody wants to reach out, through an email, and just drop me a line, and if you're interested in anything special about your water case or your watershed or your basin, you want to do something specific with the water accounting, I'll be more than willing to help. So
thank you so much, Harry. Same here, and I think it's important that we all do that. That each one of us is contacting not all partners, because some partners may have an overlapping expertise, but try to contact all of those who can be useful. I'll do that. But before I do that before I do that for the Spanish case, I will try to contact all of you to make sure that it's clear. It's clear the setup and how you're going to start working with the data, what models you need, and who you're going to contact with in order to gather the data, which are the most pressing issues. Okay, well, I hope it was useful. For me, it certainly was. I hope it wasn't too long. I'm afraid it was. I'm looking forward to talking to you all soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everybody. Take good care.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.